Should I be seeing my screen? Yeah. I think we got it.
Yeah, so there's like an auto switcher in the back end.
Something's doing something. Thinking about it. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're good.
Hey, man.
Good.
Doing the camera, are you going to move around or are you going to be...
I haven't seen it. What are you? I'm going to be like here once in a while, but almost entirely here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then I'll give you the signal for the time.
Okay.
Good to see you.
Hey, oh, good to see you too, John.
I didn't recognize you there.
Yeah, it's always a challenge too, to recognizing people with masks.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah, it's
after
like-
so many years too. Like I haven't seen anybody in like 6 years.
Last year, so I talked to Eli for like 15 minutes before I realized it was Eli.
Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Are you doing intros today?
I'm going to do intros.
Nice.
I take
You know, you introed my first ShmooCon talk.
Excellent. Yeah.
Or did you?
Yeah.
Well, it was one of my first, definitely. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember because I didn't know who you were until later, and I was like, "Oh, that was John." And so once I made that realization, I was like, "Oh, okay. I know. Now I know the face to the name." By the way.
And if you get the chance, they were on my old team
Oh yeah.
in EFF.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I donated them a hack RF
Did you really?
to do a bunch of work.
Oh,
for them.
nice.
I had one. I had it, and I used it for 20 minutes, and
Yeah.
I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But they're using an off-the-shelf extender,
Yeah.
cellular extender,
Right,
and
right.
reramming it and turning it into an MC cache.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a $20 device that they reram.
That's really cool.
Yeah, so you would find it interesting.
Yeah. Oh, is there supposed to be like a Q&A room or something like that afterwards, or are we only doing Q&A like in here as time allows?
Anywhere that makes sense. We don't have a specific QA.
Okay. I thought one of the emails from Heidi said there was going to be something.
Maybe
like that.
there is, but I'm not clued in.
But I'm not either. Like I never got any details
Yeah.
about it. So, all right.
But there are also bathrooms down there.
Right. Yeah. Let me get my slides up. Large text. All right.
Well, I really like that you're doing that. It was a good submission.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
You run the CFP.
Yeah, I run CFP.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I am the only person who's read every submission.
Right. Yeah.
And there were 250 of them.
Wow. That is a lot.
Yeah. I mean, thank heavens to everybody who submits because it makes it easy.
Right. My display, my external display likes to turn off.
Uh-huh.
I just.
right, before we get started, got a few things here. I have some swag to throw out. I've got
I don't think your mic is hot.
Is my mic hot? All right. Got a couple of things to get going to talk about before we get going. I got a moose to throw out. I got a blanket. And there are also a whole bunch of events down the hallway in the other direction. There's the RF CTF, there's ShmooCon Labs, Lockpick Village, BOF Rooms, and others. So go check out other things down there as well. We have t-shirts for sale now. There are relatively few of this year's t-shirts left. There's a whole bunch of past year t-shirts, including things where t-shirts that they swear don't exist and haven't existed for 10 years. They just found a box of them. You're not going to get a lot of choice, but there's a lot of stuff there. There's also, at noon, bags of crap, boxes of crap, old bags from previous conferences that are also filled full of crap. We got lots of crap for you. And again, you're not going to get a lot of choice on them, but it's a donation to worthy causes. To clarify this, we are not actually selling the items that we do with the t-shirts and swag. You are making a donation, and just like public radio and the others, we're giving you a gift in return for your donation. So that's really how it works, is you're making a donation and we give you something. And that's it. We still got a few minutes before I do Mike's intro. And thank you for coming out to the last ShmooCon. I know that senioritis is a real thing, and it's hard to get up for a 10 o'clock thing on a Saturday. So.
Wake up screen. How's my audio? Can you hear me? Check 1, check 2. Check 1, check 2. Okay, it's hot. It's just not very hot. Can I get this mic turned up a bit so that I can talk like this and people can hear me? Check 1, check 2. Should I hold the mic? Is it possible to have it turned up? Oh, hey, that helps. Yes, thank you all. Great. pretty well. Are you getting some glitches? All right, last minute.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Less than the last minute.
Got it.
There we go. We have image. I think my laptop is like aggressively shutting off.
Is it? Your
Yeah,
laptop?
I think it's my laptop because I hit my shift key and it comes back.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Your laptop's cutting off now?
Yeah, so I just need to keep hitting my shift key. I mean, my internal display is not going to sleep, but it's like putting the external display to sleep. And, you know, I'm fine with just hitting the shift key periodically. Like, that's pretty
Now
good.
you look at your key.
Yeah, check this out. I just hit shift a couple times, and I think it'll come back.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Are you plugged into power?
Yes, I am. Oh, yeah, here it goes, I think. Or unless that's something you're doing. I mean, I very carefully set my screen resolution to allow people to read it. Yeah, I'm at 1280 by 720. I can do 1920 by 1080 if you want,
Try that.
but it's going to be less readable. Let's see what happens here.
That's better.
See how it goes. I might change it during my talk, or during my demo if people can't see it.
Yeah.
We'll spin off the stage.
It's a weird trade-off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they cut out like pixel 1 for 6.
Yeah, yeah.
And just about everybody can handle HD just fine.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted the lower screen resolution
Yeah.
so that my fonts would be bigger, like in Wireshark. I think we're good.
It's good. Like it was already cutting out much before. Sorry about the resolution change, but
That's all right.
Okay, you're gonna go? We're gone. Great. Welcome everybody to the start of the Build It track on Saturday of the last ShmooCon. We're going to miss you all, so thank you for coming all the times that you have over the last 20 years. And I want to introduce Michael Ossmann, who has been here many times with many great hardware hacks, and today, building and hacking USB with FPGAs.
Thank you, John. Thank you, ShmooCon. Thank you, everybody. It's great to see your beautiful masked faces. This is before I start, I just want to say it's a little hard for me to be here today for multiple reasons. One of those is that my brother and his family live in LA, and their house was destroyed this week. It's completely burned to the ground, and they have nothing left. I'm truly excited to be here talking to you about these things today, but it's a little hard to just kind of make that switch. But I do want to just say, like, if it is in your power to lend a hand to the thousands of families that are in the predicament that they are in, I hope you'll do so. But I am here today to talk about open source tools for building and hacking USB with FPGAs. And in case I don't mention it later, everything in this talk, every hardware project is open source hardware that I talk about today. Every software project is open source software. 10 years ago, on this very stage, Dominic Spill and Jared Boone and I were here talking about other open source USB tools. And one of those was Daisho, which is this board. What I'm showing you now is the Daisho main board. And Daisho had this the big square chip in the middle is an FPGA, a field programmable gate array, which is basically just a big mess of logic gates that can be configured in different ways. So it can, I guess we're going to continue to have fun with the projector today. It'll probably come back in a moment. There we go. It can be configured on the fly to basically be a different set of hardware. So like if you wanted to like make a custom digital ASIC, a chip, you might prototype it on an FPGA, and that's maybe the most traditional use of an FPGA. But for us, we really want to continually be able to reconfigure it and do different things every time we use the FPGA. And the chip that's below that, at the bottom, toward the bottom, is a physical layer transceiver, or a PHY chip, for super speed USB. And so the architecture of Daisho actually had two boards. I showed you the main board, but there was a front-end module that would plug into the other side of it. And for USB, in the case of USB, we had a front-end module that had two more of those super speed USB transceivers. And so we had this architecture where there's an FPGA in the middle, and then 3 PHY chips, and then 3 super speed USB connections. And then on the right-hand side, you can see a target device would connect to a target host through the Daisho, and then we could monitor that or do meddler in the middle things. And we demonstrated this at ShmooCon 10 years ago, and we just like barely had it working to where like we actually got the super speed USB link up, and that was it. And that's the last you ever heard about Daisho. I want to clarify some things, like just refresh your memory about USB speeds, because I was talking about Daisho being super speed. USB comes in a bunch of different flavors, different speeds. Low speed is 1.5 megabits per second. Full speed is 12 megabits per second. Now, low speed, you probably don't have very many low speed devices unless they were made in the 20th century. Or maybe if you have a mouse, like a simple mouse is about the only thing you're likely to have that's a recent low speed device. Most USB devices today are full speed. Somebody making a new USB device today, unless they have a particular reason to use a different speed, they're probably going to make it full speed. If you buy a microcontroller that has a built-in USB device controller, most of those are full-speed devices. But a few are high-speed. And high-speed devices are things like this HackRF1. We need that extra speed, 480 megabits per second, to transfer the radio data from at a high rate. So we need that. And then super speed is 5 gigabits per second and up. There are different flavors of super speed, and they keep changing the names of them, and it's very confusing, but basically super speed, or super speed plus, or whatever they're calling it now, is 5 gigabits per second or 10 gigabits per second or higher. And actually, I'm not going to be talking about super speed much today, because USB 2.0 is the standard that defines
low speed, full speed, and high speed. And it is a 25-year-old standard, but it is the current standard. It is the current standard for low speed, full speed, and high speed, which, as I said, is most USB devices. There's a USB 3.x standard for super speed, and that's what we were trying to work with the Daisho project, which was pretty new back during the Daisho project. And now there's USB 4, which is like this convergence of Thunderbolt and USB over the same cable. And Thunderbolt itself was already multiplexed DisplayPort and PCI Express. So now you have PCI Express and DisplayPort and USB, and SuperSpeed USB and USB 2.0, and even other things that are all multiplexed over the same cable. And a USB 4 cable is really like a bundle of cables, and one of those cables is USB 2.0. USB 2.0 is the most universal of all of the USB interfaces because everything is meant to be backwards compatible with it. And like I said, that was the last you probably ever heard of Daisho in 2015 at ShmooCon. Our funding ran out. Daisho was funded by the Cyber Fast Track program, thank you, Mudge. And it was a really cool research project, and it was a cool proof of concept. But when our funding ran out, we realized we were a long way from actually having like a marketable product. It was an expensive board to make. It would have been expensive to like manufacture and sell, and there was a lot of software work to go from proof of concept to like something that would be useful to carry in your bag. So we abandoned the project at that time. After Daisho, at Great Scott Gadgets, I'm the founder and CTO of Great Scott Gadgets. We make things like HackRF1 and other things that I'm talking about today. But after Daisho, Dominic and Taylor and I at Great Scott Gadgets sat down and started brainstorming, what are we going to work on next? And one of the concepts we had was this USB star concept. We said, what if we took the Daisho concept and stripped it down to a single board instead of this pair of boards, and we made it USB 2.0, and it was just an FPGA and 3 USB 2.0 PHYs. It would be like a much more affordable, much more achievable goal than we had with the super speed Daisho arrangement. And Daisho was actually trying to do more than just USB. We had front-end modules for other things like HDMI and gigabit Ethernet and stuff. And we scaled that concept down. But we also had this concept to do GreatFET. And GreatFET was inspired by Travis Goodspeed's GoodFET and Face Dancer project. And we wanted to build a better GoodFET and a better Face Dancer. And it was microcontroller based and had 2 USB ports. So it could do all of the things that GoodFET and Face Dancer did and more, including a lot of useful USB stuff. And so we decided to focus on GreatFET at the time and abandon the USB star concept because it just made more sense for us. Part of the reason is that Dominic and I didn't really know what we were doing with FPGAs. And the friends that we hired to help us with that during the Daisho project, like Jared and Marshall, we couldn't afford to pay them anymore because we didn't have the external funding. So, we took the more achievable goal of GreatFET, and we worked on GreatFET for a few years. And GreatFET is still a thing, but after a few years, Kate Temkin was working for us, and she did a lot of work on GreatFET and Face Dancer. And one day she just kind of turned up at the lab with this design and said, "Hey, look, I made a USB sniffer." She'd been trying to make a USB sniffer on top of GreatFET. It was an add-on board, which we call a neighbor for GreatFET, and you could do passive USB monitoring with your GreatFET in this add-on board, and it was pretty cool. But she had been running into sort of frustrations with that architecture and realized, well, maybe it would be better if we just kind of built something new from the ground up. And so she designed this thing, and I looked at it, and this was late 2019. I looked at it and I was like, "Wow, you made USB Star." And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And she just independently came up with this. And this is the design that ultimately became Syntheon, which we started shipping actually just in the last year. And, yay, Syntheon. So Syntheon is a USB test instrument. It's a USB multi-tool. And the architecture, if my slides come back, there we go. Okay, let me show you just what it looks like inside the enclosure. There's this FPGA in the middle, and 3 USB PHYs, and actually 4 USB ports. And the reason there are 4 ports and not 3 is because on the right-hand side, you can see there's a target type A port and a target type C port. And target C and target A are wired directly together and share a transceiver, a PHY chip. So you can do pass-through, and the Syntheon can passively monitor that pass-through USB connection. It's all USB 2.0. Very similar architecture to Daisho, but USB 2.0, not super speed. So Syntheon tries to be 3 things. It's a low-cost, high-speed USB analyzer, it's a USB hacking multi-tool, and it's a general-purpose USB and FPGA development platform. Now, along with Syntheon, Kate started this Luna project, which is a USB gateware library that's built with Amaranth HDL. And originally Luna was intended to be like an acronym, and we were trying to figure out what it would stand for, like lightweight USB something, and we never figured out what the something meant, so we started calling it LAX, a universal naming acronym. And it's used in various projects, not just our own Syntheon, but some other projects that we have going, and some external projects that are not at Gray Sky Gadgets, like OrbTrace, which is an ARM debugger, and Tiliqua, which is a very soon-to-be-released audio multi-tool in a Eurorack form factor. It's really cool. It's FPGA-based, and these things have USB connectivity provided by Luna. Built in this, so we can build USB device controllers in the FPGA with Luna. So you might have noticed that first screenshot of Kate's design, the thing that ultimately became Syntheon, was originally labeled Luna. And you may have seen reference to this elsewhere in the past, that there was this board called Luna. Doesn't exist anymore. Well, it kind of does. We renamed it to Syntheon. So we had these 2 things called Luna. We had this gateware library, and we had this piece of hardware, and they were both called Luna, and it was very, very confusing. We had many conversations, like internally at Gray Sky Gadgets, where somebody would say something about Luna, and then somebody else would say, do you mean Luna, the gateware library, or do you mean Luna, the hardware? And so we were like, this is a problem. We need to rename one of these. So we renamed the hardware to Syntheon, which is a much more unique name and trademarkable. And in fact, as of this week, is a registered trademark. Yay, thank you, Elizabeth. Luna, the gateware library, is still called Luna. And Luna, the gateware library, is built with Amaranth HDL, which is this amazing hardware description language. If you have ever done any work with FPGAs before, you've probably used more traditional hardware description languages like Verilog or VHDL, and I'm sorry, but we are now using Amaranth HDL, which is a Python-based hardware description language. So we write our gateware for the FPGA in Python. We run a Python program, it generates a bit stream for the FPGA and loads it onto the Syntheon, and it just works. And it's incredibly fast and really a joy to work with. In large part, not just because of Amaranth HDL, which is developed primarily by Whitecork, but also because of this whole ecosystem of open source FPGA tools. In particular, we use Yosis for synthesis and NextPNR for the place and route on the FPGA, and Project Trellis, which documented the ECP5 FPGA that we're using in Syntheon. And because of all these projects, it just works. Literally, you don't even have to know much about any of these things. You just run a Python program, and it just builds a bitstream for you, and in like seconds, which is amazing. We do a whole USB device controller and more in like 30 seconds, and it just synthesizes and loads it onto the device, and everything just works. I love it. So I want to show you Packetry, which is our USB analysis software. So this is a screenshot of Packetry, and I'm sorry that My font is going to be a little bit hard for some of you to read. You're just going to have to trust me on some of the things that I say here. But packetry is USB analysis software. You know, it's like a packet analysis that lets you, when you do monitoring of USB with Syntheon, you can analyze the traffic with packetry. And you're probably looking at this and thinking, they could have used Wireshark. So why not use Wireshark? And to show that, I think the best thing to do is to give you a demo. So I'm going to show you packetry. And I had to change my screen resolution to try to make the projector behave better, but it's not. So I'm going to go back to the other resolution that's going to make this more visible to you, I think, because we're going to just keep having the projector turn off from time to time, and we're just dealing with that. And hopefully it'll come back in a moment. There it is. So now that's probably a little bit more visible to you. So let me just show you. This is something from my setup. I'm going to restart a capture here with Syntheon and just plug in a HackRF. So I've just plugged in HackRF1, and we're seeing the host operating system having enumerated this HackRF device. And you can see, for example, like the operating system is asking the device, what are you called? And the device replies, I'm called HackRF1. And you can see that this transaction, or like this transfer of this device name is made up of these 4 transactions, and these 4 transactions are made up of these multiple USB packets. And this is a big part of why we decided to build our own tool in Rust instead of using Wireshark, is because we wanted to display these things in hierarchical mode. And my screen's a little messed up from having changed my resolution so many times. But there we go. There's a device panel over here that summarizes information that it automatically figured out by looking at, by seeing these device descriptors and like string descriptors go by and stuff. Let me show you the same thing in Wireshark. So if I look in Wireshark and I just stop this and start a new capture, I'm using the USB Mon facility of Linux here to capture with Wireshark, which is, if you've ever done USB with Wireshark before, that's probably what you did, something like that. So I plug in the HackRF, and I'm going to stop this capture now, and you can see some of the same sorts of things, like string descriptors. Here's a response of a string descriptor that is, oh look, it's HackRF1. Very similar stuff that I can see with Wireshark. But guess what? Wireshark shows me a request and a response. And these are USB herbs. What's a USB herb? Well, it's a USB request block. And if you read all 650 pages of the USB 2.0 standard, you will find 0 references to herbs. It is not really a USB thing. Where will you find documentation about what an herb is? Look in the Linux kernel source or the Linux kernel documentation, because and there are similar data structures in other host operating systems. What you're seeing here with Wireshark and USB Mon is the Linux kernel's view of USB. Your host computer has a USB host controller, which is like a separate chip that handles the USB connection on behalf of the CPU. And so you're seeing the operating system asking the host controller to do USB stuff for it. You're not actually seeing the USB stuff. The USB stuff that goes over the wire looks quite different, because all I'm seeing here is a request and a response. But when I looked in packetry, look, I saw this request, and I saw that was made up of a transaction, that was made up of packets, and I see the individual packets that went over the wire, and if something went wrong here, I would only be able to see it in these packets over the wire, and I might not see it at all show up in Wireshark with USB Mon. So, okay, this isn't really an issue between Wireshark and packetry. Really what we're seeing here is an issue with USB Mon versus sniffing on the bus with the Syntheon or some other hardware USB analyzer. So one thing we can do is save this capture with, from packetry, So I'll just call it like hackrf enumeration.pcap. I can save this as a pcap file from packetry and actually open it up in Wireshark. Let's take a look at that, what that looks like. I named it the same thing as I had before. So I open it up, and I see tons of these startup frame packets. And I'm scrolling through all these tiny startup frame packets. Scrolling and scrolling. Okay, so in packetry, those startup frame packets did in fact exist, but packetry hides them under this SOF group. And you can dig into them if you want, but most of the time you probably don't. On rare occasions, they're useful, but most of the time they're not. Now in Wireshark, probably the way you want to deal with that is to do a filter. We can apply as a filter not SOF packets. And now we're starting to get some useful things in Wireshark. You can see those individual packets. However, I find them harder to make sense of because they are not presented in the hierarchical form that they are in packetry. So this is really, there are a couple of different issues here. One is, where do we sniff? Do we sniff at the host CPU, or do we sniff on the wire? But another issue is, how do we present this data to the user? These packets are much easier to understand if you can present them in a hierarchical way. And there's another reason why things might be a little bit harder to deal with in Wireshark. I want to show you, if I do a capture with Syntheon, and let me make sure it's working by resetting my hackrf. There we go. We're seeing, well, I'm seeing, you'll see in a moment. We're seeing these packets come in with hackrf. And then if I actually run some hackrf commands, like hackrf info, I can actually start to see some interesting traffic go by. And if I do a hackrf transfer, which like actually transfers a bunch of radio data, like now I'm getting some real throughput, right? And look at the packet count at the very bottom of my screen. I'm already up over 1 million packets in Wireshark in just like a second, right? I'm already over 2 million packets now. And I'm not even using hackrf at its maximum sample rate. I'm using it at its default sample rate. And the number of packets, and a big part of this is those tiny little startup frame packets. The number of packets that you get on a USB wire is incredible. Like the rate is unbelievable. I'm going to stop this at 6 million or so. And packetry performs just fine. And I can see all the, these bulk transfers and all the data being transferred. And if I save this, hackrf transfer.pcap, if I save this, if I reopen it in packetry, I think you'll see at the bottom of the screen there's that progress bar. Did you see that? It only lasted for a second or two, right? Now, if I open that same file in Wireshark, let's see what happens. Some of you are groaning already. You know what's coming because you've worked with Wireshark before. Now, don't do it. Here we go. Open hackrf transfer.pcap. Okay, now there's a progress bar at the bottom of the screen. There's a progress bar. Do you see that little blue sliver? That's the progress bar of opening this file of 6 million packets. And it's just not the performance that we need, especially to do real-time monitoring and display, right? Wireshark is fantastic software. I highly recommend it. It is a wonderful tool, but it's not designed for USB. So we decided to build packetry from scratch. Mostly Martin, thank you, Martin, has built packetry from scratch in Rust. And I'm just going to stop this. There we go. Okay, file loading was canceled. Oh, another thing is, not only did packetry load the file quicker, but even when it was not finished loading, it let you interact and view, you interact with and view the packets that it had loaded already. So Wireshark, you don't actually see that until you've canceled or finished loading. So I'm going to go back to my slides here. Here's a screenshot of Wireshark, and here's a screenshot of, I have changed my screen resolution, and things are not real happy. That's better. Okay, so and here's a kind of future screenshot of packetry. One thing you might like is dark mode, which actually works now. But another thing you might like is these hierarchies can be a little bit hard to visualize. We have all these lines and curves kind of connecting things together. They're getting better. They're getting smoother and more connected and better. And one thing that's really cool is that in packetry, we have a hierarchical view. We also have a transaction view. And if you want, you can even look at a packet view. And it kind of looks similar to when we opened that capture in Wireshark. Where, oh, these start of frame packets. But occasionally, packet view is handy because it's strictly chronological, whereas the hierarchical view is not strictly chronological because it's grouped these transactions together, it's grouped these transfers together, which are multiple transactions. But over the wire, especially if you have multiple devices on the same bus, you might have a transaction from one device interleaved with a transaction of another device, and it gets really hard to really understand, like, not only what's happening at the higher layers of the protocol, but also what's happening like over the wire if there's some kind of physical layer problem. So we have this new thing that's coming out. It's going to be a fourth view, and there's a pull request already, and that Martin has been working really hard on, which is interleaved hierarchical mode, which is amazing because it gives you both the hierarchy and strict chronology at once. And it's kind of hard to visualize until you actually see it. But it's really cool. So I want to talk next about FaceDancer. FaceDancer was originally a hardware platform created by Travis Goodspeed and Associated Software. And it was a variant of the GoodFet project. So his original GoodFet looked a lot like the left-hand half of this board. And then he added on to it to create the FaceDancer board, which was, it basically added a USB device controller onto it that could be controlled from the other USB device. So you have two USB devices back to back. One of them connects to your host computer, which is like your control station. And then the other one connects to a target computer, which is, and it presents itself as a USB device to the target computer. But when the target computer makes USB requests, it doesn't actually handle them locally on the device itself. Instead, it forwards them back to the control host, which then crafts a response in Python software. And then it allows you to create a USB device in Python on your host computer and like rapidly prototype it. And it's really cool. It lets you do some very powerful things like security testing of host operating system, like USB stacks, for example. So it's an extremely powerful tool, especially for security work and reverse engineering. And one of the things that's really cool about it is, like I use the word emulate a lot, like we're emulating another device. And I talk about FaceDancer like emulating a USB device, but from the perspective of the target computer, it's not an emulation. It's a physical USB device that is connected into it. And it's just that it's implemented through this complicated thing where you're able to just like implement the USB device in Python on the host computer. So later we made GreatFet 1, which was inspired by the original FaceDancer. And now, and it has 2 USB ports and can do the same kind of thing. And today, when we talk about FaceDancer, we're usually talking about the software project FaceDancer, which we maintain, and recently had the FaceDancer 3.0 release. And it's really important that we bump the release number to 3.0 because it helps eliminate confusion with things like FaceDancer 20 and FaceDancer 21, which were the hardware platforms. So once again, we had this confusing situation with like both hardware and software called the same thing. But today, probably when people talk about FaceDancer, they're talking about the software, which still has support for the original FaceDancer hardware platform, FaceDancer 21. It still has support for GreatFet 1 and for Syntheon and other platforms, including there's a new board called Hydra USB made by Benjamin Vernew that's really cool. We have support for that, thanks to their team. And the thing I want to show you about FaceDancer is that the capabilities have increased over time. FaceDancer 21 was like the latest version of Travis's original board. And it did low speed and full speed USB to the target computer, but it had a bottleneck at 115 kilobits per second, which is 100 times slower than full-speed USB. Okay, it's kind of amazing that it's useful as it is at this low speed. But you really can do some very powerful things with it. But it also only has 5 USB endpoints. And a USB endpoint is it's a numbered virtual pipe. It's kind of like a TCP port. And this device controller on FaceAnswer 21 can only give you 5 unidirectional endpoints. 2 of those are the control endpoint that's mandatory for every USB device. So that really only leaves you with only 3 custom endpoints, 2 in, 1 out. So you really have only 1 bidirectional pipe that you can use, which limits you quite a bit, and it prevents you from emulating certain USB devices. So we tried to improve that with GrayFET 1. We eliminated that 115 kilobit bottleneck, and we have a hardware architecture that can do 12 endpoints instead of 5. And we wanted to build even a yet better phased answer with Syntheon. We really wanted Syntheon to be the ultimate USB 2.0 phased answer. And so with Syntheon, you can do high-speed USB phased answer and to the target computer. And you can have all the endpoints you want. Like the USB 2.0 standard gives you a way to specify 32 endpoints. But like if somebody extends that standard, you could actually do that with Syntheon because the device controller is entirely built on the FPGA and gateware. It's open source gateware. We control it. We can do whatever we want. So I want to show you another demo of like reverse engineering a device by emulating it. Like if you have a USB device and some software on a host that talks to that device and you want to reverse engineer it, probably the best way to start is to like throw a sniffer in the middle and start sniffing packets and see what happens. But what if you have a device but you don't have host software? Well, in that case, you probably would connect it to your device and start writing your own software to talk to it. Your operating system will interrogate it, will enumerate the device and get information about it. And you can look at those device descriptors and have some clues about how to start talking to it. And I would recommend using Python for that. What if you have host software that knows how to talk to a device, but you don't actually physically have the device that you want to reverse engineer? Well, in that case, it can be really helpful to try to emulate that device yourself, like with phased answer. So let me show you an example. I'll keep this a little on the quick side. If we have, so first of all, I'm going to make sure that my Syntheon is connected, and I'm going to run the phased answer gateware. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually flashing the Syntheon with different gateware so that I can do phased answer things. And then I'm going to be able to actually emulate a HackRF, I hope. So if I do, for example, a HackRF info command, you can see, oops, it helps if you spell things correctly. No HackRF boards found. Okay, well, now I'm going to go run a program. I'm going to make a little program. I think I have one at the ready. Oops. HackRF. Oh my goodness. I think I don't know how to type. Typing is helpful. Typing correctly is helpful. Okay, so here's my starter program. There's not much going on here. I have some sort of dummy strings of information to kind of make enumeration make sense. But the big thing I'm starting with, the seed information, is the USB vendor ID and product ID. And these are things that you can look up online usually for any USB device that's common. But that's kind of my starting seed of information here. And so I have a little script that doesn't have really anything except for that vid-pid, the vendor ID and product ID. And if I run this, then it's going to emulate that device. Now I've connected the Syntheon, back to my host computer. So my host computer and my target computer are the same computer right now. And if I run HackRF info now, we actually see found HackRF. And we get that bogus serial number here that I typed in. But then, we get a HackRF board ID read, pipe error failure. Well, there's this so now I have to figure out, well, how can my emulated HackRF kind of try to convince HackRF info that we actually have a valid board ID? Well, there's this cool feature in phased answer called suggest. If I run this script with the ---- suggest option and do this again, then I can go back. When I terminate my face answer script, it says, why don't you try handling that request with this code? And so I can just copy and paste that into my script. Let me just put that right there. Now, instead of stalling when I get that request, I'm going to reply with something. It says the request was for 1 byte of data, so let's just like reply with board ID 1 and see what happens. So we did run this again with suggest. I run hackerf-info, and it says, oh, board ID number 1, that's a jawbreaker. Now, Jawbreaker was the beta platform that preceded HackerF1. Oh, so maybe if we want to emulate a HackerF1, maybe we should try board ID number 2. You know, and I could rename this instead of handle control request 14. I could call it, you know, like handle board ID request or something. So now we run this again, and HackerF-info now thinks there's a HackerF1 connected. But it's failing on the version string read. Well, let's take a look at the version string. Let's see what happens here. What does suggest tell us now? Oh, it says we should handle request number 15, which was for 255 bytes of data. Now, 255 bytes is kind of like the thing you see a lot when a host is just trying to ask for a maximum length string. Like it doesn't really know how long the string is that the device is going to return. Maybe we need to return 255 bytes to fool it, but I bet we can return less than that. So if we were to just like return, like reply with, so I just pasted in what suggest told me, and then I'll just put like ShmooCon version, and oh, I think this has to be, oops. This has to be bytes, not a Python string. And then we'll run it again and see what happens. There we go. The firmware version is ShmooCon version. It totally worked. It fooled HackerF-info. Now there's still more to do to get HackerF-info to be fully satisfied, but I'm going to cut my demo short here. There's actually more in a tutorial in the Syntheon documentation that we do this exact same demo, but go a little further. So there's another blog post, actually, written by Mike Walters, which shows you this exact method used. He did it. He used this method to reverse engineer the electronic cal kit for his vector network analyzer. He has this VNA that he got off of eBay, and he doesn't have the thousands of dollars cal kit, but he wanted to kind of build his own. So he used this technique to just kind of reverse engineer this hardware that it doesn't even have with a host computer, which is a piece of test equipment that he doesn't have access to modify or do anything in the operating system. He just connected a Syntheon and started doing phased answer things. There's another really cool thing I want to, if you want more demos, Martin is doing this video series on reverse engineering the PlayStation 5 controller, which is really cool. He has the first video up, and more videos are coming soon. Now, USB proxy was a capability that was demonstrated here in 2014 by Dominic Spill on the BeagleBone Black, but then later Kate and Dominic built that USB proxy function into phased answer, and now it's a thing that you can do on any of those phased answer platforms that I mentioned earlier. So if we have time, I'm going to tell you really quickly some ways to build USB devices. 3 ways to build USB devices in software. One of them is really obvious, phased answer, we've already looked at that. Another one is you can build a USB device in Gateware. And Antoine is working on a series of tutorials that are really cool that are going to be part of the Syntheon documentation any day now. And another thing you can do is actually build SOC firmware. So a third way you can build a USB device in software is actually, we have a SOC, a system on chip, which is a CPU built in Gateware that we put on our FPGA. And this is actually how we have implemented phased answer. So when you run phased answer with Syntheon, the phased answer software on your host computer is actually communicating with this back end, which is actually Rust firmware that runs on a soft CPU that is built in that is put on the FPGA on the Syntheon. So you can actually write your own firmware for that SOC if you want. And we have examples of, Hello World in both C and Rust. So 3 different ways to just like create a USB device in software. But if you create a USB device in software, You might also want to have some hardware, like does your USB device do anything other than just talk to a host computer? It might need to do other external things. So like 3 ways to build a USB device in hardware. One way is to add something on to the Syntheon. And so we have these external PMOD connectors that are just pin connectors on Syntheon. You can plug things into those. And there's this standard that Digilent has made called PMOD, and you can buy these external PMOD boards from Digilent, or the ones I have on screen here are from 1-bit squared, and they're open source hardware. If you're the kind of person who thinks that SSD stands for 7-segment display, then PMODs may be for you. There's also, on Syntheon, in addition to those PMOD headers down at the bottom, just above that there's a row of LEDs, and just above that there's a mezzanine connector. That mezzanine connector is another expansion port, and you can build boards that connect to that. An example of this is Amalthea, which is an experimental software-defined radio platform that we've made, and it's just a little add-on board that plugs into Syntheon. So the USB connectivity is provided by Syntheon, and then just the radio is on that little add-on board. A second way you can build a USB device in hardware is to modify the Syntheon design. Syntheon, of course, is open source. It's published under permission license, a permissive license, and an example of this is the URTI mainboard. URTI is our project to build a universal radio test instrument, and if you look at the top part of this board, it's basically just a Syntheon with some extra bits ripped out, and then we've added a radio to it. Kind of similar to the Amalthea architecture, except we've gone further in actually modifying the original Syntheon design instead of just adding something on to Syntheon. And then a third way that you can build a USB device in hardware is by using any FPGA. Like maybe you have a Glasgow, or you have some FPGA development board, or you've built your own board, designed your own board with an FPGA on it. As long as it's an FPGA that can be targeted by Amaranth HDL, and there are a lot of those, then you can use Luna to build a USB device on your platform. And the only thing you need to figure out is how are you going to physically connect to like a USB cable or connector. And there are a couple of different options. One way is to just use any 2 3.3 volt I/O pins on your FPGA and a resistor. And just that simple connection with the Luna gateway library allows you to build a low-speed or a full-speed USB device. If you want to do high-speed, I recommend using an external PHY chip, like a ULPI. That's what we do with Syntheon. A full-speed transceiver is that block in the upper right. A low-speed is a block in the lower right. They're the same thing. They're just 2 I/O pins, D+ and D-, and a pull-up on one or the other to indicate, and it's a particular value pull-up, so that the host can detect your device and detect what speed it is. Now, instead of that little block in the upper right, if you want to upgrade your device from full speed to high speed, your transceiver has to look something like this. And it's a lot more complicated. And in theory, you could roll your own PHY, but I don't recommend it. Although if you do, please tell me. I want to see it. It'd be really cool. But I would recommend that you just use like a $1 ULPI chip, which is what we do on Syntheon. So in the future, one of the things that we actually have working already is Luna SuperSpeed. You can actually do SuperSpeed USB with Luna, not with Syntheon. This is a good example of why we have 2 different names for these things now. Because Syntheon is strictly a USB 2.0 device, but Luna itself actually has SuperSpeed functionality, and we have the capability to use the SuperSpeed transceiver that we used on Daisho, or we have the capability, which is very experimental, to use a high-speed serial transceiver that's built into various FPGAs to do that SuperSpeed communication, which is really cool. But it needs a lot more verification before we can actually kind of deploy it safely. And then another thing that would be cool would be to do phase tensor in gateware. Instead of having phase tensor in a SOC, it would give us some more capabilities and some higher performance phase tensor things we could do. And another thing that would be really cool would be to do Luna host devices instead of, or USB host controllers in Luna instead of just doing USB device controllers in Luna. And we actually have some work in that direction that's coming from Sebastian, who's created this Tiliqua project I mentioned earlier. So he's doing some really exciting things there with Luna host mode. And I want to say thank you to way too many people. The entire team at Great Sky Gadgets has just been phenomenal. They've just put so much effort into all of these projects and more. I mean, I've only told you about the main ones. I haven't even really mentioned a lot of the side projects that support these things. Also, thank you to former Great Sky Gadgets people, especially Kate Temkin, who started the Luna and Syntheon projects. I want to thank various other neighbors in the community who have contributed in various ways, especially, I mean, like, I barely even scratching the surface of folks who have helped create this wonderful ecosystem of open source FPGA tools. Back in the Daisho days, we didn't have that, and that was one of the reasons we were frustrated with the Daisho project and were slow in developing it and didn't see it as a good way forward, was because we were fighting with proprietary FPGA tools. Now, today, we have this wonderful ecosystem of open source FPGA tools. And thank you to the backers of Syntheon on Crowd Supply. I know some of you are here today. Thank you so much. You helped keep us at Great Sky Gadgets afloat during the global chip shortage. And thank you, ShmooCon, for putting on this wonderful event all these years and having me so many times here. And for requiring masks, I really, really appreciate the concern for the health and safety of this community. I thank you all for coming with masks, and thank you all. And thank you to our sign language interpreter and the AV crew. There's so many people to thank. A little bit, but not recently. But I definitely recommend. Are you familiar with? His handle is Xairy, Xairy. If you look up Xairy, he's done some really good work, including face dancer support for raw gadget interface.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's merged yet, but there's code.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Good, man. Oh, yeah? Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah?
This talk in particular, I didn't know any of this stuff existed, but
Yeah.
it's super interesting to learn like VR SRE headspace. So
If you don't mind, could you introduce yourself to Straith there with the red purse? She's actually our community manager, and so she'd love to talk to you. Yeah. Thank you. Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, can we use the wireless mics or just lectures? I guess we could just sit here.
If that's a pain in the ass, we can just use lectures.
Wireless mic, they have it. I'll get the AV team here.
If that's a pain in the ass, we can just use the lectures.
Yeah, we can manage this.
Whatever's
In which case, we do want to just like stay at the table and both use these mics.
Well, we got to use the slides, so I think we should shuffle around.
Yeah.
I misread that at first as protect trans kill.
No.
And thought that was really good.
Protect trans cats. Did you see the Wired article that came out yesterday? Did you see the Wired article that came out yesterday?
No.
So we feel pretty good about we found an exit catcher at the DNC. Cool. Like we looked back at our data with a new heuristic.
Hi. And this was literally.
Oh, awesome. Oh, see you, Chance.
I have gotten one.
This is Russ, by the way.
If you run out, I might take 2 or 3 more later. But you know.
Russ,
Thank you.
how you doing, man?
How's it going? I'm the other guy looking in that signal group. Yeah.
It all makes sense.
Yeah.
So you're looking for wireless mics.
Yeah, there's two over there.
Yeah, which is why we asked.
Okay.
Well, it's also totally cool if that's not a thing.
Because those are always hot, and
You
you
know
can
what's hilarious is when we caught it, we were right next to the wireless village. Which, if I was somebody setting up an instant catcher at ShmooCon, that's where I'd be sitting. Yeah, let's hit him up after this. Yeah. All right, how do I connect to the HD?
Okay.
Oh, there's a cable.
There's an HDMI.
Yep. I got it.
I hope the bugginess was his laptop and not the HDMI.
Right? We'll find out. Hi.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Absolutely.
I was gonna do it just because it sounded like Michael was being heard well, but you're so right that like hearing people can't. Yeah. That wasn't ShmooCon? Oh wow. Okay. Wow. I've been asking. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for letting us know. Yeah. I really just assumed ShmooCon provided that, but no. Huh. That blows.
Oh, the hot mic.
One. 1.
Anyway, as I was saying, I think this is the most attractive audience I've ever seen for a
You're
talk.
so right. You're so right.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. While we get started, I have a moose and a beanie.
Think fast.
Thank you for being here. Am I on? Am I on there? All right. All right, I'll just scream.
I don't have. Can I get my screen up on the monitor? No.
The other HDMI? No.
Okay, so there is a lost and found. If you lost something, check with the registration desk. They may have it. And starting at noon, there is going to be sales of bags of crap, boxes of crap, old bags from previous conferences that are filled full of crap, more crap than you can shake a stick at. They are donations to the 2 charities that we have, EFF and Reading is Fundamental, and in return you get a thing. They keep finding more old t-shirts. So there are t-shirts that we swore sold out 10 years ago, and open a box and, oh, look at that, there's 10 of them. So please check out the merch there afterwards, and thank you for being here. You guys ready?
No.
I don't have
My thing is not on the
HDMI.
screen. And for Linux problems.
You got it.
Linux and framework are a match made in hell.
You gotta connect it.
Yeah. Oh, hey! All right.
I just need to do it.
You had the magic touch. All right, now,
Want me to do an intro for you?
what Wi-Fi network am I connected to? It's a mystery. Oh well. YOLO.
All right, everybody. This is Will and Cooper from EFF, and they are going to be talking about detecting fake 4G base stations. And this is really incredible work. This is a problem that is essentially an impossible problem. I've worked on it before with doing MC catching. It is really, really hard, and what they have done is absolutely incredible. So please, thank you for telling us about it here at last ShmooCon. So Will and Cooper, please take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for waking up early and coming down here to join us this morning. As John said, who was formerly my boss, I'm Cooper, and this is Will. We are at EFF. I'm a senior staff technologist at EFF, where I've been for 10 years, and I started out working on Privacy Badger there, and now look at things like state-sponsored malware, street-level surveillance technologies, our Threat Lab project to defend at-risk people from digital surveillance, and of course, phone technology, which is what we're going to be talking about today.
Hey, I'm Will Greenberg. I'm also a staff technologist who is senior as of this week at EFF. Thank you so much. So I primarily work on CertBot, investigating the data broker industry, and also police use of surveillance on the street and in the carceral system.
Cool. So today, we're going to talk about Stingrays, aka MC catchers, aka cell site simulators. I'm probably going to use these terms interchangeably. Feel free to throw smorgasbords at me if you feel like, but whatever. We all use these terms kind of interchangeably. So we started looking at cell site simulators when we got a call from some people in Mandan, North Dakota, who were protesting a large oil pipeline, the water protectors down there, in 2016. And they had been using some apps to detect cell site simulators, which had been giving them indications that maybe there were some cell site simulators running on the ground there to surveil what they were doing. We thought that was really interesting because at EFF, we're not big fans of police using surveillance technology on people exercising their First Amendment rights to protest. So I went down to the protests in North Dakota and brought a bunch of equipment with me, a bunch of phones with apps, some SDRs, and a couple of other things. And what I learned was that I had no idea what I was doing. The apps were giving me all sorts of alerts that I couldn't possibly hope to interpret. Location area update, what the fuck does that mean? And I was getting, traces of the radio spectrum with the SDRs, but I also had no idea how to interpret those. So back to the drawing board. Let's think about how we can do this better and actually analyze this evidence. So we came up with 3 goals. The first goal was to determine how often cell site simulators are being used, and specifically how often they're being used to surveil protests. Determine what kind of attacks modern cell site simulators are using, because hey, we have 4G now. And also to figure out if we can detect cell site simulators reliably. So the first question is the easiest one. How often are cell site simulators being used? We have pretty good evidence that foreign spies are using them. The government and various government contractors have put out reports about MC catchers being found in DC and around the White House. We know that cyber mercenaries like NSO Group are using them to deliver their malware, thanks to excellent reporting from Amnesty USA. And we know from FOIA requests that law enforcement is using them. ICE and DHS have several dozen cell site simulators, which they're reportedly using hundreds of times per year. And even local law enforcement is in on the game. So Santa Barbara and a suburb of Santa Barbara, Fontana, used their cell site simulators hundreds of times, 231 in 2017, 160 in 2022. Certainly there aren't that many murderers and kidnappings in Santa Barbara, even though it is Santa Barbara. That's a California joke, and I shouldn't joke about Southern California right now. Anyway, but they're also being used by criminals. There was this MC catcher that was being driven around the streets of Paris that everybody thought was a bomb and caused a huge bomb scare in downtown Paris a couple years ago. But it turns out it was actually being used for an SMS phishing scam based on health insurance. They were trying to collect people's health insurance data to do some sort of further scam. But this was a very rudimentary MC catcher that they were just driving around the streets with. So the next question we wanted to answer, how do 4G cell-site simulators work? What are the vulnerabilities in the modern stack that we think are being taken advantage of? So my colleague at the time, Yamna, and I sat down and read all of the academic literature for like a year on every attack that had been carried out against 4G. And Yamna wrote this really excellent white paper called Gotta Catch 'Em All for EFF that goes over all of the various attacks that we came up with. And I'm going to take, before I get into what we found there, I'm going to take a break to just give you a quick overview of cell technology. So this is acronym hell, and I'm so sorry. A lot of these acronyms are sub-nested acronyms with other acronyms in them. But basically, you have the phone, or the device, which is called the UE, or user equipment. The user equipment, or phone, connects to the eNode B, which is the base station, or the tower. And then the towers connect to the sort of back end, the enhanced packet core, which has the mobility engine, all of the like authentication and billing stuff like that. We really, for our purposes, only care about the connection between the phone, or the UE, and the towers, the eNode B. So that's all you really have to care about for this talk. And then the protocol for what happens between the phone and the tower is summarized here. I'm sure this is a very readable slide for all of you. But basically, you have a couple of layers. Over the physical, you have the radio resource control, which handles like negotiating your connection with the tower, like connecting to the tower, finding out what frequency it's on, things like that. And then you have the NAS, which is the non-access stratum, which is about like authentication, attaching to the service, and doing all that stuff. And what we figured out in our research is that even though 4G had made a lot of improvements over 2G, for example, now the phone and the tower have to mutually authenticate, and the phone has to decide that the tower has the right cryptographic keys, it has a glass jaw. There are a ton of messages that get sent and received and parsed before and trusted before authentication ever happens, or without any authentication ever happening. And you can even do downgrade attacks in that window and say, sorry, downgrade to 2G. This is still prevalent in 5G. In 5G, you can downgrade to 4G, and then you get to 4G, and you can downgrade to 2G. It's awesome. So all of the attacks happen in this window, basically, in the RRC and in the NAS. That's where the vast majority of cellular network attacks happen. So then we looked at detection, and there were some previous efforts to detect cell-site simulators. There's two broad categories. The first is app-based, things like Android MC Catcher Detector, Snoop Snitch, Darshark. And the strengths of these are that they're cheap. They're free if you already have a rooted Android phone, or if you have a compatible Android phone that you can root. And they're easy to use. All you got to do is install an app and look for what sorts of alerts it gives up. The weaknesses of these, though, is that there's limited data. You're limited to what you can get from the Android API, or in Snoop Snitch's case, they were using the same DIAG protocol that we are, but they were still limited amounts of data they could get. Did my mic just get quieter? All right, can you all still hear me? Okay, sweet. But you got lots of false positives with these apps, was my experience in the field, and possibly some false negatives as well. The other category is radio-based things, and these are like Sitch or Overwatch, which was a device that was being sold to the U.S. government here for a while, or Seaglass, which is a project out of University of Washington, run by our board member Yoshi Kono. And the strengths of those are that you can get better data because you can have a lot of sensors all over the city. You can get lower level information because you can get like physical information about the like shape of radio traffic, what the signal to noise ratio is, how strong it is, do new towers show up, et cetera, et cetera. Weakness is that it's harder to set up. You got to set up a bunch of SDRs all over the city. It's harder to use because you got to, use an SDR. And you got to buy all this hardware, right? And you can't transmit because the FCC frowns upon that sort of thing. But the big problem with all of these that we saw was that all previous detections only focused on 2G. And the Stingray worked natively on 2G, but 2G is long gone, and nobody buys the Stingray anymore. In fact, L3Harris stopped selling to local police because local police kept screwing it up and ending up with all of their documents showing up in court. So now, KeyW, which recently got bought by Jacobs Technology, former ShmooCon sponsor, KeyW was, not Jacobs. KeyW and other companies have started building 4G native IMSI catchers. So we need to be looking natively on 4G for 4G attacks. So can we detect 4G IMSI catchers? And can we improve on the previous attempts? Well, we came up with what we thought at the time was a good idea. And we named this project Crocodile Hunter because even though we're on 4G, we're going after Stingrays. Stingrays killed Steve Irwin. Taking one back from my man, Steve. So Crocodile Hunter had a hardware stack that looked like this. It was a Edis B200 or a Blade RF software-defined radio, Linux, GPS, and a couple of antennas. And then the software stack, what we were doing was basically emulating a mobile phone on the SDR and then looking at all of the towers in the area, looking at the RRC packets they were sending, and sort of logging those and then looking for trying to approximate the location of those towers. And this was the UI I developed because I used too much command line. And here, we put a little orange dot for every tower that we located that we thought was legitimate, and we put a little black skull for every tower that we thought was suspicious. This is a run we did in downtown San Francisco during the Dreamforce conference in 2019. And I don't actually think there are dozens of IMSI catchers just hanging out on the streets of San Francisco. So there were some flaws in our detection methods because basically what we were doing was looking for towers that weren't in open source databases. And it turns out those open source databases are incomplete as much as they are lovely. And new cell towers just pop up all the time. People put in femtocells. People put in cells on wheels and temporary cell towers and all those sorts of things. So we went back to the drawing board. The other problems here was that it was really expensive. You had to buy an expensive, like $400 or $500 SDR to run this software, which was outside of the realm of what most journalists could do. It was too hard to set up. You had to, Python, compile some C, run Linux, right? Again, it's not a thing that journalists want to do, and journalists were who I wanted using this. And it was too difficult to interpret the results for a layperson, right? Like all those black skulls. Oh my God, there's 50 IMSI catchers in downtown San Francisco. No, there's not. That's not what we want you to come away with this. So can we do better? Will, can we do better?
We'll see. Is this mic actually on, by the way? Can you? Okay, great. Yeah, so this project Rayhunter started when Cooper found out from Matthew Garrett that there was this cheap $20 mobile hotspot called the Orbic that was very easily rooted, ran the Qualcomm baseband, which was a fairly well understood chip to be reverse engineered, and we decided that, hey, this might be a cheap device. This might be a cheap device that the average journalist or activist could afford, and if we just made it relatively easy to install bit of software, we might be able to use this for kind of a Crocodile Hunter 2.0. Thanks, yeah. Maybe I'll just use this one. There we go. Okay. So we aim to make this as easy to install as possible and to make as easy to interpret a UI as possible. So we're actually looking at the UI here. You're looking at mostly just the normal Orbic UI here. This is just what you would see if you booted up this device straight from Amazon. But at the top of the screen, you should see a hopefully inconspicuous green line. That's Rayhunter saying everything's fine. We haven't detected an IMSI catcher. And that line will turn red when, hey, we may have detected some sort of heuristic that indicates an IMSI catcher might be around. We also wrote this thing in Rust because the device is fairly hardware limited, and we wanted to have a good handle on memory pressure, also because we like Rust. And a note on the name, we wanted to kind of keep the stingray-oriented theme here, and we found that orcas actually hunt stingrays en masse in nature, using a strategy called wave hunting, which we thought was sick. Wave hunter is unfortunately trademarked. Orca also trademarked. As like a dozen other ideas that we came up with, just unavailable. So we went with Rayhunter. because that's what it does. Also, because this is just a Linux device, you can just dump arbitrary RGB values to the frame buffer. So that's how we have that green line. We just read in the frame buffer, overwrite the top line with green or red, and that's that. Since this thing is also like a mobile hotspot, a Wi-Fi hotspot, you can connect it with your laptop and just go to a web server where we're serving a slightly improved UI. And you can tell we're software engineers because our idea of a UI is just dumping JSON into a pre-tag. But this is, this will show you all of the recordings that this device has taken, also give you links to download the PCAP files from each recording and a QMDL file. And I'll cover what both of those are for in a bit. And so our goals with sort of the next generation Crocodile Hunter was we wanted this to be something that we could very easily deploy to people who are not, technically proficient, because then we can gather as much data as possible because there's lots of unknowns about how MC catchers are used. A lot of the numbers that Cooper was citing earlier come from just kind of FOIA requests where we happen to get information about how these things are being used, but data is pretty scant. So yeah, by sort of democratizing this approach, our hope is to get a lot more data to make research easier. So how this thing works, and I hinted at this earlier, is that it uses the Qualcomm baseband, and this device is running kind of a modified version of Android that almost has all the things that Android should have, but specifically it exposes this dev diag file, which is how you access what's called the Qualcomm diag protocol, which is this diagnostic protocol that's not publicly documented anywhere, but we'll go into that in a bit. And basically tells it to start logging all of the radio frames that the device is receiving. So then the Rayhunter software just captures that in real time, looks for anomalies in the frames, and then reports to the user over the screen or the web UI. And from the user's perspective, after it's installed, you can just turn the device on. It's running automatically then, and you just throw it in your backpack or in your pocket, go about your day, and then just check it periodically. And if the line's red, you should be concerned. This is an example of one of the PCAP files that you can download from one of these traces. And this is something that is just, it's built into Wireshark, the ability to dissect LTE data. So that was very handy for us. This is an example of a in the wild captured PCAP file. Nothing suspicious is going on here, just to give you a demonstration of what this data kind of looks like. So this is one of those RRC messages that Cooper was mentioning earlier. And here it's basically instructing, this is the tower, it's a downlink message, so it's coming from the tower to the device. And it's instructing the device to switch to this ciphering algorithm, which in this case, a reasonable thing to do. It's a well-known and I suppose not terrible cipher. So how this actually works is there is this not public diag protocol, but thankfully the lovely people at ShmooCon have documented it quite thoroughly. And also one of the detector projects, Snoop Snitch, has a daemon that taps into this and does exactly what we wanted to do. So we had a lot of prior work to base Rayhunter on, which we're very, very thankful for. And all you do with this file, it's just a file on the file system. You open it, you throw an ioctl at it saying, hey, I want to enable logging. Then you just start spewing some of these serialized bits of binary data saying, I want to log RRC messages, NAS messages, just the whole mask of the frames that you would like logged. And then you just start reading it on a loop. And everything that comes out after the fact will be these frames that have one or more of these radio messages. And in Rust, the way we do this is with this lovely crate that I love called Deku. It's I have an example here, yeah. Declarative parsing library. So what that means is you can just sort of define the structs that you want to serialize or deserialize, throw in some of these magic Deku procedural macros that you see on the left. And it will just make 2 bytes and from bytes methods along with a bunch of other things. It's wonderful. I use it all the time. So I won't dwell on this too much, just in case there's not many Rust speakers. But basically, this is saying, hey, I've got a request that you can detect because it has a number 115 of 115 byte in the first byte. And if you see that, then descend into this log config request enum, which itself has 2 variants based on the number that follows it. And so you can just see this is from our unit tests, whether or not we're able to serialize one of these diag requests. So this is my attempt at a diagram showing kind of the flow of data through Rayhunter. So it starts at the far left, this dev diag file. And so once we've enabled logging, we're just reading it on a loop and dumping all of the raw data that we get from it before we even parse or handle it at all into the QMDL file. And as far as we can tell, this is just the way that Qualcomm natively stores this diagnostic information is just it dumps the bytes into a QMDL file. And this is super handy because after the fact, after you've done a recording, even if you have like a very early version of Rayhunter with maybe the very primitive heuristics that we had at the beginning, this QMDL file is kind of a like upstream source of truth of what that recording was. You can run any prior version of Rayhunter on it and then test new heuristics on it. And so after we decode the frames, we can throw them into one of the PCAP files that I mentioned earlier. And the way, if you haven't like written or dealt with PCAP files in the past, you can just dump data into it, and then Wireshark's dissectors will actually do all the parsing for you. So no processing is needed to create those PCAP files. It's very fast. And then finally is the part that Rayhunter is actually interesting for, the parsing in the heuristics. So like Cooper was mentioning, these RRC and NAS messages are where most of these attacks will take place. Great news about RRC is that it's well-defined using ASN1, the abstract syntax notation that plenty of other cryptographic protocols and other things are written in. It's sort of like a formalized grammar of how you serialize and deserialize data. And because of that, you can just generate a parser for an ASN1 file. So we did that, and it's like 10,000 lines long. It's crazy. But we can, as a result, parse RRC messages and run our heuristics directly on them in the Rayhunter code. NAS is not. It's just this big bag of tabular data. It seems like it has been formalized in something called CSN1, which is ASN1's terrible cousin. It's not, the tooling around it isn't like well developed. As far as I can tell, this is something that we would love input on if anyone has more knowledge about this. As a result, we can't generate a parser for it, and we would have to hand roll one, which would take a tremendous amount of time and expertise to do. So currently, we don't have any NAS parsing in Rust. We are instead using this fantastic Python package called PyCrate. Python doesn't run on this device very well, so this happens offline on the laptop after the fact. So currently, we can't actually parse NAS, one major limitation. So this is basically every one of our heuristics is written using this Rust trait. So suppose that one of you wanted to write a heuristic, all you would have to do is basically write something that implements this trait, which basically gives a user-friendly name and description for what it's looking for. And then for every frame that comes from the diag file, it's run on this analyze information element method. So information element is just kind of this master enum of like RRC, NAS, any other LTE message that we have runs through this. And the idea is that a heuristic will either return nothing if it doesn't detect anything suspicious, or it'll return one of our events, which an event could be just an informational log message or an actual warning with some severity associated with it. And the heuristics that we've written so far are the downgrade attack that Cooper mentioned earlier. This is, this was, I think, one of the most promising heuristics at the start of this. We have never actually seen this in the wild, although as of yesterday, we found out that we're actually like not checking the right thing for this. It's kind of a pattern.
We're checking the right thing. It's that we're not checking all of the right things. There
Yes.
are multiple ways to do downgrades, and we're only checking for one of them.
Yeah. So our heuristics also need work. We're not telecom experts. I didn't know anything about telecom before this project. But as a result, we haven't actually seen evidence of a downgrade attack in the wild yet, given our heuristic. There's also a null cipher check that we have. In 4G, you can basically, the cell can tell your phone, use the null cipher. Don't actually encrypt anything. And your phone will say, gotcha. We haven't actually seen this one in the wild yet. It seems extremely unreasonable that this would ever happen except in an attack. And then finally, the most promising thing that we have now is this IMSI attach message, which Cooper will go into a little bit more.
Yeah. So the IMSI attach message is really interesting. Basically, there's a message in NAS. There's a message in NAS that the tower can request your identity. It can, and specifically, it can request your IMSI. And there's a lot of ways where your phone might send the IMSI to the tower, and some of them happen a lot under sort of normal circumstances, which is not great design, but some of them don't happen under normal circumstances. So we tried a couple approaches to this. First, we were looking at paging messages from the tower with your IMSI, but it turns out that's a thing that happens a lot under normal circumstances and would only be useful for an IMSI catcher if somebody was trying to actually track your location, not if and therefore already knew your IMSI, not if somebody was trying to get your IMSI for the first time to identify who you are, which is what we're more concerned about. The other thing that happens is sometimes your phone just decides to attach to a tower by its IMSI for no particular reason, because it doesn't think it has a valid temporary IMSI, or because it just isn't really sure what's going on. Again, this is a thing that at first we thought was very suspicious, but then we realized happens all the time. For example, if you're on T-Mobile, like I am, and you're out of range of all T-Mobile towers, like I am right now, your phone will just try connecting to any tower around it promiscuously and saying, here's my IMSI. Does anybody want my IMSI? Will somebody please give me service? So it's, again, not a great heuristic, although it is a great attack for an IMSI catcher to pull off because it's hard to detect. But we came up with a better test, which is for this attack that I call the wallet inspector attack. So for those of you who watched The Simpsons, there's basically this episode where Homer's going to college and Snake, the criminal guy, walks up to these three nerds on campus and he's like, wallet inspector. And they all pull out their wallets and they're like, here you go. I think you'll find these to be in order. And then he takes their wallets and runs away with them. That's basically what the tower is doing. So it walks up to the phone and says, IMSI inspector. And the phone goes, yes, here's my IMSI. You'll find this to be in order. And then the tower goes, kick rocks, get off my tower, and runs away. And then your phone goes back to the normal tower that it's been on the whole time. It turns out, we don't think happens under normal circumstances ever. We've, in fact, only in all of our testing, all of our controls, and everything, only seen this happen a couple of times in the wild. There is one false positive for this, which is that sometimes right when you turn your device on for the first time after several days, even a legit network will have no idea what your device is based on the IMEI, and so it will send an IMSI request. So if it happens in the first 100 packets right after you've turned your device on, that's a false positive, and we don't look for that. But if it happens in the middle of your run, it's pretty goddamn suspicious. So we did some simulated attack testing with some folks at Cape, who's a secure mobile company. This isn't a sponsor talk. They got a table out there. Go talk to them. They're cool. But they generously agreed to build an IMSI catcher for us and run it in their office and test it on one of these devices. So they did a couple of tests. They tested the tricking the phone into doing an attach request, and we were able to see that. And they were also able to do the wallet inspector attack, where the tower sends an identity request. I request your IMSI, and the phone goes, yes, here is my IMSI. So this was excellent because they were actually able to poke a lot of holes in our early heuristics and our early detection methods, show us why we had false positives, and now we have an actual sort of positive control of here's what and we have a good reason to believe that this is exactly what the attack is that's being used by commercial IMSI catchers. So this is a good positive control for us. We have a simulated attack. We can try to think about ways. And we're doing more simulating different types of attacks with them as well. And we've also started field testing. So one of our EFF supporters reached out to us and said he wanted to run one of these down at the border because he works down there, lives down there, and he's not the type of guy that DHS cares about because they're racists. So I'm sure some of you are fine people. So he took a Rayhunter device down along the border and did his work down there and wandered along. And what we found down there so far is nothing. Bummer. It turns out that the border's, yay, maybe? I don't know. It turns out that the border's a really big place, and there's a lot of desert down there. And we think this is good because, A, it says we don't have many false positives. We might have some false negatives. But B, we can keep doing this, and he can keep collecting data, and as we come up with better heuristics, better tests, we can rerun those against the old data and see if we do find something in the future. But we have found things. So earlier this year, Dhruv Mathura at Wired took a Rayhunter device to the DNC. And at the time, we didn't find anything. Our heuristics were trash. We wrote a new heuristic 3 days ago for this wallet inspector attack. And we reran it on the heuristics, and what we found was somebody was doing the wallet inspector attack at the DNC. It showed up exactly one time, pretty near to a hotel where delegates were staying. And Yeah, we have the exact attack where the tower requests the IMSI, the phone says, here's my IMSI, and then the tower says, nope, no service for you, kicks it off, and then it goes back to a legit tower. But the tower that it was connected to, it was an AT&T SIM. It was connected to an AT&T tower before, during, an AT&T tower during the attack, and then an AT&T tower after the attack. So there's no reason why this should have happened in a legitimate scenario. This is not a smoking gun. We can't for sure say there was an IMSI catcher at the DNC, but we think that it's pretty strong evidence that leads us to think that it was likely. We don't know who was running it either. It could have been US government, it could have been espionage, it could have been somebody fucking around, right? Unclear. A friend of ours, Andy Cara, also did some field testing. Hi, Andy. Also did some field testing last year at ShmooCon when we had first developed this. He took one of our devices and wandered down, I've totally dry snitched on you now. And wandered down the street where all the embassies are in Washington, D.C. Again, at the time, we didn't find anything because our heuristics were trash. But we reran it again on Wednesday after we had developed this new heuristic for the wallet inspector attack, and found one time where suddenly a bunch of really shady shit happened. So the towers all around him at this point start sending out location area updates. So basically, like, what they are doing is tricking the phone into thinking it has suddenly jumped hundreds of miles and needs to reconfigure itself. Then we get an identity request message, wallet inspector attack, identity response with the IMSI. Then we get a UE identity cannot be derived. Phone identity can't be derived. Weird, because that's the identity. How could it not be derived? And then we get kicked off the tower. Kind of makes sense that one of these would be near an embassy. Unfortunately, we don't know which embassy we were at because I lost the location data of where Andy was. Womp womp. Luckily, I'm in DC again, so we can just run this test again and see what happens. So we still have lots to do. We are not done with this work yet. We want to do more testing with simulated attack environments. If any of you have software-defined radios at home and want to build an IMSI catcher and run some attack tests, we would love to take a look at those PCAPs. We promise we won't tell the FCC. Don't violate any FCC regulations, or at least if you do, don't tell me that you did. We want to do more user testing, right? We're not UX experts. We're Linux users. We want to get this into the hands of a lot of people, especially people who, like, this is not their forte, right? We want to get this into all of your hands. We want to get this also into the hands of people who are not hackers, right? People who are journalists, people who are doing other work, activists, human rights defenders, right? So we want to do a lot more user testing to make sure that our UI is as good as it can be and to make sure that we're not sending any false positives. We want to write more heuristics, right? We want to have more tests. We have some ideas. We are open to other ideas. If you have thoughts about this, again, we're not telecom experts, so we do not know everything, right? And then on-device NAS parsing, of course, is something we really want. We do have one NAS parser on device for the wallet inspector attack, but it's a very limited, like, we can only look for that and that's it. So having a full NAS parser would be super nice. And yeah, we want your help. If you know people who would be interested in testing this, so this device can be bought on Amazon for 20 bucks. It's a $20 device. You can order the device from Amazon, download our install script from GitHub, and run it and throw it in your pocket, and you're done. We want you all to test this. Or if you know any phone experts who can help us come up with good heuristics, that would be excellent. Or if you have a bunch of communities that you're a part of, especially like in other countries or communities that are highly at risk here in the US, and you want to distribute these among them and help us coordinate that and like helping people interpret the results and getting the data, we're very interested in that. And I want to end with some advice from my kid. So when I was saying goodnight, so this is my son, River, he's 5.5. When I was saying goodnight to him last night, calling him on the phone and saying goodnight to him, and he was like, Dad, what's your talk about tomorrow? So I was kind of trying to explain it in terms he could understand. Well, there's spies that, like, in some places that kind of want to spy on our phones and see what we're doing, and so, like, me and my colleague have come up with a way to try to detect that and stop that from happening. And he thought about it for a second, and he was like, Dad, why don't you just tell those hackers to turn off their phones? Which, honestly, great fucking advice, kid. You nailed it. And then he made me promise that I would say that at the end of my talk and put a picture of him in my slides. So here we are. I'll tell him he got a big round of applause. He's going to love that. And finally, acknowledgements. We stand on the shoulders of giants with all this work. There's no such thing as an InfoSec rock star. We all help each other out. So thanks to Sang-Wook Bae and Rudy Wang at CAPE for helping testing and thinking about heuristics. Thanks for Matthew Garrett for rooting the Orbic and letting us know that it had the diag adapter on it. Thanks to Andy Kara and the whole Wiggle team. Thanks to Russ and Dragorn for advice and testing. Of course, our EFF colleagues for advice, field testing, and generally being awesome. Thanks to Gary Miller, Yoshi Kono, Alex Gantman, Subrato Day, Alex Ross, and Bradley Reeves for advice and connections. And Osmocom and QC Super and Snoop Snitch for being the giants upon whose shoulders we stood. Thank you to Yamna for all her work at EFF and wherever she is now, better understanding and protecting against cell site simulators. And finally, thanks to EFF and our colleagues for supporting this work and generally being amazing. And last but certainly not least, thank you to all the EFF members who, through their donations, support this work. We could not do it without you. Thank you so much. If you're not familiar with EFF before this, go check out our booth out there. We're a nonprofit and we work for tips. So, and finally, thanks to Heidi, Bruce, and ShmooCon for all the memories. This is really the best con, and I'm so honored to be able to speak at the last. And this is actually Will's first time talking at a hacker conference. So give it up for Will. Sweet, we ended early. Yeah. And thanks to all of you. This is the GitHub where you can go download this project or check it out. And yeah, come find us after the talk or ask us questions up at the booth, at the EFF booth later. Thanks, everyone. It always goes way quicker when you do it. Hey, definitely spit that. Good job. Yeah, that was great. Thanks. Appreciate this. I think that went really well.
Fascinating. Yeah, I have a suspicion what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. Oh, wait. No. Fuck. I fucked up his name. Oh, no. It's Russ the Thing. Dr. Russ. Yeah. Well, he'll probably think it's a hilarious joke, so. Somebody tell Russ I'm sorry for fucking up his name. It's Dr. Russ. He goes by. He's like, I think he's running the ShmooCon knock right now. But yeah. Dr. Russ. I think it's Russ Handorf. Yeah. Hi. How's it going? I can't remember the name either, but yeah. It is harder to get, yeah.
Yeah. So we don't have so the code we've written should be easy to transfer to another device.
Anything that runs Qualcomm,
But
basically.
we need to find another device that we can root that has the Qualcomm diag.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. What's the device again? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good to know.
If it can run Rust code, it should be able to run this. Yeah. We're only trying to avoid Android because even like a used Android device, like the $20 price point is the other thing we really like because we want to buy a shitload of these and distribute them everywhere. Right? So that's the only thing that's keeping us from like doing Android things specifically. But yeah, we should probably vacate the stage and go down there to keep you guys. Well, yeah. Not as of yet, but there is no reason I will not make it.
Yeah.
I like I just haven't put them online.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Probably in the GitHub.
Yeah.
Repo
you
that's
say
up
that
there?
there's like a group online that's like doing this, or?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah, that's where Matthew Garrett posted his initial crack at this device. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Don't forget all your stuff. I have left backpacks and badges on stage before.
I've already lost my water bottle somewhere, so I gotta go find that.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh
let's
my
handle
God.
our
Let's handle our handle our public. I gotta find my badge. Hi. Sweet. Good to know. Okay. Please do. That's awesome. That's really good to know. But yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. Yes, do it. You with DHS? No, I meant DHS. Oh, I meant some of you at DHS, I'm sure, are fine people. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that didn't come over as I meant it. No. I meant Border Control is a inherently racist organization, and then I was doing the but I'm sure some of them are fine people too. Yeah, no, I'm so sorry that you said I was. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we have an install script that does that roots it and does everything.
Howdy. How's it going? We're gonna find out in a second. What's up, brother? How's it going? I mean, we'll do it live, right? The good news is we both have spoken before. Even together. But the pressure is, it is the last ShmooCon. What's up? Is there a power strip under here? Maybe. I just don't want my laptop strap on. You could be because we're doing some long-winded talk story. depends on. Nobody's right after us, rushing us, right? So we got one. I did that once before. I thought the same thing, and then I went long, and a guy was coming up on stage, and I was like, oh no, and I grabbed all my stuff, and then I left my adapter and my charger. I was like, HDMI. The good news is, I can move my laptop down here. Just need to go right here. Awesome. What's that? Do you want me to unplug it, plug it back in?
Yeah, that's what, like,
Oh,
Nate was
it's
like,
back up. You got it. Oh, now it's down again. Just gotta wait for those HDMIs to handshake.
What's that?
You doing AV?
I think I met Mike once at DEF CON. Okay. But and he was like, oh, he knows of me. We hadn't like hung out, and I was like, okay. And then we hung out, and he was super cool. And I was like, all right, well, let's do this more regularly, just to chill. And he's like, yeah, that'd be great. So, yeah, good dude. rush through it, finish early, go see DB at the end of DB and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is.
But I'll tell you, what we should do is like, what is it on Twitch where they'll like raid another person's channel or something like that? We'll finish early and be like, all right, all of us, let's go down to DB and stuff. What is tonight? Figure, I know Jack's got his thing over at Banana Leaves from 6 to 8. I'll probably stop by at some point and say hi. And then just kicking around in the lobby, man. Lobby coming in. That's my baby! That's my baby! Talk about when there aren't. Okay. Yeah. No. We'll talk about it when there aren't hot microphones. You know, yeah. You'll know immediately. You did. We'll talk about why. For what? Morning. Doctor. Do you really? Oh, I was like, what is it? Some swag? Nothing good. Nothing good. No, actually.
Gonna find out.
No. Not for people who currently run SOCs, no. But for people who want to build it. Shmoo? Shmoo 1. 0. You're gonna give us as much time as we fucking need.
We're right before.
What are you gonna do? Not invite us back?
We're right before lunch, right? So. Okay.
All right.
We'll wait for that
We'll
one to
wait
go
for
10
that
minutes
one.
past that one. But we're right before lunch.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So yes, and they'll be right there. Do try to keep it for 50 minutes because other people do have to go to lunch.
You're not the boss of us. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I know. Consequences.
If we run I will buy lunch for that person.
Okay.
Okay. We'll try to.
Yeah, we will. We'll give it a shot.
Appreciate that.
These front row people we know will yell at us. So.
Or they'll just repeat questions to the mic, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah. You just want to hand that back and forth. Sure. No, how are we gonna interject?
That's true.
We need
I
one.
just like to move. That's
All
thing.
the mics are hot, though. We said, right?
Is there another one of these? Can we both have one of these?
I think we'll just use these two. I think we'll switch between these. I'll stay up here.
What you see is what you
Have you met Ted? Have you met Ted? Do we want to sit down and do it with these? It feels weird sitting down. I don't want to do that. Yeah. I like standing up. Okay, you keep that one pace. I'll stay here. Pace. You know I got a wobble. I'll tether here. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb. Shit, I don't have water. Is there water somewhere? Somebody will grab you. Just yell at one of your friends. Will you grab me water? Water? You have anything, yeah. What is that? Alcohol? Wait, is that alcohol? Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, energy drink. You're gonna need that. I'll get you back. Yeah, I always forget. Yeah. Because it's all alcohol, and I'm like, I like how there's a balcony up here. You're a good man. On a separate tier. I like how there's like this elevated balcony. It is, yeah. Well, we're all one big hall. Yeah. Are you guys ready to go? I have an announcement or two. Yeah, you rock and roll. Let me turn that on. Make sure that works.
Howdy, folks. How are we doing this morning? It's still morning for 2 more minutes. Yeah, okay. So just a couple of announcements before we kick off our next talk. Bags of crap will be available for a donation in registration after this talk. After this talk, it's also lunchtime, so please eat something. You can't hear us? Can you hear me now? Okay, I will get even closer to the mic. So after this talk, there is lunchtime, so enjoy your lunch. Maybe get something to drink that's not alcoholic. Just because there's no ShmooCon to come back to next year doesn't mean that we don't want you to keep coming back. So
We're all getting banned.
Yes, I'm not your mother. But can anyone tell me at the ShmooCon at the Hyatt what got broken at post? Okay. It was in the front row, and that's an easy throw, so here we go. That's why we throw things gently at ShmooCon, because we don't want to break things. So, taping and streaming, are we ready to go? Ooh. Yeah. We ready, taping and streaming, to get the show on the road? We are. So, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce Grifter and Pope with their talk, Modern Day SOC Evolution, from Open Source to Unlimited Budget.
All right. Let's see. Is this gonna work? I think I'm gonna have to shout into this, but it's fine. Go ahead. All right. Yeah, it's okay. Stay with us, or don't get the hell out. No, that's exactly the kind of energy we want for this talk. So bring it, bring it. So 23 years ago, Jeff Moss, also known as the Dark Tangent, reached out to me and said, "Hey, would you be interested in running the network at Black Hat? We need somebody to come and make sure that it works for at least half the time, because that's what we're used to, right? Usually the network was down for half or the majority of the conference." He was like, "You can bring a team, we'll pay you, we'll fly you out, pay for your hotel, all that." And I was like, "That sounds great." So I brought 2 of my friends, and we got some off-the-shelf equipment, which was a Cisco 2600 router, some of the old Cisco access points that had the Orinoco gold cards you would slot into them, and you'd tape the antennas up on the wall, and then some Netgear switches, right? But what was great about it was that the network only went down for about 15 minutes throughout that entire show, right? So that hadn't been done before. And that 15 minutes, I was walking around talking to the trainers. We'd check in on them because there were only 15 classes at the time, so we could do that. Walked in, poked my head in, and someone said, "Oh, did the network go down earlier?" I said, "Yeah, it did. I'm really sorry about that." And the trainer said, "Yeah, I have a 0-day for those access points, and I demoed it for the class." And I was like, and so That was Greg Hoagland, if you know Greg. I was like, thanks, buddy, I appreciate that. And so that's how we rolled. There were about 1,500 attendees at the time, like I said, 15 classes, but things have changed. So this is what we have grown into today. So the SOC has evolved, right? That's it, end of talk. No. So the SOC has evolved. This year we had roughly 25,000 attendees and 96 classes, and that means that we needed more equipment, and different ways of doing things. What that meant was we started out with a couple of off-the-shelf things, some open source projects, scripts, open source hardware, running PF on SOCRIS boxes and throwing them out in classrooms, to realizing that that didn't scale. And it didn't scale to the point that we said we should probably talk to vendors. And then Bart Stump and I, who is my right-hand man, no offense, man, I get that it's all right, I love you, Pope. But oh yeah, what a terrible time to find out. But yeah, so Bart and I decided, like, hey, this doesn't scale. Maybe we need some enterprise solutions in here. What if we go down to the expo floor and we ask the vendors if we can use their stuff, and we'll put their logo in the program or whatever, and we said, let's give it a shot. We went down, spoke to the first vendor, said, hi, we're the guys who run the NOC. Would it be okay if we did this thing with it? And they were like, yes. Like, when? Now? Do you need stuff now? We could get stuff sent. Do you need people too? And we were like, oh, this is nice. And so I like looked at Bart and I was like, let's go shopping, right? And that's what we did, is we wandered around the expo floor. We started getting demos from people. We knew kind of the things that we wanted, and we went and sought those vendors out, had conversations with them, and we've been very, very lucky in the fact that because of the brand that Black Hat is and because of what we're doing, everybody has said yes. And so we've grown into this, over 60 people in the Black Hat NOC. We do call it a NOC. I know the talk says SOC, but that's because we replace every router, every switch, every firewall, and every access point at all of the venues that we go to around the world. So Singapore, London, and in Las Vegas, it is our equipment. We do that so we can mitigate things as they're happening, but that's the reality of it now. Multiple vendors, millions of dollars of equipment, pallets of gear, months of preparation so that we can stand up an enterprise class network in about 2.5 days. So, oh, who are we now that we talked about that? Put your hand up. Now what? What's up? I just want to comment that I like the story before the introduction. All right, he likes the story before the introduction. All right, great. So who are we? All right, so by day, I do have a day job. So my name is Neil Weiler. That's the name my mother gave me, but all of you call me Grifter. I am the VP of Defensive Services for Coalfire. I have been leading the Black Hat NOC for 22.5 years. I am a DEF CON department head. I run all contests and events at DEF CON. Been doing that for 23 years. Led the SOC at RSA for the last 6 years. Black Hat and DEF CON review boards. I am a nerd. There, that's it. I'm a nerd. Pope.
My name is Pope.
It's Pope!
I'm a director of technical marketing engineering at Corelight. That's what I do for my job. I'm the SOC lead for the Black Hat NOC. I help do a lot of community things. SaintCon, right here. It's a conference out of Utah, about 2,000 people. So kind of like a ShmooCon, but over on the other side. I help run that. And then B-Sides Salt Lake, B-Sides Cache. I started up a DC 435 group, pulls in 40, 70 people per month. And then I own a company on the side that does web accessibility.
I realized, like, the people next door can hear us, which is great. So every once in a while, we should randomly cheer, like, and see if it. Oh, there you go. Now we'll watch these doors and see if people sneak in from the other talk.
So as we run the Black Hat NOC, we do a lot of tours, right? People come up and we explain what we're doing. It's kind of like a fishbowl. If you've ever been there, you can see us all inside. There's a wall that partitions us, but people can come in, see live dashboards, things that are happening there, that's actual network traffic, and other tools that is happening in that environment. And we get asked a lot of questions. And some of these questions are from CISOs. Some of these questions are from countries that there's their cyber department, a lot of universities, and they come up and they say, like, what do we need and what should we buy? And depending on what we say, like, you know, we're probably a VAR's wet dream, right? Like we're like thing, and they're like, well, I don't have money for this, but I do run this, and how can I scale that and integrate this? And so we start answering all these questions, and that led to like, well, we should probably do a talk on this. And I think that was 2018 we decided that. Yeah. We finally made the rough deck in 2021, 2, and then we ignored it until this last year.
Until this morning. Until this morning.
Until right before this prezzo. So the tools that we have defined as what is needed in a SOC is this list right here. So we have EDR, this is endpoint detection and response. This is what sits on your host. We have a SIM or data lake, that's where all your logs are going, so security information and event management. We have an NDR, that's network detection and response. We have a SOAR, security orchestration, automation and response. We have a TIP, which is threat intelligence platform, a sandbox, this is for file detection and malware. This is where files get sent off the wire into it and get detonated. We have UEBA, user and entity behavior analytics, and then identity, verified access to resources. This is who you are and tying it to identity.
So we know that there are other things, and there are probably people shifting in their seat right now saying, ooh, they left this out, they left this out. We get it, okay?
Where's my DLP?
We understand, yeah, we understand
doesn't
that
work.
You're like, oh, there are other pieces that should be in here as well. We understand that. Well, yeah, nice job, guys. Have you ever done this before? But for us, this is what we feel like we absolutely need. And then, of course, if you couldn't use even all of these things, EDR, SIM, NDR, oh, that's right, we were going to ask them, who pronounces it SIEM? Who says SIEM?
Raise your hand.
Raise your hand if you're wrong. You're wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Yes. Okay. All right, so obviously there are a lot of tools on that previous slide. You have to decide, okay, of these things, now I've decided these are the pieces that make up a solid modern day SOC. What am I going to do here? All of those things translate into time, money, or both. And in reality, time is money anyway, so it all comes back to money. But what we mean by how do we decide time, money, or both is you can choose a vendor solution for any one of those tools on the previous slide. You can say, oh, okay, I'm going to go out and buy this thing. Or you can turn around and there is likely a solid open source solution for each one of those as well. If you're a shop that is highly CapEx, right, you've got upfront spend, you can say, all right, we're going to go out and buy this vendor solution. We have a neck to choke. There's support that comes with it. Somebody might even help us stand it up. Fine, spend your money there. But if you have a bunch of bodies, your OpEx, you have the cash to throw at keeping things running, then doing an open source solution might be a better avenue for you, because let's say you're a university, you can throw a bunch of students at it, do a bunch of open source solutions, and just throw bodies at it. But if you're not, figure out which ones of these you want to spend your money on, what might be the heaviest lift for the skill set in your environment, and just lean on a vendor to do it, right? And somewhere in between those two things, a mix of both vendor and open source is where we think most folks land, right? We are going to talk about the best-in-class solutions, or what we think they are for each of the tools on the previous slide. We get that there are platforms out there, and believe me, all of the vendors want you to use their platform if they have one, because they want you beholden to them for as long as possible. The problem that we think with that is that if that vendor decides somewhere down the road that they're going to do a 30% increase in the cost for that platform, suddenly the rip and replace becomes really, really painful. And so again, platforms do exist. It means you get a positive in terms of integration, because their tools have been written to work with one another from the start. But try getting rid of that vendor if you want to, and it can be incredibly, incredibly painful.
And take years.
Yeah, take years.
All right, so you might not agree with the list of the things we're going to cover, as he mentioned. You might not agree with the vendors at the top of our list. So we have a poll here that we'll be sharing this afterwards. What we have done is we have obviously our own opinions and expertise, those knock tours, what we're telling people what they should or shouldn't do. And then we started asking a whole lot of our trusted people, especially at the Black Hats and other senior people, of what is the top tool if you could have unlimited budget to buy, and what's the tool if you're doing open source. And sometimes that agreed with what we agreed with, and sometimes it was a different tool that rose to the top of that list. Now, that is not a definitive list across the whole world or even the United States or even here in DC. So if you disagree, there's a survey for you, and there's a QR code to make it easy. There's a bit.ly link, bit.ly/SOC tool survey if you want to type it in. And if you don't trust all that and want to go right to the URL, good luck typing that. That is actually the
Read it to them.
The shortened version
don't.
of Google. There was a much longer version that I'm not going to read. And we'll have this QR throughout. If you get angry as we go, feel free to throw something at us or dump it there. All right, so let's start with EDR. Why is EDR important? This is the tool that sits on the endpoints for all your users and all the devices that aren't even users. I see this getting auto-deployed in cloud environments. Every time something spins up with a CI/CD, it auto-attaches an EDR to every device. And EDR is your friend. You want that. You need it for detections and hopefully preventions. And then when you don't get prevented, like something gets past that EDR, you want to be able to reduce that response time by having what I like to call advanced telemetry on monitoring. You get the parent-child process. You know that this user clicked on this email that had this PDF, which then opened up this exe and kicked off this command to this PowerShell, to this command to this PowerShell, to whatever that flow was from the start of that infection till the end and what they did with that. So it is your friend. You want that. Hopefully it is preventing breaches. IR people will say, well, it doesn't necessarily prevent them, but it helps them say what, why, how. And the goal there is that incident response to reduce that time and give them the ability to even definitively answer which machines you should nuke and pay versus we don't know across the entire organization. And if you are a brand new CISO and you don't know where to start and you have zero tools, which is unlikely scenario, start here. If you have nothing else to buy or implement through open source, get an EDR in your environment. So, of the top of that list, based on our opinions and surveys, and this is where you might get mad and want to grab that QR code, CrowdStrike came to the top of that list with Microsoft and SentinelOne underneath. There was a lot others below that, but there was no higher ranking of them, so we just tossed those out. On the open source side, we have Elastic Agent, and then the IR folks were heavily favoring Velociraptor, and then there was a lot of people who were in the roll your own type of camp, but a lot were doing things such as using OS query, Sysmon, and using Fleet to manage that.
They're saying names.
We are saying names. So an example of why this was useful is in the Black Hat NOC, we, previous to these iPads and iPhones that we use now for registration, there used to be laptops. And you'd walk up, put in your email address, and that's how you would register into Black Hat. So that's what we consider our sensitive information, my data, other attendees' data. And we get these rental laptops back then, and we deployed all of those, and we turned around and put an EDR agent on all of them. And it didn't immediately flag any detection, but one of our analysts reviewing that was like, hey, something sus on that. Reviewing it further, yeah, no, they're compromised. And not one laptop, all the laptops. Ask me afterwards. Oh, what EDR on that one? Yeah, we'll ask later. I don't know.
We don't like it anymore, so we're not going to name it.
It doesn't there anymore, so opinions on that one. Anyway, it did flag it through an analyst, and what it turned out was the golden image of the rental company who was turning out these laptops and handing them out for AV, handing them out for registration. Their golden image was compromised. And so we found it. We got them to fix it. They had to go rebuild an image. We validated that, got it out before anybody ever registered. But just think about all the conferences, all the people before that who were using those rental laptops, a lot of them unfortunately logging in with their own credentials to pull up their PowerPoints or Microsoft OneDrives or whatever else. Full compromised laptops. And then I had one other story on EDR, which was that cloud environment that was spinning up every device that was getting kicked out in AWS. There was a detection for the Linux cups vulnerability. It's like, hey, Linux cups, and that one was pretty sketch, and it's pretty serious. And it got everybody escalated because it was the
literally the most critical thing you could get in that organization. The CI/CD server, which had access to the database and everything that it spun up. Under investigation, and too long a time, but it was proven out through EDR that it indeed did have cups on it, but it came because Chrome was installed on a Ubuntu server, and Chrome brings Snap with it, and Snap auto-installed cups, and it put that script there, but it was benign and not executed. If that wasn't there, we didn't have EDR, we wouldn't never have known. That would have been from a single late night to like rebuild this entire infrastructure and send out notifications and get lawyers involved. So EDR, start there.
Start with EDR.
So you now have all this EDR logs, and you're like, cool, I can answer these questions, but you want to go and look back in time, say 3 months. Well, depending on your EDR vendor and what you're paying for, you might not have those logs anymore. You need to either pay to extend them, or you need to send them somewhere. So this is a SIM, not SIEM, a SIM, or a data lake. You kind of have your options. SIM typically gets a name because of the event management side, but data lake is somewhere else that you can just send your logs to. And some of those are building things on top of it as analytics and then some are using like business intelligence or other things on top of a data lake to do some of those same functions. Regardless, central logs, you put all your logs into a single place. The goal of that is correlation. You want to be able to not just take your EDR, but take your other tools, your switches, your routers, your firewalls, VPC flow logs, whatever it is. You want all those logs, your NDR, your DNS, everything, and put them in a spot, because then you can answer those questions fast. Instead of that turning into a late night, if there had been more logs correlated in that environment, it could have been answered that question really fast with network traffic to say nobody actually made a call in or out other than this person. You want to get your logs together to correlate. You're going to create alerts off of that. Hopefully, they call them search-based alerts or other. And then it's just needed for compliance. If you do any type of compliance in any industry, first thing they're going to ask you is about logging, alerting, and reporting. That's your SIM. You need a SIM. This does enable threat hunting that allows you to go back and look at that data, not live on that host. And then there is a retention period. And retention periods are a big deal in the SIM world, because the more logs you store, typically the more it costs. Although there are some models where it is paying based off of compute instead of ingest, but then it's like, do I want to run my dashboards because they run compute or other?
And so, as he said, retention matters, right? And I'll give you an example of where one of many that we have, but I'll give you one where retention really, really mattered. And it was, so Pope and I, not only do we run the NOC together, but we used to work together as threat hunters. We were out on an engagement one time at one of the largest financial organizations in the world. Just the building that we were in for this particular engagement, when we got in there, there were over 30 different analysts sitting in a SOC, which is a fair-sized team just for one shift to be sitting there doing stuff. We walk past them, we meet with their director of security, we sit down and we're telling what we're about to do, and he goes, well, can you explain to me what kind of hunting you're gonna do? And we explain threat hunting, it's a game of outliers, we're doing this, and he's like, well, show me. So we pull up the platform we're using, and we're like, okay, so since we're looking for outliers, here's some FTP traffic here, but there's only a few sessions of it, so why don't we go ahead and dig into that? And he goes, oh, we don't use FTP.
FTP is not allowed in our environment.
Yeah, and I was like, well, it's here, so we could look at it. And he was like, no, you don't understand. We don't allow it. And we're like, okay, but it's here. So this is a perfect example of something that we should take a look at, right? And so we open it up, we're looking at it, and this attacker wasn't even trying to hide. It was literally FTPing to a .ru. Like, it was not, like, the IP address on the back end was in Russia. Like, we were like, okay, like this looks bad. And we're like, well, we can see that somebody is FTPing out a zip file. At 1 a.m. Let's find out what this is. And Pope says, I can't open it, but we can extract the file and you can open it if you want. Yeah. And he was like, all right. And he's like, all right, then you drive. Guy sits down, opens up the file, and it was like somebody punched him, and like the wind was knocked out. It was like this, like that, and then he closed it really quick, and we were like, and he was like, you didn't see that. And I was like, all right, but out of curiosity, what did I not see? Right? And he's like, that is every financial transaction and trade that we've made in the last 24 hours.
And I was like, so bad then? And he was like, okay, well, can you tell me how long that's been happening? We're like, sure, let's look at the logs.
Every day, every single day at the exact same time.
Every day, same time, for 6 months, which is as long as they had logs for. So how long was that happening?
Unknown.
Who knows? So
a long time.
Retention matters.
But the firewall doesn't allow FTP, so they're good.
Yeah, they're good. FTP is not allowed.
There
there were 30 plus analysts sitting in another room not looking for protocols they weren't allowed to use.
This is the building we had to turn in our IDs and didn't even get them back until we left. And then that guy who we were with, he left.
Yeah, he never came back.
Never came back.
Yeah, he was busy.
We were sitting in a room by ourselves like, well, I don't know what we do now. Like, he's gone. So you got to think about your retention period because you want to know what started that, how long it's been going.
Did he never come back?
Yeah. We never saw him again. What happened to him, no one knows.
Yeah, we're... All right. So this one is what I would call the most used single pane of the single pane of glasses. Everybody's selling a single pane of glass, but this is the one where most of your logs are going, so you're typically looking there. And you want to make sure you have useful logs, right? We like to log everything, but you also want to make sure the log you're logging is parsed correctly and is useful. There is an argument to be made now about push versus pull. There are some people who now are leaving the logs in their own tools with their own retention periods, and they're using something like a SOR to pull those logs. I'm not saying if that's good or bad. That's a trend that's starting. As long as your NTP is set correctly, so when a compelling event happens, you're not screwed, and as long as you don't have caching or something else weird that's going to jack up that scenario when you need it. So the vendors here, yeah, UTC only, there is no time zones. The vendor here that made the top of the list, everybody we asked, if you had unlimited budget, you do whatever you want. The answer is still Splunk. Splunk's the top of that list.
Settle down.
And then every other answer is because they don't want to pay for Splunk.
It's the truth. It really is the truth. It is the best solution.
On the open source side, Elastic took top with OpenSearch next, and then most other things are some fork of those two things. On the data lake side, Snowflake made the top of that list, and then on the open source side, Delta Lake, and then Apache.
All right, so if we're talking about logs, logs are, the gold standard for security and have been and will be for decades, right? Like logs are fantastic, but I liken, or I'll say, on the network side or NDR. I think of this as more video surveillance for your network, right? Like what you get with logs is like Grifter badged in this morning at 8 a.m., which would never actually happen. That's an anomaly. Start threat hunting.
1 p.m.
So, yeah. But looking at your network, watching the packets actually go by, seeing what's happening in that environment, that's like video surveillance, right? It can be expensive, but it is worth it, right? We would never build a building today and say, oh, but cameras are expensive, so let's not do that. If you're not using some type of network solution in your environment, start doing that immediately. I mean, it helps with everything. Like if you see something and it's happening on the wire, it means it's happening in your environment. It doesn't matter whether you have EDR deployed in that environment or across every device that's in there, right? Asset management is hard. It's difficult to do. And if you don't know it exists, you can't install an agent on it. Or if it's something like ICS or OT or IoT, that you cannot install an agent on it in some cases, but it will generate traffic. And if it generates traffic, it exists.
An example of that is I was in another very large financial organization in the United States here and doing a threat hunt on their network traffic. And I was doing it with like a group of people, right? And so we're going over some examples, and then they're looking for those examples. And one of those, I was just going over entropy, and a guy's like, you mean like this? And I was like, yeah, exactly like that. That's some like base 64 weirdness. Let's just go look at it, see what it's doing. Very quickly, we realized that it was an HVAC system that was compromised, and it was compromised and being used at that moment, like traffic in or out. And the immediate response from them was, that's not ours. We don't have that, right? That's not in our systems. That's not ours. It's like not ours. To which I replied, how are we seeing network traffic of something that's not yours? And they didn't know. And it took an hour, 2 hours of them going getting their NetOps team going through switches, firewalls, to go like, oh yeah, that is ours. And actually it's a building that we didn't even know existed. The security team, and it was 250 plus hosts in a building that security didn't even know existed. Come to find out, the long version of that was they did an acquisition where they bought a company. That company had the internet backhauled from this company, from this site to this site. So that's why we were seeing the network traffic. But the security team was blind to it. The EDR that was installed, they didn't even know was there and didn't have control over it. And they had no idea it was there. That's an extreme example, but every org I've ever threat hunted has always had hosts they do not know exist, or let alone an attacker who just jumps in the environment and just spins up their own host or plugs something in. You don't have EDR on that. You need something else for that telemetry.
Yeah, and again, the network doesn't lie. I know everybody says PCAP or it didn't happen, right? But this is also PCAP, so it fucking happened, right?
It's yours.
So at the top of the list here on the vendor side, we have CoreLight. This is what we use in the Black Hat knock. Yeah, shocking. Actually, wait, did you go work there after they had already come? I can't,
I was not part of any of that decision process.
All right, yeah, so I picked it. But anyway, yeah, so CoreLight at the top there, it is what we use in the Black Hat knock. If you don't want to spend money on things, right, you can go and use the open source side, Zeek and Suricata, which is CoreLight. But yeah, so if you need a neck to choke and you want more features and capability and stuff like that, then go with CoreLight. If not, Zeek, Suricata, how about it?
Number one lesson we get out of Black Hat is just go validate the thing you think is or isn't happening, whether that's a VPN or other. Go look for that traffic. You can go and install Zeek, Docker up, go put Suricata on a box, TCP dump it, Wireshark it, go validate something that is happening.
Can you talk about how your NDR has changed with the increase of encryption on the network?
So the question being, how has NDR changed with the increase of encryption on the network? So over time, so Black Hat, when we started monitoring probably about 10 years ago, the amount of traffic that was encrypted, what we saw at US and Europe shows was roughly 50%, and then it increased by 5% every year till it hit about 75%. To roughly 80%, and it just plateaued at that point. And then actually in recent years, it's come down. The only region that we saw a higher percentage of encrypted traffic was in Asia, where when we started taking stats on it, it was at 90%. And I had a conversation with somebody when we were out in Singapore, and they weren't from Singapore, they're from another country in the Asia region. And I said, why so much encrypted traffic? And he said, well, when you say something about your government that they don't like, they don't do anything, but when I do, I disappear. And I was like, good God, man. All right, cool. But the reality is, like, we don't do decryption at Black Hat. We can't do that. If you are running in your organization and you need a decryption solution, you need something in there that, like, if you can't see it and you're blind to it, you can gain things from obviously metadata that's in there. So there is value still in encrypted traffic, but
we do decrypt the reg network, and organizations will do like critical assets or something like that. But there's also inferences on encrypted traffic. You can still see keystrokes through SSH by inferences, right? So you can infer a lot of things. You know bytes in, you know bytes out, you know certificate information up front. There's still a lot of value. I've never threat hunted in a big org that didn't have at least 40% in the clear just hanging out. And then you think cloud is better. It's not. You get in cloud, it's somehow worse. People don't understand or know how to deploy in there. The moment you're past that perimeter, it's just a dumpster fire of clear text. We got 20 minutes to hit like 6 more. Okay, so SOAR, real quick. So security orchestration and automation, you could argue the orchestration and automation part of this does not belong in a SOC. That could be a separate, Trent, that could be a separate group, like your operations team that's building that. But I've seen SOCs that is a part of it, and I've definitely seen some that are separate. what I'm seeing is that a lot of SOARs have this case management, right? The workflow. So wherever that is, whether it's in your SOAR, you're running it through Jira or something, you need something that has a playbook that you execute every single time in this order, the same way from analyst A to analyst B. Fish comes in, somebody clicked on it, that box is compromised. It shouldn't be a different playbook each time. And then what you want to do is build in automation steps through those playbooks, right? So when you go to this, what things can you just auto do? Versus like looking up context, understanding the DNS resolve, all the questions an analyst is going to ask, go bring them that information so they can make decisions quick instead of spending all their time looking at info blocks trying to figure out which IP is owned or not owned by an environment, right? So the goal of this is to reduce your response time, have consistency. You want to get through more. SOAR vendors will sell this as you can reduce analysts or whatever. I've never seen that. I've never seen an org who even gets through their entire ticketing in a day, but maybe they get through their criticals. Well, maybe now you can get through some of those mediums or even touch some of the lows.
What's a good reason you would use SOAR, Pope? Maybe at Black Hat.
At Black Hat, we have a hard time going in, unless you have a Mike Spicer who's going to go find you, finding somebody in a 20,000 organization who came compromised or has clear text creds or Bitcoin mining. So we use it for captive portals. If we see that through the network traffic, we use a SOAR to kick it out to a person. So when they browse, it pops up and says like, hey, your host is compromised. Is this expected? Carry on. Or come talk to us in the Black Hat knock, right? We're an organization, you would block that. We don't block that. That might be a demo. That might be somebody on stage doing a presentation on malware. But like, hey, did you know that you're infected? If so, go for it.
Yeah, I will say that's one of the things, like people will often say that like the Black Hat network is one of the most hostile networks in the world. And that is true if you looked at the traffic at face value. If you saw the types of traffic that's on the Black Hat network for any 5-minute period in your organization, it would be pull the shades, order pizza, call the lawyers, we're doing this. But the reality is that most of that bad traffic is expected bad traffic. It does make our jobs very difficult. We cannot alert on things, right? Because people are doing classes and they're firing off attacks at labs that do exist on the internet. And so we can't block anything. And so our job is, like, if you liken to what you're doing at your organization as looking for a needle in a haystack, we are looking for a needle in a needle stack. And the only way for us to do that is to spend our time in there hunting. And that means that we get hit with a lot of stuff because, again, of the scale of the show, going from when I started 20 plus years ago, from 1,500 attendees to 25,000. We used to go down and greet them personally and say, hey, your device looks like it's compromised. Now we have to send them something that pops up and goes, look, if you don't believe us, come to the knock. And if they do, we'll show them the packets, we'll show them the logs, we'll show them everything that proves out to them, yes, you have a compromise on this host. So while it's often billed as one of the most hostile networks, honestly, I think more people leave in a better situation or better protected after they come and get on the Black Hat network than they do coming there and getting compromised, because we're looking, we're watching, we're mitigating, but we're also helping them understand, like, hey, you had a problem when you showed up. So your team didn't catch it, but our team did. And we're spoiled. We have 60 plus really, really intelligent folks in there from all different walks of life. And so, yeah, the SOAR was just our way of making sure we didn't have to run from, like, what access point is that? Who has IP address, whatever, like trying to figure out how to help people.
It legit 15, 20 minutes just to...
How often does it happen?
Multiple times per show.
Yeah, it depends, and sometimes it could be multiple times a day, multiple times a show.
A single vendor coming in and all 10 of their laptops.
One thing that happens all the time, too, that we have to deal with is that people get to Black Hat and they're like, I learned something new. Let me attack the internet, right? So people do illegal shit from Black Hat all the time, and we have to go. I'll literally walk over to a class, open the door, and be like, illegal things are still illegal. And then it's like, and then it stops.
It stopped, yeah. So. That student left the class and never came back. The top vendor of this, Palo XOR, I still call it Demisto in my head, and then Phantom, which is Splunk's version second. On the open source side, most answers was, we're what is a SOAR? It's Python scripts in a trench coat, right? The nice part of a SOAR is that they have templates, they update it, they have V3 of the API, and their job is to maintain that versus your job. But Python, people just build your own scripts. It's not, a single box that guy left and it's not there. And then there's a few other ones, Shuffle, Tracecat, and I like Sork. I like the name of it.
Yeah, it is an expensive trench coat. It's like Python scripts in a Gucci trench coat, right? So, so threat intelligence platforms, right? So threat intelligence should be, and if it's not, it absolutely should be, the foundation of your entire security program, right? But there are variations in quality in threat intelligence, so there's different categories here. Having a threat intelligence platform means taking all of the ridiculous feeds that are out there, whether they are community-led ones that you pay for, the secret squirrel ones where it's like, do you want our threat intel? Come be in our club. Taking all of those things, feeding into something that allows you to centralize it, and then say, okay, what do we actually care about here, right? If we see that we have, I'll say 14 different feeds that are being fed into our threat intelligence platform, and 9 of them say that this IOC is actually bad, maybe we need to pay attention to that. If one of them does, we kind of give it a side eye, right? We have to decide what are we gonna prioritize, but at least we have some context based on like a general risk score. That doesn't mean that we should focus purely on IOCs, right? So whether it's a file name, a hash, or IP address or host name, those things are really great intel for a very short amount of time, right? They're high fidelity when an attack is going on, when it's new. But 6 months down the road, it's probably not that useful. And maybe one of those feeds just hasn't cleaned it out. And so, so pay attention to things like that. But the stuff that actually really, really matters is TTPs, or tactics, techniques, and procedures, right? How are we being attacked? If you are an oil and gas company, we have the threat intelligence that tells you these are the 5 most likely groups that are going to target your type of organization. Being able to sit down at a platform that tells you these are the techniques they're going to use, this is how they're going to come at you, they're going to come at you with these tools, and these tools leave behind this type of artifact. That allows you to take your threat hunters and go, hey, I need you to focus on these places we think we're blind. Go look and see if there's any evidence of this type attack in that area. And it also allows you to hand that type of intelligence over to your pen testers and say, or a red team, and say, look, I want you to try to emulate APT whatever, because we know that they're one of the top 5 groups that are coming for us. Don't just go out and spend money and be like somebody come in and be like, pew, 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 like look how cool I am, I'm so elite. No, spend the money in the places that say, I'm in this vertical, this is who's gonna come for me. Do we have the visibility into the ways that they attack us? And having like a high quality, centralized place for all of that threat intelligence should give you the ability to do that, but not all vendors and not all feeds do. Who does? Oh, so at the top of this list, it's probably no surprise as well, recorded future. That doesn't mean the ones below there. Any of those solutions would be great, but, and then on the open source side, MISP, we settle down. Basically, the reason that we have chosen a lot of the open source solutions here, it means that the project is actively being maintained. It has a solid community behind it, and folks are in there, doing things and supporting it like as a group. For some of them are older. You'll see we put in here on bullet points too, Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, whatever everybody says. Oh, we're gonna leave Twitter, I'm leaving. Yeah, go then, stop stop posting on Twitter about how you're leaving. And I know, Killer Grizz over here has stickers that say like Twitter does not equal CTI, but I know that when a vulnerability drops and everybody starts talking about it, I'm on Twitter looking at it and people are like, here's the IOC, right? So it's not a threat intelligence platform, but
sometimes it's a good feed.
Threat intelligence platform. How much do we rely on secret squirrel groups for what we're doing at Black Hat? So at Black Hat, the secret squirrel group that we really have is something to just think about is that you have all these different casinos that are all over the Las Vegas Strip. They're all in competition with one another, but then Hacker Summer Camp happens, so we've got B-Sides, we've got DEF CON, and we've got Black Hat all going on within a week and a half of each other, and all of those groups actually get together every morning and evening and have an intelligence briefing with each other, which we're part of the calls where we talk about what we saw, what they saw. They're very aware of what's going on in Vegas. I say this all the time. Casinos are good at security, right? The Caesars incident notwithstanding, but they are, right? In general, casinos are really good at security. Don't mess around on a casino's network. If you do, there are a lot of cameras everywhere, but they'll take you to the room where there aren't cameras, and they'll figure things out with you. Yeah. All right, so sandboxes. Right, so now we've got all this traffic, we've got all this stuff coming through. Oh, I see these executables. This could potentially be malware. Well, let's find out if it is. This is something we started doing at Black Hat because we were just like, what are people sending around here? And at every show, we find new variations of malware or somebody's new exploit. It's fun, and the way that we do that is through a sandbox. It gives us the ability to chuck files in there, open them up, interact with them, and see what happens, right? We can simulate a real environment and say, what would happen if this had executed on somebody's device? Now,
oh, that's ransomware. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's for real. Oh, okay. Yeah, it allows you to, again, maybe learn some things, generate some of your own threat intelligence, because if something was written and packaged for you, it gives you the ability to tear that apart, find out what it is, and maybe learn something. At Black Hat, we use Threat Grid, and we will have every executable, DLL, PDFs, Word docs, whatever that come across. If it comes across in the clear, we extract a file, we throw it into a sandbox, we open it and see what happens. At one show, and this is an example of a non-traditional, like, oh, well, that's interesting, but I was just watching the dashboard, like watching the screen, because shiny, and I'm a VP now, so I look at dashboards. I used to be cool. Shit, I used to be cool. Yeah. Damn it, don't you clap for my demise. So I'm just staring at the dashboard, drooling, and I saw the Wells Fargo logo come up on the screen, and I was like, that's weird. And then I turned to the NDR provider, and I said, hey, will you take a look at whatever other traffic is coming from that IP address? Like, what else have they done? And they were like, sure. And they went through and started digging stuff up, and they were like, they are sending an incredible amount of sensitive documents across the network in the clear. And I was like, all right, let's find out who it is. We go into the sandbox, open it up. I see the person's name. I look at registration. They're in this classroom. Cool. This was severe enough that I went down to the classroom and I said, hey, I need to speak to so-and-so. Guy comes to the back of the class, and I'm like, hey, you are sending a massive amount of really sensitive data across the network. Are you aware of that? And he was like, no, I'm not. And I was like, well, you are. And he was like, no, I'm connected to a VPN. I've been in this industry for over 15 years.
I know what I'm doing.
I know what I'm doing. And I was like, cool, you have this much left on your mortgage. And he was like, oh. And I was like, all right. And he was like, no. And he goes and grabs his laptop, brings it over to me. He's pointing at the system tray. Look, green
checkbox. Green checkbox.
It's green. And I was like, all right, well, let's dig into it. Long story long, at the end, it turned out that he had misconfigured split tunneling. And so a bunch of his data was going out. I was like, why would you do this at Black Hat? And he said, well, my son is going to university in the fall, doing financial aid stuff, and I was just uploading the stuff to their server. So it turns out that then we looked into that. All of the documents that were posted to this server, there was no TLS on it, so everybody who was submitting, not just at Black Hat, but throughout wherever, submitting for financial aid for their kids, all went to this university's insecure box that we then let them know so they could fix that. Good times.
Good times. Virus Total Me at the top of this, and Cape V2, which is like a fork-supported version of Cuckoo, but also kind of cooler. If you've never played with it, play with Cape V2. It's pretty dope. UEBA, this was a thing. We were debating, should this exist in this slide deck or not? It was like this hot thing 3-6 years ago, depending on the vendor. And the user side of this has absolutely moved over to identity and other tools. The E part for entity is still very relevant, but it's typically not a separate tool anymore. These are now built into most SOC tools, so I'm leaving this here just to say, make sure your SOC tool has some sort of behavior analytics or anomalies. This can be either through your SIM, or this can be through pretty much every tool. Your NDR should have this, your SIM should have this, your identity should have this. You should be tracking and going after those behavior analytics. We do a lot of this at Black Hat. Our classrooms, what we'll do is we will profile those classrooms, right? So if we get a detection and it's like, hey, somebody's attacking this web server and it's a legit detection, we start grouping those classrooms to say how many people, so there's 100 people in the classroom, 80 of them are getting this same detection. Okay, well, it's probably fine, right? This group of people is all attacking the same server, and it's a class on attacking a server. Fine, that makes sense, right? We're not going to stop that. A lot of people will be very upset if you stop their class, but we look for those in those same classrooms. There's an outlier up here who's just doing something else, so we go look at that. Oh, they're actually attacking some payment processor doing something else. That's probably not cool, so we have to have a conversation with them that illegal, still illegal at Black Hat. So yeah, just make sure your tools have some sort of behavior analytics. There is on the vendor side, Palo Alto XIM made the top of that. On the open source side, there's an Apache Metron. It's kind of like a project that's going down, but if you want a specific UEBA, that's the top, but then the other open source SIMs have those built in.
I will say too, just gospel according to Grifter, on the behavioral analytics side, all of those things take time to set a baseline, right? Like you burn them in, whether it's a month, 3 months, whatever it is. Please send your hunters in to look for the things that are bad before you start deploying behavioral analytics. We have seen on hunts and engagements before with Pope and I, where somebody has baseline
their C2.
Yeah, they're an attacker into the environment.
It's fine.
And it can just stay there forever, right? They can persist as long as they want.
The C2's normal. Just let it go.
So identity should be simple. We shouldn't have to beat this one over the head, right? Multi-factor authentication, why does it exist? Well, okay, we want a centralized location for us to understand everybody who's in the environment, what they have access to, and whether or not they're accessing those things outside of what is, again, normal, right? Outside their normal behavior. Did somebody suddenly teleport to the other side of the world? 30 minutes after they logged in from Boston, suddenly they're logging in from Singapore. We want to look for things like that.
Grifter now has 10 devices on Android 4.
yeah, just playing Pokemon Go with dark matter. But yeah, so it's also valuable for other things too, though, like accountability. Again, another example at Black Hat. Sometimes we fail, and we fail hard, and we learn lessons from those, and we try to adapt. In one scenario several years ago, we had one of our partners, and they are partners. When we choose those vendors, they do not sponsor the Black Hat knock.
You can't pay.
You can't pay to come in. We've been offered large sums of money to put other people, vendors' solutions in there, and we always are complete dicks about it. And we just say, why don't you invest that money in making your product better, and then maybe we'll choose it for a show. So one of the partners, though, they had a vulnerability that they were like, oh, we should just preemptively patch for this. We'll do whatever. They didn't talk to us about it. They did it at midnight before training started, and they didn't test when they were done. The next day, I didn't know about it. No one knew about it. We came in, and we were like, oh, that sucks. I see you. I see your stop sign, and I choose to ignore it. So the vendor did this, didn't test it, and then we had the largest outage we've ever had at Black Hat still to date, which was 90 minutes, which meant trainers were freaking out, students couldn't access labs. It really pisses me off, but it meant that in the future we had to put an identity solution into place that meant the only people who could do commits were knock leads, and we had to approve everything because the accountability was necessary for that. So at the top of the list, Duo. And then on the open source side, Authentic, again, for those same reasons, large user base, big community support, actively being worked on.
Authentic's great. I like it.
So we talked about platforms. There are quote-unquote platforms for open source as well. You can go out there and grab Security Onion or Malcolm. These are essentially Kali Linux for defense. So if you want to learn how to run a SOC or do whatever, you can just fire up one of these and get busy, essentially. But
yeah, if you're a student, you're new to this, go install Security Onion, play on a box. go run some traffic through it, learn how to use SIM queries. It's your friend. It's good for organizations. If you have a single site, it gets kind of hard when it starts scaling like a lot of these things. Okay, so integrations. The goal of this is to make all your tools work together, right? There is value in having them together. A, we got to get the data together. We already covered that. B, this is a counter argument to what we were saying. There is a real scenario here where platforms might make sense. You could have 4 of your things all together, but think about the potential rip and replace effort in the future. But there is a real scenario where platforms could make a lot of sense here. The goal of this is you want to answer your questions faster. Your mean time to detection, your mean time to respond and resolution, and getting in an organization what they like to call the golden hour, where you can go from here to responding as fast as possible. And Black Hat, this is what I do. This is the part I'm over, and the only reason that we can get through as much as we can is because we use a bunch of integrations. We use Palo XIM for that. And what we do is we have all of our data together. When we get detection, we immediately look up all of our threat intelligence platforms and say, what do you guys know about this? This is before an analyst ever looks at it. Then we do internal context. What does NDR know about it? What does the switches and APs know about it? What does DNS know about it? What does the firewall know about it? We pull all that data in, and then we want it to auto-do stuff. We want it to do the boring stuff. We don't want to take down the reg stuff, and we don't want to do critical critical credit card server and environment stuff. But what we do is we do things like, is it in a classroom? Yes. Is this expected from the classroom based on what it is? Yes. Auto-close that as Black Hat positive. That's a true detection in an organization you would block, but at Black Hat, we're going to let that go. And that's a ticket. It's real. It's a real incident, but we're just going to close it and move on because I'm more concerned about people attacking people attacking the backbone, registration system. Those are the ones we want to spend our energy and time on, not in your organization like guest Wi-Fi or something else, right?
So I saw you taking pictures of things and all whatever. This is the top of each one of the solutions, whether vendor or open source. So if you want to take a picture, take it now. 5, 4, 3, 2, done. Go to hell.
All right. Real fast on other, just want to mention these are some other tools that we've used. OIP is a network visualizer. It's one of those PPU things, but it actually has usefulness. I like it. Come talk to me. We don't have time to go through the details. If you have a Mike Spicer, use him. He'll create a bunch of scripts. We do precog for QA, where we'll go and validate how things are actually happening in each room. Weather map is useful. Grafana if you're making dashboards. Observium we use for switches and throughputs. And then CyberChef if you're ever trying to decode something. Forward-looking, LLMs are coming. We are using them in things like the NOC and other. SOC upskilling is what I'm seeing is used primarily right now. That's actually working very well. Instead of a tier 1 person turning to somebody like me and asking a question saying, what about this or this? They're asking that question to an AI. Most of the time, it's pretty good. It's actually really good when it comes to open source things because they trained on that, whether they should or shouldn't. They're trained on that, and it's pretty good with a lot of open source stuff. Doesn't mean it's perfect, doesn't mean it doesn't make mistakes. Sometimes it's like just incoherent and dumb. But signature rule reading, whether that's a Yara or Suricata or other, they're super useful for that. Sometimes they can create them. That's where it starts to get a little weird. You don't necessarily need to know the query languages of SIMs. I think that's where we're headed. I see that as like it works really well or fails really bad. Like Google SecOps is like, oh, it's like really good, and then it just does it really bad the next time. But that will continue to get better, especially as we have more UDMs. It is your training buddy. And then our last is our wild-ass guesses of where we're going.
Shitty wild-ass guesses. So for me, it's increased regulation, right? We know that compliance isn't just checking the box, isn't working. As things get more and more or get worse and these breaches become larger and more painful and up on the news more, the government is going to have to step in, not just ours, many other governments, and say we have to actually lock this down and force accountability with these organizations unless they donated my campaign. They will also... Things will also get faster. That's what we're seeing with stuff like this, where it's behavioral analytics or LLMs or SOAR solutions, wherever it's pulling things together and allowing your analysts to focus on things that are actionable rather than the garbage stuff, right? You should be an investigator. It's what you were hired for, not a data collector. So.
And attackers are getting faster too. So these are our guesses because I told people don't buy Bitcoin above $16. It makes no sense. So I'm not always right? So you got to take this with whatever. I think we're going to start to get steered. I'm seeing start-ups already. We're going to start getting steered by insurance a whole lot more. I had to do a cyber policy, and it's like, which vulnerability scanner do you have? Qualys, Nessus, Rapid7, or other. You check another box if you're doing like Greenbone or OpenVAS, and it spawns 3 checkboxes of justification of how you're doing it and how you're implementing it. You check one of those 3, and it just says, good job. It doesn't care about how you implemented it. I think more and more of that's coming, and I think that's going to lead to more and more platforms. They're going to bless a platform, and if you don't check that box, your premiums might go up. I hope that's not the case, but I really think that's going to be the case. I think you're going to end up with LLM agents doing more SOAR functions and actions. You're going to give them an objective. Here's what I would like you to do. Here's your guide rails. And it's going to go forth and start to do those things and bring you the data back. And I think that's also going to happen on the BAS side, breach assessment simulation. You're going to say, I want you to go and attack these, do these payloads up to this point, stop there. These are the attacks you can or can't do based on the environment, and I think that'll actually come around, which is, okay, now that happened, go look in the logs for evidence of those things, and then tell me where my gaps are or other things like that.
We don't have time for questions, but we also don't have anywhere else to be, so if you want to hang out after.
But the AV guys do.
They do. They want lunch, and they're mad.
So again, if you disagree with any of those lists, tell us. Fill out that. Let us know where it is.
Thank you. See, I am worthy of love, Dad. That's my baby.
Good job, gents.
Thank you. Just learning from you. Thank you. I bought it in Munich because I like it. Thanks, Jason. It is good.
If anyone needs breakfast, there's some sausages on the stage.
I mentioned dashboards and how I love them. Yeah.
October, third week of October.
Thank you. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, for sure.
Hope@blackhat.com. Yeah, that's my email.
My opinion is that one thing you should add in files because
Yeah. Doing like SOC work remote. Let's see.
job, boys. Hey, did I address your concerns, or what are the ones that I missed? wanted to test the 3.5 audio because we were having problems.
Testing 1, 2, 2, 2. Test.
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Are you able to take off the match when you're doing this?
Actually,
Yeah. That could help too. It's Danny over there. Danny. Up on the stairs. Black mask. Light blue jeans, black.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah. Well, I've met her a couple times now, so it's easier for me to
Okay.
see who she is. But yeah. Are you introducing this one?
Yeah. So as I introduce you, I think it should
Cool. We got a graduating moose and a
You can throw all four.
regular moose. Well, you can throw.
Four, then we need to go get more. Like
Why?
I don't care either way. At least
Oh,
three.
like as in these are for other talks or something?
Yeah, there's a grab bag that we go to, and I have to introduce this talk also next
14:30.
hour or next half hour. So we would just walk through and grab the next.
Okay. There was one that I saw that I jokingly was like, Dad would like that one.
Yeah, these all go online, so.
Yeah, no, I
also let myself.
Oh, this one, keeping our home addresses offline, how to graduate from opt-out whack-a-mole. Because you do a lot to keep your home address offline, so. Who's, we're in Build It, permission, who's this guy? Edward Warren, that's who you're introducing?
Yeah.
So, you check this one. He just asked if all the mics were working. This one works for sure. We haven't tested everything, but
Test.
They should be, but I'll check each of them. Are you the next guy? Oh, awesome. You should come up here.
Hello.
yeah, looks good.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done. So, I'm Holt. And up here on the podium, you're welcome to, if you want, it's up to you, but you don't have to have your mask on the podium. That's totally your call. So, let's see. Sorry, I'll finish this one text message and pay attention. Cool, so I'll do a really quick thing. You've probably seen the pattern already, but we have announcements that we say really quickly. So I'll do that like just a couple minutes till, so that I don't fuck with your time, so you have as much time. So like right at the top of the hour, I'll be saying, and now I'll be trying to be at the point where I'm saying, now I'm handing off to you. And I'll just like say your talk name and your name as well. And then it's you. I assume you need HDMI or something?
Yes, that's pretty much the only thing I need.
Nice jacket. Thank you. It was an amazing eBay find.
I didn't process it when I first saw it, and I'm just like, oh.
Shenanigans. Yeah. Funny.
It's an official racing jacket too. There's a dude that's sponsored by Viagra.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I guess I should test to see if this is all working.
When do I throw things at?
As I'm talking, you just don't hesitate. Just like throw things at people.
Just dime it at the front.
They kind of expect it, and when they see you doing it, they'll just go with it.
Yeah, cool. This one's a good frisbee, so I think I'll do long range on this one.
Yeah. And for announcing, I'll use this if you want to use it, because maybe you move around a little bit or whatever your vibe is. I'll hand it off to you. If you don't, I'll just turn it off and put it back down.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick to that.
Nice, nice. Yeah, whatever works, man.
And do we get audio here?
Audio.
Oh, not audio. Video. Just wanna make sure video's
Oh, is it up? It should come up, but maybe.
Oh, here we go.
So meeting Adam and JB will probably in the evening for dinner instead, because I was late to come up there.
It ended up just being me and Adam at lunch.
Oh, okay.
So it's all good. Like the
Okay.
people want that group is interested in getting together.
Yeah. So okay. Sounds good.
And when I say your name, do you prefer Edward or Ed? Or
Edward's fine.
Edward Warren?
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
say your full name?
No, you can just say Edward.
Just say
Yeah.
Edward? Dope.
Yeah, I got it.
Nice.
What is this? Oh, is it just a twisty thing?
And we do appreciate everybody putting in the time to come here and present. So
Well,
thank you.
I want to thank you because you guys made this a cool experience. My first ShmooCon was last year, but so I'm pretty bummed that ShmooCon's ending. But
Yeah.
just it's exciting to be here, and yeah.
It's all good. So yeah, we're happy to like folks stepping up and providing content. You know, it's like synergistic for both sides. So thank you.
Well, you're welcome. I'm glad that I got the smaller room because I don't really like talking to people.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of forcing myself.
Yeah, a little bit more chill. I feel you. I feel you. Where you stay?
I'm in Buffalo, New York, so it's actually about the same weather we got right now.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny because last year though it was about 20 degrees warmer in DC versus Buffalo, so I was a bit surprised when I got here. I'm like, I didn't get any break.
DC weather's weird because it doesn't like from year to year. It's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quick flight. I mean, we got here, I had a schedule, so it was a flat hour. It was supposed to be an hour and a half, but he
Yeah.
like zoomed it. So.
Dude, mine was going crazy. I came from Oregon, and I stopped in Denver, and on the flight from Denver to DC, he was going like 700 miles per hour. Like, I checked the GPS. They usually go like 400 or 500. He was going like almost 700.
I think my guy was speeding too because he's like, we're 23 minutes ahead of schedule. I'm like, how?
We left late and got there early, and I was like, all right, man. Okay. Really testing those Boeings, dude. You don't need to do that.
we had a little bit of turbulence, and for about 5 minutes, I was like, don't tell me
Like
about
effect
that.
as you're coming out or somewhere else?
Well, on the way here, like about a half hour before we arrived, we had turbulence for a solid 5 minutes, and I was thinking, oh no, it's going down.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was like, it was good.
Nice. Well, I'm glad you're here.
Glad to be here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start drinking after this talk. I decided I didn't.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm gonna start drinking after the talk.
Oh yeah. Get this done. Then take the edge off right now. Yeah, I feel that.
Mics are hot. power source. Let me
Oh, you're good.
plug in on
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Got you. Got you.
I got a full battery just in case. Like, this is a. I bought this laptop a week ago off eBay. And
Yeah?
So I'm not entirely sure how the battery works. But it's a pretty good deal. I got it for like 60 bucks.
My laptop has like max 2 hours battery. It's so bad.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Whoops, whoops.
I should do that. I should diploma and have people autograph it.
Oh. Yeah, that would actually be fun.
Yeah. Bob. Hello. Hello. I think so. Edward, he is our speaker. He's right here. And so far, you're chill? Or, yeah? Okay.
Testing. Oh no, I'm gonna stick to the stage. I appreciate it. Hello? Yeah, we're good.
That's easy to just drop in and grab a couple more. So whatever you're having fun with. Welcome. Welcome to the 2 p.m. session of Blayet track here at ShmooCon 2025. After this talk or sometime this weekend, head down the long hallway over there and check out the RFC TF ShmooCon Labs, Lockpick Village, etc. We have t-shirts available for donation and bags of crap available for purchase at Reg. And with that, I give you the permission slip attack, leveraging a confused deputy in Android with pSlip, and our speaker is Edward Warren.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank everyone for making it out here tonight and all the great ShmooCon volunteers and staff who made this a great experience over the last 20 years. And I also realize this is the first talk after lunch, so hopefully this talk doesn't give you heartburn or indigestion. So we're going to go over a quick agenda. We have the staple, who am I? A brief refresher on confused deputies, a snapshot of the Android permission model, the pSlip toolkit, along with some conclusions. So the quick who am I? I'm a security analyst. All right, so just very briefly, I'm going to go over the who am I. I'm a security analyst at Sadara, and I've given some previous talks. Last year, I actually gave a talk about Android inter-app collusion. That's actually going to act as a segue. I've given a few B-sides talks. I also have many hobbies way outside the scope of this presentation, but I like bugs. And I want to let everyone know that the content of this presentation is solely my own and is neither sanctioned, authorized, nor reflective of my employer's position. So here's a brief refresher on confused deputies. This won't be a slide reading, but I'm just going to go over it quickly. A confused deputy is a security flaw where a trusted application acting as the deputy is tricked into performing actions on behalf of an untrusted entity. And this often leads to unauthorized access or actions. And in Android, this occurs when an app with elevated permissions exposes components. This can be activities, providers, broadcast receivers, and can be exploited by a third-party application. And an example of a confused deputy, for those who are familiar with web hacking, you could just think of like a CSRF or cross-site request forgery. In that instance, the browser is acting as a deputy, inadvertently granting permissions to an attacker. Here's a quick snapshot of the Android permission model. It can be broken down to 3 types. Just to give everybody some context, I'm not sure where everyone at when it comes to Android reverse engineering, but there's 3 main types: normal and runtime permissions along with signature. And for normal permissions, they are granted at install time. Runtime permissions, essentially a user has to explicitly opt in to give the app permission. And when it comes to signature, part of the reason for signature permissions is just to make sure that it helps to secure communication within the ecosystem of the app, within the same developer. Enforcing certificate. We're going to move forward here. Now, some quick examples of normal permissions. These would be things like the ability to vibrate your phone, to set an alarm, or even the ability to access the internet or to open network sockets. And some examples of runtime permissions. These control dangerous actions, things like the ability to access the GPS or your camera, or even the ability to place a phone call. I want you to remember the ability to place a phone call because that's going to be the crux of this attack here. So, hello? All right. Hopefully this is better. So before I get into the permission slip attack, I just want to give a little bit more additional context. In Android, when it comes to inter-process communication, this is facilitated by binder by using intents. And this is going to be very important, as you'll see here in a few moments here. So when it comes to intents, intents help facilitate different calls that can be propagated by the intent. And there's a big long list here. We're just going to focus on 2 just to give some additional context here. For example, you see action pick or action call. If you're an example where action pick would be used, let's say you have a video editing application. Your application will prompt you to select the corresponding application, and that would usually be done with action pick. This is kind of an agnostic. It doesn't have a one-to-one correlation to a dangerous permission. However, certain actions like action call has a one-to-one correlation with the call phone permission. Action call allows the default Android dialer to place a phone call without user interaction. And this can be in contrast to the action dial. When it comes to action dial, all that will do is pre-populate the dial. So one requires a user to explicitly opt in by clicking. The other one will just automatically start the phone call. So when I was looking over applications that I felt were leaking their call phone permission, I got a lot of feedback from developers. And I found this in many applications at this point. Often the most common feedback, besides just not getting any reply at all, was the fact that they would state something along the lines of this. The documentation says the caller app should have the call phone permission. Either the documentation is wrong or this is a bug with the Android system. So at first I thought, well, maybe I did find a bug with the Android system. So I had to do some additional investigation just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. All right, so let's look at what call phone actually does to initiate a phone call. It specifically states here, to place a phone call directly, use the action call action and specify the phone number. It also states that the user doesn't need to tap the call button. And as you see at the bottom, it says the action call action requires that you add the call phone permission to your manifest. The scenario we're going to be going over is the idea that another installed application, a malicious application, can place a phone call without declaring that manifest. And this is because of the idea of a confused deputy, where a vulnerable application exports its component. So just quickly going over call phone versus action dial. And Bryce said earlier that action dial was actually the safe action that pre-populates. It's just more of the same. Just would like to use these as notes here. So this is really the case of the devil being in the details. So let's look at the bottom again. Note, if your app targets M is Android Marshmallow, or otherwise known as Android 6, and above, and declares as using the call phone permission, which is not granted, then attempting to use this action will result in a security exception. So this is, I got some additional feedback after reporting this issue, and essentially what this boils down to is, it's essentially a case of I like to look at it as the feedback that I got was basically that retroactively, this was an undocumented case where because remember, when you're using a Google phone, typically you're using a Google dialer. And most of the call phone dialers do not leak this call phone permission. But in the cases of poorly coded call phone dialers that allow you to send this intent on an exported component, you'll be able to place a phone call without user interaction. And a lot of this boils down to is a misinterpretation of what the developer node state. I'm just going to go over that quickly again here. The action call requires that you use the call phone permission, but I can show you plenty of examples where this is not the case. So what is the permission slip attack? In short, I made it up. The long explanation is that it describes a particular instance of intent injection in Android that leverages a pattern of insecure coding practices that allow an unprivileged app to exploit a privileged or deputy application's exported components to place a phone call. And the way I like to visualize it is, if you think about like a ship manifest, where it will list all the contents of the ship, or think about a permission slip like in high school where it explicitly grants your child the ability to perform certain actions like going to the park. The slip in this case was a slip on the developer by using the wrong intent action. And this GIF is courtesy of Sora. But since it boils down to a Trojan horse or a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I don't expect you guys really to read this. This is really just a case study. This is some recent loot, I'm going to call it, with the pSlip attack. These CVEs were actually published this last week. I have a lot attributed just by using this tool, but these were literally published in the last week, just to give context that you can still find many vulnerable applications. In fact, last night I actually submitted a report for HackerOne for an application that was also vulnerable, so this is still very prevalent. And here's just a quick snapshot of an actual snippet of the Android manifest file, where you can see where in one instance they are using action dial, which is the safe form, but that's not but unfortunately for them, that component is not the issue. If you look on the bottom, this component is the issue. So in this scenario, it shows how the Android exporter is set to true, and that the Android intent filter allows action.call, which essentially results in the ability to send some data to the exported component and get a call to be initiated. Here's just a quick snapshot of the help menu. It's pretty standard. You have things like help, the ability to list all permissions, the ability to scan for custom permissions. Some additional features of this toolkit is not just restricted to the ability to use call intents. It also looks for instances where an intent filter will allow you to explicitly invoke the JavaScript scheme. And I say explicit, I mean just the ability to use JavaScript. There are some cases where you'll see things like HTTP or HTTPS, and you don't see JavaScript. And a lot of those instances, you can still send it a JavaScript payload and it'll still execute. I'm going to give an example of that moving forward here. We already mentioned the call phone permission. This is just what the tool is looking for. And oftentimes if you're doing Android reverse engineering, like using JetX, just looking for the string secret is enough to find a secret. And a lot of this boils down to the fact that they're using a very common Java library where it's using versions of like secret key spec or IV parameter spec, just a very basic crypto library. And of course, some other options, export as HTML, and yeah, you can scan for all or skip the AES. When it comes to the AES, scanning is accomplished by using JetX CLI. It's a little bit slower than APK tools. So I mean, because for example, APK tool can scan for everything in about 5 seconds. Just adding just parsing with JetX can make your scan take upwards of 30 seconds to a minute. So I'm averaging about 5 seconds to scan for everything else but AES keys as of right now. And here's the format. I'm going to blow this up a little bit here, but I tried to organize it intuitively. You see package, component, issue type, along with details. You'll get a progress bar and so forth. if you look right here, you'll see where the iterations are about 5 seconds versus the second scan that can tick upwards about 15 seconds here. Here's it blown up. I'll also, along the top, it says the manifest analysis is started with 4 processes. If you'd like to modify that, you can just set whatever you'd like. Just obviously don't go over the amount of cores that you have available. And at the bottom is an example for TCL browser. This application is actually intended for Android TVs. But it's an example how the intent filter did not explicitly state that the JavaScript scheme would be accepted. Now, why do you care about being able to inject JavaScript? You'll see that in a few moments. We're almost actually done here, though. Here's just an output of how it looks in HTML. Hopefully it's a little easier to read. Pretty much the same basic idea with the, separated by package, component, issue type, and so forth. And at the very bottom, you'll see an application that did not appear on the previous CLI console output. I'd like to just give them a shout out to Alex and his co-presenter for Open Sesame Unlocking Bluetooth Padlocks. This is a great B-Sides London talk where it shows about what you can actually do with hard-coded keys. Usually applications that are hard-coding AES or DES or AES keys, they're directly linked to IoT. So think about smart camera, lock. This tool can find hard-coded keys. It's just an ancillary feature I decided to add for my own personal usage. We're gonna keep it moving here. And this is just gonna segue into the very short demo because I'm almost out of time here. This research was called Exposing and Addressing Security Vulnerabilities in Browser Text Input Fields. And why you should care about this is that what this brings to light is the fact that oftentimes when you need to exploit something, you have to chain or basically use some form of polyglot exploitation. In this case, what they talked about is how different websites store your saved credentials with behind the asterisk fields. So they break this down to 2 different types, type A and type B. An example of type A is the ability for a malicious browser extension to grab credentials that are stored if it has access to the DOM tree. And type B are instances or websites that are literally storing your password within the HTML in the outer HTML field. All right, so here's an example of a payload that I'm going to show you where this application, even though it doesn't show JavaScript in its intent filter, will still allow you to send JavaScript. Here's a quick example of the demo. I'm actually repurposing this demo from the previous Fire Talk. I just didn't actually get a chance to finish it. What this demo shows is me entering my password. If the password was already saved or cached, it would have the same effect. I honestly just didn't feel like re-recording this. But what this is going to show is once I inject the payload, you're going to see an alert box which shows the password that's stored behind the asterisk. And instead of just showing an alert box, you could actually just exfiltrate it. But I didn't want to give anybody any ideas here, except for I'm saying it now. All right, so conclusions. Don't export components unnecessarily. Use inline permission and intent filters when appropriate. Hard coding AES or DS keys is probably a bad idea. And be wary of using custom permissions. Because, for example, if you make a custom permission but you set it to a normal value, then you can inadvertently allow applications to use it without users explicitly opting in. I didn't really go over that last portion, but the tool actually detects for variants of that. And yeah, if you want to check out the tool, feel free to connect with me, and I appreciate your time. And I'm not even sure where I'm at here on time here. Oh, wow. Let's better do that a little quickly. Is there any questions?
How does the requirement for the Android intent-based exploits of having a malicious app affect the CVSS score?
So it really, okay. So you're asking how, you're asking how the CVSS score affects the rating because it requires a pre-installed application. That is that's definitely a good question. So I've gotten 1 or 2 responses. And it really depends on who you talk to, because one of my favorite researchers, Maddie Stone, she's kind of she has the viewpoint that if you're using, it's not considered a physical attack because how easy it is to trick a user into pre-installing an application. So I've gotten both network and local. As to which one is correct, I'm not making the argument because one resulted in a higher payout. That's a great question. Any other questions? Yes. So, okay, thank you. So most of the applications did not appear in scope. I did find a couple on HackerOne. They're actually still in the process of finishing that. It's a shame that the Google Play Security Reward Program, that they ended that, because one of the applications I found that had a couple 100 million installs was under that, and I was able to get a payout, but they unfortunately discontinued that program. Hopefully they'll reopen it up in the future. That's a great question, sir. Any other questions? Yes.
So the permissions you mentioned in the talk were already permissions given to the application. Is there any way to maybe add those permissions to an existing application to be able to make, for example, the calls? Or does that require some other?
Well, I mean, you have, if you're making an application, you do. Okay. All right. So I believe what your question was: does the attack allow you to actually grant the malicious application the permission? So part of the logic here when it comes to confused epi is that you're kind of, a vulnerable call dialer or an application that's granting this permission is inadvertently granting it in the form of the confused deputy, but it technically doesn't have it, because if it actually had the permission and it wasn't granted, then there'd be the security exception. So this is leveraging the other component, but that's a good question. And I believe that's probably the final question. So I want to thank everyone again for their time, and hope you enjoy the rest of ShmooCon.
Hi, are you the next presenter? Awesome. Welcome. Come ahead and come up stage.
Can we use the mic in addition to? So you can use any of the 4 mics. So while you're getting set up, I'll give you a little bit of talking. So you're on stage. You're welcome to take your masks off. Okay. The mics actually don't work very well with the masks on. Okay. So which is why I'm taking mine off, because I'm going to do a little bit of announcements. Okay. So go ahead and keep getting set up. Okay. You see the person in front of the camera right there, waving their hands. Either them or one of the people next to them will hold up a sign just like that. It'll tell you when you have 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left. You see a stop sign? The stop sign, that is shut up about this.
Yep.
We asked, because we're doing, or you all have agreed to have your talk recorded and streamed? Yes. Right? So because we are going to have people watching on the live stream, please repeat whatever question that you have. They will remind you if you forget, but please repeat it. Otherwise, the questions are not going to be heard on the live stream.
Sure.
At the moment that you get the stop sign, if you still are getting questions, we ask you to say, give me 5 minutes and then pack up my stuff. I'll meet you in the hallway, and then have whatever conversations you want. Okay. So.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and plug in.
Still, yes, yeah, yep. We just make sure that I've got the screens up that I want, and then we'll do that.
I want to make sure that I'm pronouncing your names correctly. Brittney and
Chapin.
Chapin?
Yep. Chapin. Yep, long A. Yep.
And the microphones are hot. Go ahead. All the time.
Check. 1, 1, 1, 1.
You need to say something private. Come back here. Away from the mic.
Nothing out of here. Nothing out of the sound, though. Check, check.
So I'd like to.
And if possible, if you can generally stay in the same position, that's better. Okay.
because otherwise they have to move the camera, and that's slightly awkward.
Okay, sounds good.
But if you, it looks like whoever's going to be presenting is going to be in front of the computer. So as long as you're generally whoever's talking there, that'll be great.
Okay, perfect.
I figure the two of us will be rather still, right?
Yeah, I
And-
don't anticipate moving around at all.
Yeah. Do you want the clicker and mic and I can be at the computer?
Yeah.
Or in that way we're not like switching back and forth? Or do you want to be here? Do you want to be, yeah,
No,
behind the
I
table
think that's
instead of
fine.
behind the... It's up to you.
No, I like that. That's good.
Chapin?
Yes, Chapin.
Chapin.
Long. Chapin. Put a Y after the A. Like Che. Yeah, of course. I appreciate you checking though. Nice, good. Clicker's working. Oh, yes. Maybe just here on the table, which I think will be the right spot.
And remember, you are hot.
Yes. Thank you. Hey, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming in.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Yeah, this is us giving you a run through, right? Yeah. Cool. So that way it's here. I mean, if I need it, I'll lean in for it. The only thing, like, zooming in is, like, you then can go sideways, which stinks. But, I mean, go in. Why not, right? We can. Good? Yeah. Sweet.
And we've got like 9 more minutes, so.
Oh, great.
You're set up in record time, so in roughly 5 minutes, I'll do a little bit of announcements. If you've seen talks, you've seen the same announcements. We just do it between before every talk.
Sounds good.
Cool. Sweet. Definitely post on the ground. I think we can do that. Maybe if I do. Not still this.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my bag. Oh, we can't even see the screen. I mean, your mic's on.
All right.
Oh, they arrived.
Yeah.
Sit wherever you like.
Do it.
Where'd you get the yo-yo? Nice. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna change the sleep. 'Cause it just like went to sleep. But
Back up now.
yes. Go for the talk.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back to ShmooCon 2025, the last ShmooCon. If you can go ahead and please make your way to your seats. I've got a few announcements. You've probably heard them repeatedly. You're going to hear them a few more times today. We have more T-shirts, past conference bags, as well as bags of crap available for donation. You come give us some money. We give that money directly to either Reading is Fundamental or the EFF, both very worthy charities. And we give you a bag, T-shirt, or bag of crap as a thank you. So please come by, donate. This is a very worthy causes. If you are parked in the hotel but not part of the hotel room block, you can come by registration and get a discount ticket to help you offset the $50-something a day parking if you parked in this hotel. I've got a few things to throw out into the audience before we get started.
It's a good curve.
Wow, it actually flew. All right, the next thing that I'm going to throw out is a carabiner-shaped object. If you do climbing or whatever, I would not use this as a carabiner. It is a carabiner-shaped object, but not actually a carabiner. That being metal, I want to be careful when I throw it. All right. And the last thing I have is a credit card or ID holder you can attach to your phone if you really want to brand yourself as the ShmooCon fan. All right. Without our streaming, are we up and functional? All right, we're just a little bit early, but we're going to go ahead and get started anyway. So I would like you all to give a warm welcome to Brittney and Chapin, who'll be talking about casting a light on shadow cloud deployments. So please give Brittney and Chapin a warm ShmooCon welcome.
Thank you all. I don't have things to I have a yo-yo I could throw, but I feel like that's not a great idea. So sorry.
Wouldn't recommend.
Yeah.
Good turnout for the after lunch crew too, so we really appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you all for coming after lunch.
Before we kick this off, just quick poll. Has anyone dealt with a cyber issue involving exposed cloud resources before? Yep.
Okay, so that's like half the room, 60%?
Yep.
I'm not great at estimations, so for those online, a decent amount.
Yep, exactly. All right. If you have, or even if you haven't, welcome. Hopefully we can cast some light on shadow cloud deployments. Just a quick background on us. I'm Brittney. This is my co-presenter, Chapin. We both met as incident response consultants years ago. Chapin has since turned developer. I am still in the incident response consulting realm. I've hopped between private and public consulting. But as you can imagine, combined, we both have a world of experience dealing with different types of threat actors, scenarios, different types of organizations, et cetera. One thing that we've realized as organizations move closer towards integrating cloud infrastructure, some of those same initial access issues have also moved to the cloud. So that's something we kind of want to touch on today with respect to shadow cloud infrastructure. So if you think about, maybe you have a Django instance that you once stood up on a server that is in a drippy server room somewhere. Ask us about the drippy server room later. That actually did happen.
In the hallway, yes.
It is now on an EC2 instance with a public IP address. So here we start our initial access issues in the cloud. We've noticed too, this is another thing throughout our world of incident response consulting, there's a lot of tools that exist out there that were built by really brilliant people in terms of perimeter scanning and network mapping, but nothing that really fit the bill in terms of what we were trying to do for incident response. So we built our own. But Brittney, where is this actually happening? It can't be every infrastructure. We've noticed there are some certain scenarios that tend to trend in terms of publicly exposed infrastructure that has been a target of breaches. One in particular, which isn't exactly unique to cloud infrastructure, is organizations without cloud discovery and governance established. It's not necessarily that adequate security posture isn't a priority. It's just that with cloud being integrated so quickly and it's still technically a new concept, it might not be something that is fully polished and rolled out yet. So we tend to see that.
The other we see that we didn't really see so much on-prem before is folks can very easily spin up a cloud environment. It's easier to get a public IP address these days. All you need is a credit card. Actually, even free tier, right? And you can set up a environment. And so it doesn't take much for someone to cause exposure, right? Setting up that Django app internally, right, it was exposed to the internal network, right? Which still a problem that needs to be thought through. But standing it up in an EC2 instance that's running and has a public IP address certainly expands the scope and impact that can have.
Yep, exactly. But why is this happening? This next bit, I think we're going to have a little bit more fun, back to raising our hands. I'm sure there's a massively diverse group of people in this crowd with your backgrounds and what you actually do, so I'm curious to see what you actually have to say about this. So going through these next couple slides, I'm going to give a couple justifications that we have seen for why engineers have exposed resources in the cloud. First one. This is just a proof of concept. Who has seen this one?
Be honest, the camera can't see you.
Pretty significant amount of people. Very often we see POCs turn production.
Same people. Have you seen those turn production? Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Next one. Don't worry, it's just test data.
How do you define test data? Is it just a copy of prod?
Yeah. Right, exactly. Moving into our next one, it's a clone of prod, but it's in our dev account. Yeah, this one's one of my favorite ones. I have heard this one as well. But yeah. Basically, POCs, whatever it is, research projects, test environments, sometimes they just become exposed wider than they're intended, and then they forget about them because it works. So it becomes initial access point. Next one, I wasn't supposed to create a new cloud account. It's a little bit more niche, but you've dealt with this one before.
Yeah, I've heard that, especially newer folks joining a company or folks coming out of school and used to doing school projects and just spinning up, in their Azure tenant with their, school email address, right? They're used to running side projects and not realizing in an organization there might be some governance around that.
Creating a massive blind spot for security teams.
Yep.
I didn't know it needed a security review. Lots of hands.
Yep. And it also comes through the M&A context, right? New policies that you're getting through. Yep.
Yep, exactly. Next one. Yep, so that was kind of more the fun aspect of this. Let's move into the scary part. It's fun to joke around about some of the things that we've heard in the past, but here's what actually can happen. We tried to look around for a couple really good case studies that prove our point here. There's a lot that's happening on this slide, so don't focus too heavily on the actual diagram. It was just really beautifully put together in this particular example.
Yeah, go check out the blog post.
Please do. Our slides will be available on our GitHub as well. So this one in particular involves a 2024 campaign in which a threat actor was targeting a bank environment based out of India. This was an exposed Jenkins server that had been on the internet for quite some time, and internet search engines picked it up. Threat actors were able to see what ports were exposed, and unfortunately for this one, it was a vulnerable instance of Jenkins. Why do developers use vulnerable instances of Jenkins, Chapin?
So I don't know that it's ever anyone's intention, right? I mean, some people in the room maybe are spinning up Jenkins that's vulnerable, right, to play with it, sure. But yeah, I've seen in more than one case where a dev team has a plugin that they really love in Jenkins that they've used and adopted that hasn't been updated, so they can't update Jenkins, and so Jenkins stays behind, and when it gets exposed, then somebody has some fun with it.
Yep, and unfortunately in this scenario, it was vulnerable to a local file inclusion vulnerability. So the threat actor was able to identify that this existed, found what ports were open, and they were able to read the credentials.xml file that was on that particular Jenkins instance. They were then able to decrypt the SSH private keys for their internal GitHub. Unfortunately, and I'm sure you could see just with the title of this diagram, it was a supply chain attack. This particular environment had other information stored in their GitHub repo that included tokens, access information to their customer environments. So not only were they affected by ransomware, but their customers as well, unfortunately. But moving on to this next case study, that's what's in the news, that's what hits headlines. This is what we see more of the time, cryptojacking. It might not be an entire network that is completely owned. It could just be one instance, but it could rack up millions of dollars of expenses at this point. One thing I also wanted to point out on this slide too, particularly with cryptojacking is, we were picking on Jenkins a little bit before, but there was a case study that we came across from 2017 where a threat actor group was using the same C2 infrastructure to also target Windows-based Oracle WebLogic instances. So, whether it's a Jenkins service, it doesn't really matter what service it is. It doesn't really matter what operating system it is. It's exposed to the internet. Threat actor is going to find a way in.
Yep. So as we talked about before, there are a number of tools out there around cloud security. And in fact, the conferences like this, people come up here and talk about them, and it's great. A lot of the tools that we have seen are around the cloud security posture management. And so they're looking for, how do I take this AWS account or this cloud account and ensure its long-term security posture, right? And so it gives you a lot of information across the various services and resources you have, and how to properly configure them in order to reduce the attack surface. A number of these tools are SaaS-based or have some web app. They take a little bit of onboarding, but some of these do have capabilities to give you a sense of what resources are actually responding to requests, right? So Perimeterator, for example, uses Nmap, right, to give you a sense of what's actually responding to scans. And you have tools like Cloud Mapper, which is generating a nice network map that you can leverage in investigations. So the tool that we were looking to build was more around the triage use case, and not saying it's meant to replace any of these by any means. It's meant to serve as a complement for those investigations, help you get started and not have an overwhelming amount of information as you're diving into a new environment that you haven't seen before.
Yep, and to pivot off of that concept a little bit, if you're in the incident response consulting field or even just an in-house IR team, I'm sure you get a lot of, leadership questions, executives, C-suite, whoever it might be, breathing down your necks the second that they sense that there might be some kind of issue. So our tool is really built around trying to answer some of those quick questions. They have reporting requirements. Do they need to engage legal a little bit more? Do they need to get PR involved? Is it production data or is it just test data? How many customers are actually impacted? So our tool is really designed to answer those quick questions so that leadership can maybe make those right decisions. And then ultimately to, as an investigator, do a deeper dive from that investigation. So some of the things that we pick out are, the resources that are affected, who's the resource owner, exposure time frame, is it a system that's been launched for 2 years or has it been just a couple hours? That can significantly quell some of those concerns around exposure time frame. Also impacted service and vulnerabilities, like we were talking about that in vulnerable Jenkins instance. And then, all of those questions can kind of center around, is this just an isolated incident or is it going to impact our entire environment as well?
And so the other area where we saw a gap was that not every cloud environment belongs to a large organization that has a security team and has resources to dedicate to development, let alone security. There was this organization I was helping out not too long ago who about 15 or so people, and they were running their whole business off of 2 DigitalOcean droplets. One was a web server, the other a database, and they had 1 or 2 technical people. It wasn't really the focus of their business. Anyways, they were having some issues, and as they were going through troubleshooting, opened up the port to their MongoDB instance, and you can probably tell where this is going. Someone in a drive-by went ahead and dumped all their data and left a ransom note in its place, right? And so, this organization just, was too small, too new to the cloud environments to have the controls. They don't have a security team in place to help them navigate this. So we built a tool called Luminat, and it takes the approach of kind of this inside to outside detection. And so it starts by looking at network interfaces with public IP addresses, so filtering down the scope to just things that could be exposed. And then once it has a sense of what those network interfaces are, it starts working outwards, right? Looking for security groups associated with those network interfaces, EC2 instances, load balancers, and there are a lot of other resources we haven't added quite yet. It's a relatively new tool that we want to get context on, right? So we have a good sense of where to get started. Once we know what resources are involved and at play here. We can then take those and we can go to some reliable sources like CloudTrail to get some more context about like who set it up when it happened, what types of changes, what actions actually led to this infrastructure existing. And then if AWS config is enabled, like that's another great source where you can see configuration changes over time. There's the outside piece. So this is looking inside the cloud is great. Like you get a lot of source of truth for configuration and such. But in a sense, it's like hypothetical. Like are all the routes set up correctly? Like do you actually have exposure? And so scanning with Nmap, for example, to tell you like, is this port open, right? Am I getting a response back? Using WhatWeb. Have folks used WhatWeb before? Is that something anyone familiar with? A couple folks? Yeah, this was new to me as well as we were building this tool. It's an application that can fingerprint various services on the internet. It has like 1,800 plugins for fingerprinting. So when I saw this existed, I was like, great, we don't have to write that. Like that sounds like a huge database to maintain. So anyway, so this does HTTP service detection, which is wonderful. And then Shodan to give us a sense of like what threat actors are seeing, right? A number of us probably use Shodan to get a sense of the lay of the land of infrastructure. So the tool also has some configuration options, so you can turn on and off different scan types depending on what you're looking to do. Has the ability to allow list, so you can specify a network interface that's known good, known safe, or you've already reviewed. You can also filter based on tags, so if you deploy things through CDK or Terraform or some infrastructure as code, and you know that everything deployed through there is labeled properly and reviewed, you can exclude those resources. And then it also reports to the terminal by default, but has the ability to give you basically everything it knows in JSON and a CSV timeline as well. So here goes the live demo.
Fingers crossed.
So yeah, start with the help command, just test the waters. And so here we have Luminot. It is running in a Docker container, so that way you don't have to install WhatWeb. WhatWeb is great. It is written in Ruby, and I found it difficult to install locally on my system, but works well in Docker. So Docker container is built for you if you want to use that. Also has Nmap installed, so you don't need to configure that on your system either. Has a few options here. Luminot doesn't require a config file. By default, it tries to run everything, and if the tool's not available, it just skips it. It does require AWS creds, because it kind of needs that for the inside piece and figure out what IP addresses it should actually do stuff with on the outside. So here, I'm going to give it a config that has my Shodan key already provided. And hit go. I already have my AWS account set up. Don't use default AWS profiles, please. But this is a demo. That's a classic excuse. Nobody do it, but I'm gonna do it. So you can see it's scanning US East 2. You can pick which regions you'd like it to scan. Here I found 5 ENIs with public IPs. And it's starting to gather some of the additional detail. That was pretty quick. That ran within a second to start gathering additional context about at least one of those network interfaces. And now it's going through AWS config. This takes a little while to run. There's a lot of information there, so I'm going to go back here. So there's the command again. This is my fallback. And here's what some of the output looks like. So this is the terminal output. The same thing gets represented in HTML if you enable that, because terminals get resized and everything gets weird. So the HTML is something that you can safely report back to. And so as you can see, the first entry is about the network interface itself. And actually just above that, the IP address and region. You then have the network interface, information about what VPC it's in, availability zone, security groups. And then under security groups, we've listed out rules that are permissive. So this is any rule that's associated with a routable IP address and with some ports, right, as well as the protocol. And then off to the side, you'll see the description, in this case, web. And then in this case, a load balancer was associated with this network interface. And whoever built this, which we'll find out on the next slide, started labeling things quite nicely, right? Like we've already got a pretty good hint here that Grafana is probably involved. But we can see this load balancer is internet facing, and it was created January 7th. And we have listeners on port 443 on HTTPS. So still kind of inside the environment, AWS config ran, but didn't have any events to share with us. There's a lot of detail in the JSONs. There's a lot of raw detail in the configuration there if you want to parse through it, but it really polluted the output here. And then the CloudTrail entries. Here you can see a number of events. Don't worry, this goes into a CSV output with way more detail, so you don't need to parse the command line events here. You can use the CSV for further analysis. But here you can get a sense of the resources as they were created or modified. and what specific resources, who, when, so you can start answering some of those early questions. So here we can see a lot of activity on the 7th. This lines up with what we saw on the prior slide. We see cBryce dev started adding some rules back and forth between some IP blocks and opened up quad 0, so the whole world has fun. Please be nice to this instance. So in Nmap, here we can see that the port is open, right, and responding, and we get even more affirmation that AWS Elastic Load Balancing is the target. And we now have our Shodan results. So you'll notice TCP80 is showing up here. That wasn't on any of the prior slides. Shodan's going to tell you what it knows. Previously, on December 22nd, Shodan knew something about this regarding TCP80. This is totally unrelated, just whoever was running with this IP address before, IP addresses get recycled. So just, as you're using sources, right, not just this tool, but sources in general, just make sure that you're validating that the findings are consistent with your understanding of the investigation. Don't trust it blindly, because there's a lot of vulnerabilities here and it can be very quick to be like, oh, yes, boss, there is 5 vulnerabilities on port 80, right? So we do see on TCP 443, Grafana is being called out again, and this scan came from the 10th, so a little more consistent with our timeline. Then we also see in resources, someone bought a domain called luminat.org and connected it as well. So WhatWeb, we talked about this a little bit before. This is a very minimal output from WhatWeb. I recommend playing with the tool sometime. It's pretty sweet, like it's got a lot of capabilities, but we really pared it down here just to show you the core things you need to start your investigation. And so here you can see a couple different endpoints that it's scanned, including following redirects, which is quite nifty, especially for the login pages. And here it's fingerprinted Grafana as well as 11.4.0. So you can take that version number to go and take a look for vulnerabilities yourself. Cool. This is an example of the timeline. Sorry that it's kind of small. There's actually even more detail off to the side. So I just wanted to show you that it exists and can be formatted, and you can do more with it and bring it into your own timeline formats that you use. But there's a lot of detail in this timeline. I'm going to swipe over here and just show that the demo did finish in the background as we were talking and looks very similar, right? We see the same type of WhatWeb. Here's what the config file looks like. This is the config file I used minus my API key. And so you can see what's, yeah, I trust you guys, but not that much. So you can see like some of the options that you can provide. It's all in TOML. So you can toggle on and off tools. And then this is the AWS IAM policy that you need in order to run this tool. Granted, please take a look at the code. Make sure that you're comfortable running this in your environments before you do so. But these are the read-only permissions that you'll need in order to execute Luminat. And yeah, so any questions? And our slides are up here if anybody needs. Thank you. Sure. Yes, so this is available on PyPy. And oh, yes, so the question was, where is this package available? I'm going to rephrase your question a little bit. So the question, so it is available on PyPy. It's also available on GitHub as a Docker container that you can pull. It's also available as a GitHub repo if you want to pull it locally and build it yourself. Yep. Ooh. That's an excellent question. So to repeat, so let's say you're at a mature an organization that has a mature cloud account infrastructure where you have your CloudTrail logs in a centralized organization account separate from where the resources live. That's an excellent use case and one that the tool does not consider at this moment. But thank you for raising that. That wasn't on my radar, even though that's what I commonly see. But yes, that is a use case that needs to be supported.
We'll be around after, too, if you guys want to come up to us outside and just chat or ask more questions. We'll be available.
Yeah, thank you all. Really appreciate it. Wow, 1 minute to spare. Nice. Oh, sure. Thanks. Hi.
Hi, are there plans to make this work with Azure?
I would, yes. So we started with AWS because that's what we know. Can we chat in the hall in a few minutes? Or we want to pack up and
Yeah, of
get the,
course,
yeah, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Yeah.
What does it look for in CloudTrail?
CloudTrail question.
What does it pick up on on individual fields that it's pulling from the from cloud?
Here, let's go out to the hall. Yeah, if you guys have questions, we can step out to the side. Are you good, Brittney?
Yeah, I'm good.
About everything?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Build It track, the 3 p.m. session. We have a couple of quick announcements here for ShmooCon 2025. After this talk, visit the events down the hallway, RFCTF, ShmooCon Labs, Lockpick Village. T-shirts are available for donation, as are bags of crap. And we give you our speaker, Joe Lucas, presenting Sandboxing Agents Workflows with WASM. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks everybody. I'm Joe Lucas. You know what you're here for. I first became aware of the power of WebAssembly during JupyterCon 2 years ago, so I'm no expert. I was there to tell data scientists how easy it was to mess with their research, like modifying the integrity of their results or stealing secrets. But I learned a bunch of other stuff there as well. So I saw its demo of Jupyter Lite and was... Hello. We'll see. Just keep... No, that doesn't sound as good. This sounds better. I'm just going to keep eating it. Okay. Yeah, I'm no expert, right? I was messing with Jupyter, trying to hack it. I learned about Jupyter Lite, which is a Jupyter distro that runs in the browser, and I thought that was pretty impressive. So I tinkered with my own Jupyter Lite deployment, but really didn't take the lesson much further than that. Fast forward 2 years, and I'll show you this in the talk. I'm staring at newfangled AI libraries that call exec to generate simple plots, and I had this light bulb moment that I'm going to present. I had another light bulb moment that I want to take some time to talk about, which is that hackers should get out of hacker conferences. JupyterCon is a developer conference. For those who aren't familiar, Jupyter is a software ecosystem for interactive, usually Python development, popular in the scientific community. And so the attendees are core developers, plugin developers, and users. My talk wasn't anything that would be terribly earth-shattering to security researchers, but I got a lot of traction in that audience. Apparently, it was the first and only security-related talk that's ever been at JupyterCon. I saw people pull out their phones to take pictures when I pulled up Sliver. Many told me they hadn't considered the security context of their work before and were amazed by simple things like dumping the history out of databases and revealing secrets stored as environment variables. So for the most part, for our target audience, for people who will really move the needle on cybersecurity, they're not here, right? They're not at ShmooCon. They're at PyCon or CPPCon or whatever, and many don't have access to corporate security teams. They might be lucky to have folks in IT thinking about security. So try submitting to those CFPs. You might influence someone to whom your material is actually terribly new and relevant, and you might learn something. So with that, we'll start by talking about agentic workflows, then move into sandboxing, and finally, how WebAssembly can help. So what is an agentic workflow? Well, until recently, folks have had decent success using AI to generate code. Hey, ChatGPT, create a Flask app. But most of 2024 was spent copying that output, running it, maybe tweaking it, and going back to the LLM with an updated request. Why not just have the AI application run the code, iterate on any errors, and only return the output that you really want? That's the agency in Agentic. Operate some tool, like a terminal or a Python interpreter, and use or return the result. Because it can be a terrible idea. At least if done naively by executing the LLM-generated code in the context of the calling application. And unfortunately, that's currently the state of many libraries that might help you implement this sort of agentic flow today. Here's another more depressing light bulb moment I've had recently. I've always extolled the security value of open source. Anyone can audit it. And that's still true, but it's only part of the story. For solo and small developer teams, there often isn't anyone focused on, or with the necessary experience to focus on, security. Worse, there's sometimes a cultural aversion to security contributions for all the same old reasons that we've heard before: lower priority than features, degraded user experience. And there's often very little incentive for them to accept a PR. I think the canonical open source answer is just fork it, but security folks don't want to get in the business of maintaining those open source libraries. So does open source software still have a better security story than closed source? Certainly. But the fact that the code is public does not inherently increase our ability to secure it. There's still this kind of ugly human layer that we have to navigate. Here's a code snippet from a library that tries to do this simplistic, just exec it, agentic flow safely by using regular expressions to catch dangerous code. Dangerous code. Suffice it to say, there are plenty of dangerous Python snippets that would evade this regex. Building on my previous comment about open source security, this regex was actually added to the library by the maintainers based on fingerprints of a POC submitted by some of my colleagues. I'll just leave it at this wasn't the remediation they were going for, still a work in progress. Here's another snippet that, given something that's supposedly Plotly code based on the variable name, just carelessly shoves it into exec to get the resulting image. I understand what they're trying to do here. There are many applications where you'd want to return an image to a user, not just a blob of code that they need to run themselves. But the whole question of, is it even Plotly? And more specifically, is it the Plotly that I want, is the crux of this whole problem. How do you know that the code returned from the LLM will do exactly what you want with no security relevant side effects? It's hard. And the broader range of inputs and outputs you hope for an agent or tool to handle, the harder it is to provide any security guarantees. These aren't unpopular libraries. This is the flow that you'd be using with one of the two libraries that I showed you. In step one, we want a user to be able to interact natively with natural language, just the way we talk. That's going to come back to the application, and it will probably get rephrased by an LLM into a task, like generate Python. Another LLM or the same LLM with some prompt engineering is going to generate that code in step 3, ship it back. It's going to get executed on the application server in step 4, and the user will get their image. Here's how they show it in their tutorial. This looks small. So they have this object that they call a smart data frame, which is just a wrapper around the classic pandas data frame. For those of you not familiar with pandas, it's just a cornerstone of data science and has been for many years. And a data frame is basically a table. So their example here creates 10 countries, gives them GDPs and happiness indexes. Then they wrap this classic data frame in their smart data frame construct and chat with it, chat with your data. So here they say return the top 5 countries by GDP, and what the functionality that you're supposed to be gaining here is that you don't actually have to write the programmatic query, you're writing in natural language and getting those results. So you can think of it here as like a rough replacement for writing SQL. And it can show you the code that it generated, and it can plot the chart as promised. These simplistic workflows fail to adequately account for failure modes in the LLM-generated content. And these failure modes can arrive all too easily, either by mistake, or from a malicious user, or bad information retrieval, or a bad model. And by bad model, I don't necessarily just mean some sort of malicious poisoning, some boogeyman. Some of these things are just bad, like ineffective, incompetent, the kind of thing you wouldn't trust to let a stranger use to run code on your system. And that badness isn't always immediately obvious. There's still a lot of work going into accurately measuring and benchmarking model capability. And there's a classic data science principle called concept drift, used to explain the phenomenon of variables shifting in unforeseen ways, degrading performance over time. Many data scientists have shipped models and systems that they're proud of, only to have them yanked from prod months later. If you remember nothing else, remember to treat LLM-generated code as untrusted, particularly when users get some control over the generation. That's the part the devs don't like to hear. AI was supposed to save work and be this magic component, but it turns out that there needs to be plenty of scaffold engineering to make these systems effective, reliable, and secure. And now the AI bit of this talk is over. It was really just clickbait. Thanks for coming. The techniques we're going to discuss are just conventional code sandboxing techniques. But that's kind of consistent with my experience with most of AI security. Very little is new, but devs forgot these AppSec lessons already or somehow think that they don't apply. we're going to carry the Plotly example through the rest of the talk. You don't need to be familiar with Plotly. Just think Python in, SVG out. So in this case, we want to create data visualizations for our users. We've done a bunch of prompt engineering to give us some code. And this is the code example we're going to work with. What do we do now? Well, we're going to sandbox it, right? Here are your options. If you want to do a good job of isolating untrusted code execution, use a hypervisor, Firecracker VMs and the like. This also includes serverless options like AWS Lambda that are built on Firecracker. Either way, you're trusting hypervisor isolation. You may take a hit in latency and cost, but it's about the best you can do besides bare metal and thermite. No one got fired for using a hypervisor. Don't use containers. They share the host kernel, and containers aren't a security boundary was hazed into me. But to be fair and complete, I will admit that there have been advances in container isolation and security. But what about browsers? That's what I'm here to propose today. Browser escapes do happen, but they're expensive. Unlike containers, there's at least the premise of a security contract isolating the browser from the host operating system. Even with that aside, moving to a client-side execution model provides great, dare I say perfect, isolation guarantees between the executing user, your server, and other users. And again, for the sake of completeness, I'll admit that this is largely an exercise in risk transference. I don't know about your users, but I know that all of my users update their browsers regularly, and so we can trust this. Okay, so given a set of Python functionality, how do we get it into our web page? Luckily, this templating can be done with minimal changes to our prompting strategy and requires only static templating. I say luckily because for the most part, prompt engineering is still a brittle mixture of guessing and voodoo. Without significant feature or scope change, your templates should survive evolutions in other application logic or model versions as long as the prompt engineers preserve the expected Pythonic output. We're going to use Pyodide to do this. WebAssembly is a binary instruction format for stack-based virtual machines, and it's usually used as a compilation target for other languages. It started out for C and C++, but supports Rust and Go and others now. Pyodide does not equal WebAssembly. It's just the easiest way to get CPython-like functionality into your browser with WebAssembly. And here's what it does for you. It gives you the standard runtime requiring minimal code changes or special prompt foo, because LLMs are actually pretty good at generating CPython and might not be good at generating really weird WebAssembly instructions. It was built for the scientific Python community, so it has a lot of their libraries baked into it, but it gives you the tools you need to bring your own dependencies, either directly from PyPI or as wheels, and handles a bunch of other JavaScript and browser integrations, so that you can just worry about running your code. It generally abstracts away the difficulty of running Python in a browser context. Using Pyodide in the browser also gives us some configurable security controls. Browser context isolation is our first line of defense. We can configure the browser context with strict permissions, disabling JavaScript outside of WebAssembly, preventing CSP bypass, and restricting access to browser APIs. For network controls, we can implement request interception to prevent any unauthorized network access while still allow listing specific domains. Resource limitations, like memory limits and timeouts, can prevent resource exhaustion attacks. And just because we're executing client-side doesn't mean we should ignore the conventional input-output validation issues, particularly for LLM-generated content. Those filters can also give you a nice hook to kick off retries. And finally, error handling and monitoring give us visibility into what's happening in our sandbox. This is obviously useful for security, but also provides some good data back to the dev teams. The beauty of this approach is that many of these controls come for free with a browser sandbox model. We just need to configure them appropriately. It's also worth noting that Pyodide is the easy button for Python WebAssembly, but that means it ships with a lot. If you're really paranoid, you can ship a much more restrictive runtime. So here are some code snippets. At the end, I provide a link to a repo, but this is kind of the gist of what you need to understand. At first, you're going to init Pyodide here, and this is kind of where you're going to install your dependencies. Next, you're going to template your code. So if your prompting strategy didn't give you the necessary import statements, you might stick those in. You might need to do some string manipulation, and then you're going to return whatever object you finally want to return. And so now when you define your route, you can accept a request, grab the code out of the request body, and send that code to be run in pYodide, and then return your SVG. So here's another example. To understand this in this blue box, I have some metrics. So here it took about 8 seconds for pYodide to init. This text box is mocking our LLM because I like mocking LLMs and I didn't trust them with my live demo. And then we'll see the output below, right? So when you click execute, this is the WebAssembly running and generating your plot. If your LLM gave you something different, it would execute and run again. And you can see that the execution time is actually like really, really good. It's this init time where it's initializing that you take most of the hit. And if you try and execute before it's initialized, you are going to hit an error. Let's drop into developer mode. So what do we really have in here? In the HTML, we have the script. This is basically what I showed you earlier. And when we look at what was sent, you can see you're getting wheels over the wire, and then you have your WebAssembly. And this is what that looks like. This is the stack machine. There is a decompiler for the brave among you. I have not found that necessary. But this is what you're dealing with. There are a couple of benefits to this approach. One, we, the application owners, are isolated from bad users because we aren't execing their code on our servers. Two, we're protecting users from each other. Doing multi-tenancy well and cheaply and quickly is hard. Three, we use the user's compute. That can be a nice win for resource forecasting and allocation. With some clever design, we can use the user's data on their device. They don't have to ship it to us. There's a great privacy story there that I think people aren't using enough, and it's one of the primary use cases of Jupyter Lite, which I mentioned earlier. But nothing is free. There are some downsides. First, there are some ways that this is slower, as you saw during the demo. But a colleague also pointed out that in this context, it might not matter as much because the latency of dispatching the query and having the LLM compute the result may cover for that pYodide loading requirement. One of the key elements of agentic workflows is that information may be routed between agents and tools server side. Think loops and branching logic. So what if you don't want the code execution returned directly back to the user, like we've been doing with this SVG? You might, for instance, want the plotly graph added to a prompt and sent to a vision or multimodal language model to analyze trends for the user. Headless browsers can provide a useful avenue here. While we don't have to budget for the code exec compute, we may lose the functionality associated with knowing the execution software and hardware stack. So right now it's hard to run like CUDA in WebAssembly, although there was a cool post about that this week. And then there's some cons about data management. If the data doesn't exist client-side, the LLM-generated code will need to include it. So think massive arrays instead of like a file read, which provides more opportunities for hallucinations and errors. So notice that this code had the arrays defined in the code. Here are a couple more things to think about. There's always a trade-off between development speed, user experience, and security. This is no different, and you'll have to win some arguments to sway adoption. It feels very much that we're still in the stage of make it work, we'll worry about security later. And so the majority of dev cycles are being consumed by just getting the required functionality working. Complex dependencies are going to degrade your performance, mainly in terms of latency and difficulty installing, and have anecdotally prevented adoption in some contexts. I've seen most WASM usage for numerical Python stuff, so that might be a good starting point. I got my stop flag. I'm behind schedule. This isn't pSlip. There's lots of WASM stuff going on in AI. Claude and ChatGPT Canvas use it. And a closing note on agents. Agent means a lot of different things. You're going to see it abused a lot this year, including in the title of this talk. So don't let the sales speak fool you. What I showed you today would be like a 0-star agent. For 1 star, we'd move to using the LLM output to switch between 2 static code paths. For 2 stars, there might be an LLM that determines whether to plot server-side or client-side based on some requirement like access to compute. And to move to 3 stars, refer back to my server-side example with a headless browser. Maybe the agent needs to graph the data, dispatch that graph to another model to analyze a trend, and based on that trend, trip your thermostat. Because of course we need agentic AI-enabled thermostats. Thank you. No questions? Great.
How's the bandwidth requirements with having to like send over a whole Python, like a whole C Python runtime and wheel? Does that like impact client-side bandwidth?
I haven't done a ton of analysis about that. I think the biggest hit you're going to get is in the wheels. So as long as you're keeping a pretty trim dependency stack, I think you'll be okay in first world countries. The question was, have I looked into running WASM on the server as a lightweight hypervisor? No, but it is well documented on the WebAssembly site. Cool. See everybody.
So the tax ad, yeah. is because detecting, it's not extending though.
Oh, okay.
It's trying to extend, but
Hey, Bob. Display is. Oh, he knows. Sorry. Okay.
still detecting it, still not showing. All right. One last troubleshoot. Well, adapter, cable, I think it's. Yeah. Yeah, backup slides now, right? Oh yeah. I tried this on the TV in the hotel, and two different monitors back in my house before I came in.
I've done all the testing and testing. Like, why isn't it working in prod? The CICD, all the green check marks on CICD were great. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
Welcome to the 3:30 p.m. time slot of the Build It track here at ShmooCon 2025. We are working out some very minor display issues trying to get remedied so that slides will work well. So it could take us just a couple more minutes with that. But after this talk, if you haven't already, please head down the long hall and visit the events area where we have RFCTF ShmooCon Labs and the Lockpick Village. T-shirts are available for donation and registration, as are bags of crap for cash. And in just a few minutes, as soon as we have this last technical issue figured out, David Cheeseman will present out on Covert channels using QUIC protocol headers.
Just detected it. Yeah. Still no signal? No. Alright, you got the backup slides, don't you? For oh, crap.
Okay, I can maybe I can go to Reg. Would we have somebody there?
Yep, I did. I'm trying both dongles. Yep. Oh yeah. I think we narrowed it down to the computer, but I tried this on the Samsung TV in my room and 2 monitors ahead of time, so always has to be something.
let's just for grins before we get too deep into this, plug. The other backup laptops are in use, I guess.
Oh god. Yep.
We're up.
Just PowerPoint.
Do you have a way to transit data to this?
Yeah. Do you trust a thumb drive? Oh. I need a dock for a thumb drive because USB-C. No, you're good. It's got to happen to somebody. It's my first talk, too, so. All right.
You're good. I got angry at it and it failed me out of the process. Do you have
The thing, yes. Yeah, USB-A on there. Cool. That's the right way or 1500? It's a bend twice, so it's going to show up with a directory full of ISOs.
get set up and then plug it in. I'm going to get the power going on it. This lectern's hot, like it's the power on it's good. There's a power strip. Power setup in the world, Microsoft. Okay, let's plug in the HDMI. Hit the power.
Yeah.
Yep.
Magic.
I know, right?
Go, 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 yay!
How many computer nerds does it take to get a presentation online?
All right. So thanks for the staff that just helped get through that technical issue. Can we get a quick round of applause for them? All right. My name's David Cheeseman. I'm going to show you how I built a covert channel using QUIC protocol headers. I'll also say this is an honor because last ShmooCon, this is also my first talk at any hacker convention. So really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you. So a bit about myself. I'm a Johns Hopkins master's student in cybersecurity. I'm a cybersecurity professional, kind of on the blue-purple team side. I was a Navy veteran, served on that submarine and on an aircraft carrier, but not that aircraft carrier. I'm also a hacker, build security tools in my spare time and throw them up on GitHub as a hobby. I also participate in CTFs, Science and Skepticism, Home Lab, Gamer, Maker. I just keep myself busy. So here's a quick overview I want to go to cover. We're going to cover what a covert channel is for those that aren't familiar. We're going to cover QUIC for those that aren't familiar. Then I'm going to talk about how I built it, and then more importantly, how I evaluated it and how I Dunning-Krugered it, as well as references and a demo. So there's kind of two categories of sort of problems with covert channel. There's the confinement problem, which is where you have a process. In this case, this is a World War II era SIGTOT. It was a one-time pad teletype encryptor. And somebody from Bell Labs noticed that if he went into a different room, he could see the plain text on an oscilloscope and read it. And so this is an example of what's more commonly known as just side channel leakage. And I can't recommend enough, look up Tempest, a signal problem. That's where this comes from, this story, as well as a bunch of other stories that are really cool. But for my purposes, I'm dealing with the prisoner's problem. So you've got Alice, you've got Bob, they're both in prison for some reason. And you've got the warden Wendell here. And Wendell can pass messages between Alice and Bob. And Alice and Bob, their goal is to figure out some secret code so that they can communicate without Wendell, who can see every message and or manipulate them, from knowing what they're talking about, disrupting the communication channel that they're talking on, or even worse, manipulating the coded messages that they're talking on. So this is a very sort of useful technique for, say, journalists and also malicious actors for C2 and data exfiltration. So it's a very interesting field to kind of get your head into. In terms of evaluating how good covert channels are, how risky, year of my birth, TSEC was published by the Department of Defense. And it classified channels into storage and timing. So storage is you're storing the values directly in the data that's being sent across, or timing, you're encoding data into some time varying signal. And they rated anything above 100 bits per second as risky, which kind of goes back to that's how fast terminals were at the time. There are more modern takes on this. Okravi et al. Divided it into a three-dimensional classification of storage versus timing, network versus OS versus hardware, and value versus transition. And you can think of transition of, I want to encode at 3, so I'm going to take this value 2 and bump it up to 5. And then Wang et al. Proposed a risk measure that considered bandwidth not as a static value, but as a function of time. Because during the workday, when systems are live and people are using them, the side channel leakage or the covert channel that's being used may be more active and have more bandwidth than later on in the day. They also talked about weight difference, which is the sensitivity of the information. So if you have a VoIP line that has a side channel leakage and you can listen to the conversation, you listening to a Domino's order doesn't matter so much. But you listening to HR, talk about PII or something like that, that's of more value, more risky. And then they also talked about threat rate, which is the immediate risk based on bandwidth and weight difference at a specific point in time. And then threat degree, which is how much risk there is over a period of time. So 9 to 5, more risky than say midnight to 5, depending on what the channel is. So now we'll go into build it, which I built this thing because of a 2-week assignment. And one thing I can't recommend enough is throw your heart into whatever you're working on. And so this was just an assignment in my Johns Hopkins class for covert channels. But this is the steps that I picked. First, pick a protocol. Find out if it's been done before. Do the best research you can in 2 weeks of whether or not this has been done before. Find a vector in the protocol. Implement a communication channel through that vector, and then test and evaluate it. So for this assignment, I just opened up Wireshark and started screwing around until I saw a protocol I didn't recognize. And so it came across QUIC, which was proposed by Jim Roskine of Google as the QUIC UDP Internet Connections Protocol. It later got defined in RFC 9000. You'll see places say QUIC is not an acronym, but I kind of like Jim Roskine's original acronym. And basically, it's kind of a drop-in replacement for TCP with TLS, but requires fewer round-trip times to establish a connection, encryption and connection in just one handshake. And it supports application layer protocol negotiation. So most common is HTTP3, but you could do Samba or any protocol you want over QUIC. So looking into who has done research on this before, specifically around covert channels, Boran Jda did a lot of really good work on scanning for QUIC services and proposed that one could, say, take port 443 that's trusted on a network and spit up Samba over QUIC as a data exfiltration path. And his work's really good in terms of there's a lot of tools that can identify UDP ports, but not necessarily what's running on them. And he and other colleagues have developed tools that allow blue team people to scan a network and enumerate not just what ports and what IPs are running a QUIC service, but what specifically is on that QUIC service. So he actually did a talk 9 months ago called Quick and Furious. I highly recommend that you check that out. And then, let's see, do a shout out to Cooper and Will, who I talked to in the chill out room. They pointed me to this paper, so I had to add this slide like maybe 30 minutes ago. It's basically Quick Step, which is another technique to basically prevent censorship firewalls from dropping QUIC connections. So that was the research that I was able to find up until literally 30 minutes ago. Now let's find the vector. So you want to look for unstructured or optional data, timing channels, and my particular favorite, high entropy fields, because you can hide encrypted payloads in them because they are high entropy. The connection ID is required in every header. There's a source and a destination connection ID, and it explicitly says 64 bits of entropy to be considered valid. And down below in the header definition, you can see it can go up to 160 bits. And this is a huge sort of header field to manipulate in a covert channel design. So now you got the option, all right, I got my vector, do I write from scratch or reuse? And definitely reuse if you can, especially for a 2-week proof of concept. So I use the AIO QIC library on GitHub, which is a Python implementation of a QUIC HTTP3 server. And then you gotta find where the target field is set, figure out how it's manipulated so you don't screw up how it's managed, and then plan a protocol. So a reverse shell or a protocol tunnel would be great. I had 2 weeks, so I just did something custom. So for my message format, it's just a single letter followed by the content of whatever is relevant to that. The letter K is a keep alive because every single one of these connection IDs in my implementation, this is a limitation of it, requires that it be a part of an encrypted packet. There can't be a random CID anywhere that's random. I used AES 4096-bit encryption, and actually implemented a key exchange. Out of band would be better, but I implemented a key exchange where the public modulus is sent across, and then AES is used after that. And so you end up with this big chunk of encrypted information that you can then chop up into these connection IDs and use those connection IDs to open up connections and start transmitting encrypted data. This is a quick slide showing the entropy of random bytes versus the RSA public modulus and 512 bytes of AES encrypted data that I threw up on CyberChef. And they're all within the same order of magnitude in terms of entropy, which is critical in this proof of concept because I want this to look indistinguishable from other traffic. If the entropies are all over the place, one could determine that these connections are different because they're lower entropy, but because I met the entropy requirements, these should be indistinguishable from benign traffic. So here's a quick animation. First, both the client and server queue up their public key and start submitting chunks of them as CIDs. At any point, the client can queue up a message, in this case, a remote command, who am I? Once both public and private keys have been submitted, they can start using AES encryption at this point. The server needs to keep a queue full of encrypted data, so it just encrypts the letter K and starts sending that across. Needs to keep that queue full, keep live messages small. Then finally, who am I is received by the server, and it queues up the response. The standard out, standard error is just a standard message. So now we go into analysis. Bandwidth is the only one really relevant to here because, weight difference would be context dependent. There's some overhead from the initialization vector and encrypted AES key. So you can kind of see in the graph how it diminishes over time as the message size, the bottom right-hand axis, grows. And as the message size grows, eventually you get a linear relationship between connection rate and the size of the CIDs you're using, either 64 to 160 bits. This is a real-world calculation I did by opening up YouTube and seeing how many QUIC connections are made with unique connection IDs. Ended up with 21. Some of them were 64-bit, some of them were a full 160-bit. And assuming I was trying to extract a 4096-bit AES key or RSA key, how long would it take me to transmit that? And so I did a rough calculation and came out to about 10.3 bytes per second, or roughly 50 seconds of me just loading pages. And that's a little bit short of the 100 bits per second, but I consider that TSEC high-risk achievement on my part. So now the Dunning-Kruger aspect, looking at your own stuff critically. An observer could notice that there's a slight statistical difference in odd versus even numbers of these CIDs. If it's perfectly high entropy data, it should be an even split. But public moduluses are always odd. And that's kind of a fringe case, but academically I kind of have to mention it. And again, this would be moot if you just distributed the keys out of band. On the manipulation side, it's susceptible potentially to AES bit flip attack, as well as man-in-the-middle attack, because right now there's no way of authenticating that public key actually came from the person that you meant it. So if somebody knows this channel's in use, they could hopefully get in there if they know where the RSA connections are, or CIDs are actually being transmitted. That's sort of a challenge on the defender's part. In terms of disruption, one could just keep a table of real connection IDs to, placeholder connection IDs, but that would be very costly in terms of actually swapping those out in real time, and that kind of is antithetical to the idea of QUIC. So probably wouldn't be an easy thing to sell. Because of the limitation of my implementation, one could also just drop a connection, and that would break the encryption sync, which I have an issue for on my own GitHub on how to solve by implementing a resync mechanism. Other improvements, support out of order reception and sending of these connection IDs. Right now it's all enforced in code by the server and the client implementation. And also more robust confidentiality and integrity checking mechanism, because if a bit flip attack happened, I wouldn't know, Alice and Bob wouldn't know that it had happened. And one important thing too is any of these changes can't change the entropy of the packet going across. So even just a CID like this is, chunk number 1, chunk number 2, that would lower the entropy of the CIDs going across, which would be statistically noticeable, and you could actually isolate these connection IDs have really low entropy for some reason. That's weird. Let's look into that machine and see what's going on. So some final thoughts. In covert channels, if you can find a high entropy field and put high entropy data in its place, encrypted or otherwise, it's going to be very hard to detect. And so you need other controls like endpoint protection, DLP controls, and stuff like that. Next point I'd like to close out on, just build it, even if it's been done before. I've told this to a number of junior devs that I've mentored. If you can build it and document it well, it shows your skills and your interest in a field, even if you don't have the resume stamps behind it. Also, have a healthy skepticism for your own work. It's one of the honors I have right now talking to all of you is some of the minds out here may have something I don't know. And hopefully afterwards, you can come up and talk to me and say, hey, this could be improved or that can be improved. And that's part of the fun of being in the hacker community is just learning new things. Here are some references, and I will play a demo while I take questions in the
in the background. This is the same thing as that animation. But thanks for your time. I'm here for any questions. Anybody? Yep. So the question was, have I thought about adding padding to packets to make them more distinguishable, less distinguishable? Indistinguishable. Well, I'm only going after one specific header field, the connection ID, and that has a range from 64 to 160 bits. What's actually being used by the QUIC protocol for that particular application doesn't matter. It's similar to sort of the TCP/IP covert channels that take little optional fields that are like 1 bit and just flip the bit back and forth. But this is an entire required high entropy header, which was why I targeted it. Any other questions? Yep. It was easy. There's definitely better encryption schemes out there. I'm just familiar with it. And there's also definitely better key exchange things. But anyway, thanks very much for your time. Have a good ShmooCon. Thanks for all the great work, last minute effort. Really good stuff. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, yeah. What's mine? What's mine? Next meeting. All right. Go ahead and give it a shot. Clean up some of this stuff. Well, in theory, technically is, but why UDP to build using audio output at all? No, becoming a vanishing issue. But like a recent methodology, I wouldn't handle that because either a malicious actor or a defender or somebody. Hey, is this yours? Oh, I don't know where I didn't touch your docking station. Is this me here, this red cable? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Did you grab it? Take a check. I don't see it. Thank you. Appreciate your help. Yes, I'm Casey.
Nice to meet you. I'm Cipriana. I'll be introducing.
Okay, great. Yeah, appreciate it.
Make sure it's. So you also flip it.
Oh, this. Oh, the box. There you go. Did do that too, yeah? You did great. You did good. It's good.
Do you have a card?
A card?
Yeah, I do not.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. Grab that mic. Get ready. Get comfy. You know what I'm saying? Get loose. Loosey goosey.
How are you, sir? Good to see you. You made it in.
Hello. We're going to get started here. if you can quiet.
Hello, hello.
Or not. Is this? It's on. It's on. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, that's good. Put it closer to your mouth.
Welcome to the 4 o'clock Build It session. I have a few announcements before we get started. If you didn't mean to be in Build It, you're probably in the wrong place. So tonight's fun times start at 9 p.m. There will be 2 events, ShmooCon FAQ, an audience participation quiz show, and it will be in the big Bring It On room. Then we will have games, and more in the Build It room, so pull up if you want to do either of those things.
There's actually a third event that's not on the list. I am doing Piano Bar Con tonight, and I'll be starting between 7:30 and 8. Please come and enjoy music and still go see Lynn Tile.
Yeah, so yap in the lobby and listen to piano, basically,
Totally
in addition
worth it.
to the first 2. You can also check page 17 of the program for more details. All right. I'll give you Casey, presenting Windows Projected File System, the Reality Stone.
Great, thank you. Okay, can you hear me okay? We're good on stream? Great. Okay, so we're going to go through this. We've got about 20 minutes to go through this material. This is the end of a couple of years of research and shipping a thing on our website, Canary Tokens. My main outcome for you is to really find excitement in something called the Windows Projected File System, which is a default tool in later versions of Windows that I think both folks doing defensive research and offensive research will find fun. So we're going to take a deep dive into that. I named it the Reality Stone because we can fake what attackers see as relevant files. So we can control the reality when they're enumerating files over a share or locally on the system. So that's what I think is really interesting about this. And of course, the fact that it's default is even better. I'm a big fan of default tools that are built into the native operating system. So we'll talk about what problem this solves. We'll talk about some of the internals, how you set up ProjFS, and then we'll look at some ideas looking ahead and then maybe some tips for later. We probably won't have time for questions, but I'll be outside or upstairs for that afterwards. Okay, real quick, some of you may be familiar with the project, the open source project that we run called Canary Tokens. Thank you. So it's a work of love from our team. We give it away for free. It's open source. And we think it's important for defenders to have access to these tools. So what is a Canary token if you haven't seen it before? Essentially, there's 2 primitives that allow us to build tokens. There's an HTTP lookup and a DNS request. If we can get a document or QR code or some signal over those 2 channels, that allows us to build more complex alerting, very simple pipeline. So, for example, in Windows, we can build tokens in Office documents, Excel spreadsheets, Word documents, QR codes. We have Windows folder tokens. We have a signed EXE, so we sign a binary, and the certificate revocation check triggers a DNS alert, and you get a signal on that. So we have a sensitive command token, so if you want to get an alert on Windows if somebody runs whoami or klist or system info, all the terrible commands you always see in DFIR reports, there's a very simple way to set a registry key and get those. We also recently released an Entra ID phishing detection token that is monitoring somewhere in 15 million to 16 million logins a day on people that have deployed it. So it's great. It really works at scale. So you can check it out for free. If nothing else, definitely take a look at our site. These are some of the examples that we use for creating tokens. These are some of the examples then of the Windows token. So you can see, you can filter by what type of token that you're looking for. So the question is, why ProjFS? Like, why would you include ProjFS as an offering in Canary Tokens? Well, it solves a particular problem that we ran into. So first of all, why ProjFS? For me and my research, because it's available. I can check a box, run a command, and turn it on. I don't have to install anything. I don't have to bring anything extra. I don't have to add an agent. It comes with Windows. Later versions, you can just simply add it. 2, the problem we're trying to solve was the efficacy of tokens. So over time, you find a drift or a diminishing quality of a token. What do I mean by that specifically would be, if you open a Word token, a Word document token on Google Drive, it's not going to trigger the alert. It doesn't open and process the footer to trigger the alert. So that just happens. And the Windows folder token, we actually use a UNC path in the desktop INI file to trip a remote DNS lookup. Well, that's aged out. Security concerns, the operating system has changed. So over time, tokens have a time to live, but we still want to provide value for folks, and this is the niche that ProjFS really filled for us. What this is in a nutshell, and there's a lot here, but essentially it allows you to project any hierarchical structure as files on the disk. So what you're looking at here is just my simple comma-separated file list that says, here's the path, is it a directory, true or false, here's the size of the file, and here's the last access time. The way that manifests itself to an attacker or tool enumerating the operating system, it looks like files that exist. They actually don't. They're not really there. They're like placeholders that we can provide, but it allows you to use file system tools to project this. So we find it really interesting. So don't just think files, though. You can do the registry. Some folks have done like the kernel object manager and projected that into ProjFS, so you can do like a dir listing on drivers and stuff like that. It's really cool. So what we've built, though, for folks is we've tried to abstract this away, and we want to make it very simple. So if you want to deploy this and get an alert if somebody opens a file on your computer called passwords, which exists in almost every network, and it's almost too hard not to open. For those of you who do pen testing and red teaming, if you find a file called passwords, probably it's real, and you would be hard-pressed to, you almost want to look at it. So that's what we're trying to do, like provide those tripwires. You go to the site, you choose to create the Canary token folder, the Windows fake file system, and on the right, I'll zoom in on this in just a moment, you essentially set the file path. So say you want to create a fake directory called C:\secrets, and then it can project whatever file types, names, extensions that you want inside of that directory. Again, another look at it. We have provided over in the lower left corner here, you can see just to bootstrap for folks setting it up, we can set up like some basic industry configurations. So home networking, you could also use AI to generate these very easily. Like you could say, give me a file structure for a cloud developer. Creates key files, AWS API keys, Kubernetes configuration. So it's really that lends itself really well to dynamic generation. And again, just so you can see, all of the backing for this can be dynamically generated. So you could change what you're presenting as an attacker starts interacting with your files, which is actually really cool and very frustrating. You could do a tar pit, slow them down. You recognize the process they're coming from, and you delay responses of files every 1 second, or increase that exponentially, or just drop the connection. Like Cliff Stoll used to shake his keys on the Ethernet network to disrupt the attack, if you know that story. Okay, so what you end up getting, though, is if an attacker finds your projected file directory and they open or copy a file, and that's really important, you get an alert that says, somebody just opened device passwords.xls, and they opened it with PowerShell.exe. So you get a really high signal that that just happened. What you don't get is a lot of alerts for directory enumerations. There's a lot of things in Windows and other operating systems that just simply are enumerating or listing files. We don't want to alert on that. We only want to alert when an attacker or unauthorized person takes action on that particular file. Does that make sense? So that's really for us was the bar that we had to cross. If we couldn't cross that bar, it's really not worth shipping the product at that point. All right. You can even share this. So if you think about running projected file system on your C drive and then offering that up as a share, if an attacker runs a tool like Snaffler or SB ShareFinder, and they're sweeping the network, they'll find your share, they'll find interesting file names, and probably take action to pull that back with like a beacon or whatever tool they're using to pull files back. The minute they open and move that, you get that alert that that action has been taken. Now, one of the asks that I do have for this, and this is why I love ShmooCon, is we've tested some of this, and we have some assumptions, but we need further feedback. So we've tested tools like ShareFinder. There's an open source tool called FRansom, Snaffler. Our AV testing has primarily been a little bit limited just because of trying to get access to a large body of AV tools to run on a system instrumented with ProjFS. So if you have that environment, love to talk to you. We'd love to see if we're getting false positive alerts. And things like even the Windows Search Indexer, at the end of the day, those things run, but they don't trip your tokens, which we find to be very valuable. Okay. Now, one of the things that we love is that attackers, when they get into a network, they have to orient themselves. And so Krebs did this really cool article about Only tourists look up. And you'll notice that as you walk around DC. The only people taking pictures and looking at the statues are people that are not from here. So if you think about that in your network, when an attacker arrives, they're new. And we can then project that reality for them. And so we can confuse them, confound them, disorient them, delay them, detect them. That's the goal. So one of the things that we know is attackers bump around. If you've done red teaming or pen testing, if you often are looking for open ports, open files. And so again, this we think is a very powerful defender asymmetry because it gives the defender the advantage of an easy to deploy directory that as soon as the attacker steps into the maze, they open the files, we get the alerts. And then we also collate the alert. So if you get if they open 7 files within a certain amount of time, you'll get a single alert, but you'll have the record of those actions inside of your Canary token management page. Okay, I don't usually talk this much or this fast, so I'm going to pause and take a break. Okay, are we doing okay? All right. So this is the thing that I think is really interesting was, in our situation, we are alerting on file open copy, but you can intercept this in user mode. So those of you who've done file manipulation in the kernel mode, a filter driver or something, but all of this runs for the most part when I create my provider, I create and run a user mode process. So there's a lot of safety there. It's not going to crash the system most likely. If an attacker gets in, we can actually see which process is making the request for the file. And I could literally, and we've tested it where I could say, if you're Notepad, you get the real data. If you're PowerShell, you get garbage data. So there's some really neat stuff here I would love for folks to dive into and explore. I think it's great. The way that works is inside of your provider that you create, you register what are called callbacks. And so it's essentially when an action occurs, you're telling the provider what function to go run. So this is all documented. I'll share the references a little bit later. But the one you're really interested in is this PRJ get file data CB, which is the callback. And inside of, if you look down here in the lower right, you can see there are 2 fields that you get. So when an attacker opens a file, in your projected root, you get the process ID that's trying to open the file, and you get the full path already resolved for you. So you can actually see at that point, inside of your callback method, you can say, who are you and what are you trying to do? You could close the file, you could return garbage, you could send a DNS lookup to Canary tokens, which is what we do. But there's more for, I think, folks to explore in terms of what's possible around the alerting. And so in the end, what happens is when an attacker opens a file in the way we've built this, the Windows fake file system token, we actually encode the process name and the file name over base 32, and we do a DNS lookup, and that's how the alert gets to your Canary tokens console. We use base 32 so we don't have character casing problems. So we can use upper or lowercase. You have no guarantee of how that query will go. So base 32 works fine. It's alphanumeric, and we get most everything we would need in the alert. So that's really exciting. I really do hope folks will begin to test this and see that if our conclusions are correct, that this is an exciting new feature for defenders to use or build other tooling on. So let's go a little bit deeper. The obligatory AI-generated artwork. I tried to have it do a blue hat with a Thanos glove. That was the prompt. It didn't. It was close, but anyway. So how this works is we'll talk about. Sorry, let me tell you. We're going to go real quick. We're going to talk about how it works. What is a provider? What are something called reparse points that actually trigger the alert? How would you know if you're on a system that's running a projected file system, right? So if you're a red teamer, you're probably already wondering, how am I going to defeat this thing? And that's fair. I love that feedback. So there's some ways I can show you to enumerate so you would know if you're on a machine that has a filter, a projected filter, Windows projected file system driver running. Sorry, I didn't say that fast. Okay. So what we've provided to folks, the early representations of this were in Python, and they really didn't handle proper enumeration, directory listings. They would just simply project a single file, and you would get an alert. So what we've built and shared with the community on our site is a C# and a PowerShell implementation. So hopefully that gives you, as other researchers are looking at this, a leg up, so you don't have to go back and do the low-level structures. We've provided that for you. Would love to see pull requests if you do run into bugs or other issues. at the end of the day, there's really three components to these providers. There's the provider, which is your user mode projection engine. There's the callbacks that I was talking about earlier, that you register and take action on a particular event. Most interestingly is file open or copy. And then, of course, a virtualization route. Now, we have implemented this with empty virtualization routes, and we are not really handling file writes to it. This is simply create a bunch of fake files and alert if somebody opens it. There is more you can do here if you wanted to, say, blend folders and have other processes writing. We didn't implement that, so just be aware of that. We're going just for a high fidelity signal, but if you want to dive in deeper, there's quite a bit here. I recommend, for those who are interested, more learning is in the Projected File System Programming Guide. You can learn a lot about these things just reading MSDN all the time. I spend a lot of time here. It's great. So there's the reference. It has all the use cases, the different handling routines for enumeration, and also action on files. All right. So how does this actually work? Now, again, in a short talk like this, we don't have time to unpack all of it, but I did want to call out a few things. There's a command that you can run on a Windows machine called fsutil, and you can use fsutil reparse point query and then give it a path. And essentially you're able to interrogate the directory and say, are you fake or are you real? And if you get back a tag that is this value, which is a registered value by Microsoft, then you know you're about to step into a trap. That's fine. That's easy enough for us to make you aware of, but what we find, again, as attackers, a lot of them just bump around and don't take the time, or you could have signal. Honestly, nobody runs fsutil that needs to, so that could be a signal as well. But it's important to know that those reparse points are actually on the disk, and they influence the way filter drivers handle the processing of that particular file. You can read more about that by learning about reparse point tags if you're interested. I think there's a lot more stuff there than we can say right now. The next thing is, how would I know which process is running the provider? Well, an easy way to do that is any provider loads the projected fs lib.dll. So you can run a very basic query. This is using a program called tasklist/m, which is a way to list the modules or the DLLs. If the process has projected fs lib.dll, then you know that particular process is running the projected file system. One thing that was, when I was having some conversations about this, that I don't have a really good way to do is go from, I see it's process 1180, but I don't know what directory. I don't know, is that C secrets? Is that C ShmooCon 25? So that's kind of an open question of research. I didn't find a good call for it. If you wanted to dive into that, it would be easy enough, or I would love to collaborate with you to figure out if we could do that, to go backwards from here's the process, what directories is it projecting. And then lastly, fltmc.exe enumerates the filter drivers. If you see PRJ FLT and you see at least one instance, then you know that there's potentially a projected file system running. Now, that doesn't mean they're running our canary token. These are used for a large number of systems, Git file systems, large development build processes use projected file systems. So it could be an indicator, but something to be aware of. So kind of as we're wrapping up here, a few different things here. Some of you may have a question, well, why would you use ProjFS over some of the other options? So there are other ways to monitor for file access and attempts. The only one that met all three criteria, and specifically could we monitor and manipulate content returned, was the projected file system. But you can do this with file system watchers. As far as scalability, that one's a little bit kludgy. Same with object auditing and SACLs. And also controlled folder access is a very good tool for defenders to deploy. However, it does not allow us any really customization to inject content or return fake file data. Some really good reference architectures. All of the code for this we've published at Thinkst GitHub page, Defending Off the Land. So again, the idea here is what can you do with your system today to instrument it and start detecting attacks? There was a Python project that was really instrumental when I was researching this. This number 2 bullet point was when I had the aha moment. I could actually see what the project, what the potential was. And I hope that's what we're giving back to the community, is letting you see how this works so that you can find other use cases or applications so you can take research and build on it. And then a few other reference architectures as well. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground here. We talked about Canary Tokens, a free open source project. Check it out. We talked about our new token, the Windows Fake File System token. We talked about how you're able to get alerts really on file, open, and copy. And I think there's a lot more here you can do because you can quarantine or take actions based on specific processes. So again, we don't have time. They're gonna turn the room for the next talk, but here's my contact information. Check this out. I really want to thank the folks at ShmooCon for having me out to speak. Thank you for attending my talk and maybe watching online later. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So I don't
What's that?
Yeah, I think we should. Do you have the USB-C?
I have an adapter. Perfect.
Seems legit. Good. Okay. That sounds good. And like a. Okay, that sounds good. Like a thumbs up when to start too. Okay. Oh yeah. I think we can. Yeah. Oh, this one?
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks. Let's see, it's still. We'll put it up there. Should be live.
All right, you got the slides up too. Yep, it's mirrored. Sweet.
You know what I'm gonna do though? You know what? Receipts.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks for doing this. It's super fun. All right, this is working.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Tom. I'll introduce your talk.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, wonderful.
A couple of announcements and a giveaway.
All right. Is that good? Everyone loves a giveaway.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, they do. I'm really excited for this. I'm on the review committee.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. We sort of nerd out on this a lot.
Yeah,
So
all
we're,
the time. So-
we're gonna have to follow the time guidance to like, okay, you can stop talking now.
Yes,
we
please
can
do.
But we'll take that to the hallway and.
Did the taping and streaming?
I think worked just fine. I think so. No, not from the computer. So
Yeah.
I think we're good.
We were planning on using that mic and then this mic. Just sort of- Oh, okay.
Okay, sweet. I tapped this already, so we're good.
Yeah. Could I? I've gotten good at hearing myself. Not so good
Sure.
yesterday. So did the taping and streaming team introduce themselves?
Yeah, they
Okay,
came down
so
and
you
they
know
were gonna hold up the cards.
Yeah, they'll have your time cues as a reminder. Yes, so you have 20 minutes for your
Sure.
talk, and that includes the Q&A. So yeah, you guys have been here before, right?
I talked
Or you
last
did?
year.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is my
Your
first time.
Okay. This is, yeah. Quite exciting.
Yeah, no, appreciate the invite. This is great to be able to come up and talk about this stuff.
I have to rewrite this larger since your name's
Oh,
not
sorry.
on your first slide.
Busted a little watch out for
I was
this.
gonna say, good idea with the stopwatch thing.
Yeah. Figured we'd do the interim period, just showing videos of passing aircraft by Tyson's, Virginia. So it's a live feed.
Oh, that's live?
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
wow.
happening right now.
So yeah,
Are
luckily
your slides on there as well?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll get them up.
Maybe
Okay.
swipe back. Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Well, any other questions? Well, we'll just hang out for a little bit.
How many schmooze have you been to?
This is number 20.
Oh, you've been to. It's a good streak.
I don't know what I'm going to do for a winter vacation.
I know. Like, yeah, you need like a new. Well, we're gonna try to go to District Con, I think, and see what that's like.
Yeah.
It just won't be the same.
There's about, I guess, 28. I'll make a couple of announcements.
Okay.
Cool. Stand awkward.
That is my MO.
You know.
Do some lurking too. Timers. I guess no. You do a stopwatch.
Yeah. Just stopwatch. I don't think this keeps the screen live though. The only catch. So, sets a screen time. IT wouldn't like this, but
Does it let you? Some things get locked. Oh, you know, I'm gonna maybe get up my badge prop too.
Oh yeah. I can set a 5-minute auto lock. So that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll go. I feel like if we're not to the hardware with 5 minutes, then we need to speed up.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does. No, that might be too fast.
Okay.
Just because I feel like,
Oh yeah, you're right.
like 10 minutes, we want to be at hardware. Yeah. And the questions are tough. We'll just see what like. It's tough to hear.
Yeah.
Both I think on stage and then in the audience, it seems.
Yeah, if we're targeting questions, then we gotta, if we don't get to hardware until 10 minutes, we really don't have 5 minutes
Yeah.
to do
I don't know if it's the end of the world if we skip questions. I don't know. We can sort of see how much fun we're having. So have you seen this DEF CON badge? It is so cool. Amazing. So it has a built-in ADS-B receiver. So it actually will show you all the planes around you. It has that and GPS. So it knows where you are. It knows where the planes are, and it gives this in the air. We're not going to get it. And it shows it as a radar scope. So it's like...
Does that upload to the flight over too?
I don't think it does, but it has, they released the entire Linux operating system on it, so, and it has a USB port, so, it's totally doable.
That is a full Linux operating.
Yeah. Yeah. It is ridiculous. Yeah, they got some custom, it's like similar to like the Weiss thermostat, but they got like the custom made, like, because it has lights around the outside too. I don't even know how they have time.
Yeah. That's amazing. I've actually never seen this in person. It's almost like a Game Boy.
It actually has a Game Boy emulator. It has an NES emulator on it.
Oh, I love everything about it. Again, how did they
I bow before that.
That's
set there come together. A little jitter. It could still be on Wi-Fi, I'm not sure. Okay. Maybe it's not doing the...
Got something up high. So we did an intro, I was going to say, we work with a company called IQT's rapid prototyping group, and then just get straight into
Yeah, we don't need to like, no one needs the company nuance on it.
But I figure since it's on Rayhunter,
Yeah.
Just make a couple quick announcements.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Excellent. Hopefully you can keep all of that energy for later. At 9 o'clock, we will be having 2 different events. We've got, in this room, we will have board games for everybody. You can play Codenames, you can play Giant Jenga. There are boxes and boxes and boxes of board games. So we look forward to seeing you then. Also, next door will be the ShmooFac with Lintile. That starts at 9 o'clock as well. It will be a raucous good time. You can tell from the way that I'm talking about it. It is actually an amazing event put on by a team. It will be interactive. There will be music. There will be noise. It will be a lot of fun. So hope to see y'all out this evening. I have here a giveaway. It's a mystery bag of Shmoo stuff. Okay, I like the energy. Excellent. So, taping and streaming, are we ready to go? We are ready to go, so that means it is now time to give a very warm ShmooCon welcome for the SkyScan presentation from Luke Berndt and Mike Chadwick.
Hello, ShmooCon. Really honored to be here and giving a talk. This has been a community for me. We're local in DC, so I've been bringing my kids here. This is where they learn to lockpick, and I'm really honored to be giving a talk today. So I'm Luke Berndt.
Yeah, and I'm Mike Chadwick, and thanks again for coming here to talk about airplanes and taking pictures and videos of them automatically. So we want, both of us work at a company called IQT and their rapid prototyping group, and we just wanted to walk through a project that we finished about a year or so ago called SkyScan. Thank you. And the TLDR of this project is it autonomously and automatically films aircraft that are broadcasting their position. This is most aircraft that are passing, certainly through the DC area, but the majority of the world, this is sort of how it's set up. So it's designed and built out to be able to capture airplanes, helicopters, drones, ships, weather balloons, anything with a transponder on it that broadcasts its position and velocity. You can build this for about $500. We aim for as low cost as possible. The majority of that cost is just the camera. And it's all open source. It's available on GitHub. It's all Dockerized, so it's very easy to deploy and use. We pre-built Docker containers for ARM and AMD processors, and it's portable. We've brought this multiple places in the country, to California, Wisconsin, here in DC. We have a tripod set up and then a roof-mounted setup as well. So,
yeah.
So the first thing to go through is ADS-B. This is part of the FAA and really the world's air traffic control system. It's a transponder technique where aircraft broadcast their position, their speed, their heading, and their climb rate. It comes in about 2 times a second. Gives you a really good position on these aircraft. One of the big features with ADS-B is it's broadcast in the clear. And that allows you to receive it with a low-cost software-defined radio. It's also mandated for most aircraft operating in sort of the civilian world. It's mandated for all aircraft. Some of the federal and DoD ones have exemptions right now. You can still get some air tankers, some military cargo flights have transponders brought onto them. And then the last thing is there's 2 frequencies, 1090 megahertz, that's sort of the global standard. And in the US, any aircraft below 18,000 feet can also broadcast on a different frequency at 978 megahertz. So to get all aircraft in America, you sort of need the two radios to receive. So in terms of receiving this, you can do this on something as small as Raspberry Pi. You can do it on your laptop. Requires a $40-ish software-defined radio. We use the RTL SDR, sort of the low-cost SDR that's out there. Dump 1090 is a system, set of software that's been out for a long time now. It's sort of what most of the flight tracking apps you may have used to track your airline flights are based on. You spin it up, it's containerized, so you can just spin it up, and it has a nice web UI, and you can receive all this on your local computer for any aircraft in range broadcasting.
And the fun thing, it turns into a bit of a game too, to figure out like how far away can you start receiving aircraft. It gets addicting.
Yeah, and you end up designing and building custom antennas out of PVC pipe.
It's a rabbit hole, and that's how we ended up here today.
Yes. I mentioned all the flight tracker apps are sort of fed by this ecosystem. This is really a crowdsourced industry that's FlightAware, FlightRadar 24. All of these are based on people feeding information they receive from their local software-defined radio receivers and pushing it up to the web API for all of these services. So if you've ever tracked your flight on FlightAware, that's sort of how it's happening. It's sort of a maker community pushing all that information up.
Yeah, and so this information, while it's also great and fun to like track where the different airplanes are, it's actually a lot of data coming in. So you have receivers, all around the world sending in location information about all these different aircraft. But it's also sending other information too. So it turns out a lot of the aircrafts are also reporting back the quality of the GPS information they're receiving. So there's some people out there that map where there's bad GPS information, and that's how you can start looking at where there may be jamming going on. Similarly, there's people looking at trying to look up different aircraft based upon this information and figure out who's flying where for certain events. And so this where they brought it to Davos, I think it was back in 2016, was one of the first like data-driven type of reporting that was done using ADSB information. And this is one of the first bots that was out there using ADSB information. This is from an amazing person, goes by Lemon Odor. He put together a bot network, and it simply looks for aircrafts having interesting flight patterns. So through this, you can start identifying, if there's helicopters that may be surveilling something because they're flying around in a circle. You also see different aircraft who may be sort of doing their test flights because they do really interesting flight patterns, or someone who's just doing surveying. So these bots watch, and then back when there was a Twitter, they used to tweet out, I've spotted this type of flight or that type of flight. So another interesting way to pull things and themes from this information. Of course, there's lots of people who sort of look into this. Back to some military aircraft actually broadcast this information, especially globally from other countries. So you can start trying to read the tea leaves and see maybe there's some movements here or there of different aircraft. It may signify something too. So there's a big OSINT community who's looking at this information and trying to figure out what it implies. And then finally too, there's lots of celebrity jets out there. So people have built bots around this celebrity's flying here or there, and much hilarity has ensued from tracking this.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about that, there's an FAA program to mask your aircraft's ID from places like FlightRadar 24 and FlightAware. But you have a local receiver that's receiving the same information that the FAA is, so there's no masking. You get the raw feed out of it. So it allows you to sort of do things you wouldn't be able to just do if you're grabbing from an API on some of these websites, with ADSB Exchange, I think, being one of the exceptions.
Yeah, they might be one of the exceptions. And that's the real benefit of why should I run this locally? I can just get it through an API. You get all the goods if you run it locally, so more fun for that. So ADSB information gives you a brief identifier. It's the ICAO 24 code, but you don't get much more about the aircraft. Luckily, there's some very fine data sources out there that will give you detailed information about the make, the manufacturer, the owner of the different aircraft. And so you can pivot from, here's this ADSB information, and then go and look it up. If it's a US-based aircraft, you can go to the FAA data, and this data it's chef's kiss. It's highly regulated, all the fields are filled in, it has to be updated and change of ownership, so it's all very current. It doesn't cover most military or government aircraft or any international aircraft that may be landing at Dulles or something like that. But for the majority of the aircraft you're seeing in the sky, you can get a very detailed picture of who owns it and what type of aircraft it is. For those other aircraft, there is a pretty decent sort of crowdsourced movement going on. And this is, check out Open Sky Network. They're one of the biggest ones. And so here the data quality isn't quite as good, so you have to do a bit of normalization. You know, the example, some people typed it in Boeing, other people do Boeing Company, and similar for the model. And then not all the fields are filled in either. They may not, if you're crowdsourcing this, know who actually owns the airplane. So when we go through this, we sort of do an ensemble approach. We first look if it's in the FAA data. If it's not, then we can fall back and start pulling from that open source data too. And in general, when we've had this running, you're going to get about 90 to 95% coverage. In the DC area, we do have a lot of weird aircraft, so there's some you'll just never really know who owns or operates it, but for the majority, you'll have some pretty good idea of who it is.
Yeah, one thing to mention there is each aircraft transponder broadcasts a unique ID. It's a 24-bit registration code that applies globally. So that's how you can map from what you receive in your transponder reception all the way into one of these databases.
Yeah, and there is a program in the works for if you're fabulous and wealthy and you want to have a little bit of obfuscation on who actually owns this, you can apply to get sort of a temporary ICAO 24 code. So in that code doesn't directly link to the FAA data. They sort of have that lookup table, but it's short of that. That's another program that's in place for if you want to preserve some of your identity and you're owning a G5 jet. And back to naming things. So and this is all called from the FAA data. In most of the cases, when you look at the operator, it's pretty straightforward who that is. But at other times, we were seeing a lot of weird names pop up. I will pick on the Meatball Martini Airline LLC. It turns out if you have, a private jet or a small jet, you may have sort of fractional ownership, or you may be doing this for tax or liability reasons. So you set up an LLC to cover that versus just registering it in your name and taking on all that liability for yourself. You also see sort of that trustee there too. So if you're not an American citizen and you want to register with the FAA, you have to have it in a trustee. Or if you're leasing an aircraft, you have to have it through a trustee too. And there's a number of other reasons for having trustees too. So that's the asterisk next to, you can sort of figure out who that is some of the time. And some of the time you'll have sort of a trustee or an LLC sort of in that record instead. Okay, this is the fun part. Here's how you can build it yourself.
Yes. So the bill of materials for this is all sort of the setup to get to the actual kit here. The bill of materials is not too bad. There's really only 3 key components. There's PTZ security camera, pan tilt zoom, so a camera that can easily be steered over to some azimuth and elevation.
And eBay is your friend here.
Yes.
Like you can get the last year's models for now, and you'll be paying $350 to $400 for those. So great deals.
Yeah, 100% eBay endorsement there. Yeah. We have used Raspberry Pi 3, 4, and 5. So it's not a huge amount of compute to run these systems. You can also use your laptop as long as you're on the same network as the camera. We decided to try to make everything PoE enabled. So the camera's PoE, we have PoE hat on the Raspberry Pi. Just really simplifies all the wiring. You just have one wire to everything, and a PoE switch in the middle. And then some way to mount the camera. So we've done tripod mounts, we've done pieces of wood on a roof.
You'll see some very embarrassing non-engineered approaches.
So this is, there's some optionality here, so you can pick and choose whichever camera makes sense to you based on how much money you want to throw into this and what you have available to you. And then really the compute is pretty much anything you want. So that's pretty much pretty much it.
And I'll note the high end, you can get very expensive with this too. There's really nice cameras if you have the money to spend.
Yeah, and then in terms of camera specs, what you're really looking for here, like the most important is positioning accuracy. We've had really good luck with Axis security cameras. You give them an angle to point at, and it gets pretty much within 1/10 to 100th of a degree every time. Very reliably. We've had them on roofs outside for 1.5 years at a time, unattended, unmaintained, and they just keep working, no calibration. So
and they have like a well-documented API too, and they'll have MQTT messages they can send out on status and everything. It's a mini web server attached with the camera, which actually may alarm all of you too, because some of those haven't been updated in years. So
yes, that is true. a field of view and zoom. So this depends on how far away you want to image aircraft. We've used a 32x and a 40x optical zoom, and we're seeing things out to 40, 50 kilometers or so when they're up in cruise altitude. And then resolution is the other piece here. So once you get zoomed in, the higher resolution, the better, but that comes with additional cost. And then can't stress the PoE enough. That just simplifies everything so much. Just one Ethernet cable, and then you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah. I've been amazed on the weatherproofing too. Like, we've done nothing special, took it out of the box. They were supposed to be weather rated, but this has survived snowstorms, rain, and everything, and it keeps on ticking.
Yeah, so this is the myriad of different configurations we've fielded. The right is the most ruggedized version, but we've had the sort of 2x4 special on top left, cinder block special on the bottom, and then we have a portable tripod mount that we use for going out and making sure everything still works. We'll often set up down in DC at Haynes Point across from DCA and just track the aircraft there. So a lot of different options here for setting it up.
Yeah, and for the portable side too, we were just bringing one of those small battery banks with us too, and that's gotten us a day's worth of power. So they're not super power hungry, especially if you don't have the heater or any of the special things turned on. Okay, so this is a bit of the special sauce, and we have all the code up there, so you can go in and sort of look how it works. But this will be the sort of the flyby, just so no pun intended, so that you can get a sort of sense of how we're doing this. So you start out just knowing where the camera's located, you know its longitude, latitude, and altitude. And then from ADSB, you're getting where the plane's located, its longitude, latitude, and altitude. With a bit of math, you compute that, and you'll get the azimuth and elevation.
Fair bit of math.
Fair bit of math. It looks really scary, but the computer handles all that for you. So with azimuth and elevation, the azimuth is, just think about it as that's the pan and the pan tilt zoom, and the elevation is that tilt. So every time it gets in an update of where the plane is, it can then calculate where to look. But there's little tricks in here. So at best, you'll get an update on location every 2 seconds, and for the altitude, it's even less frequent, maybe about every 5 seconds. And that's the sort of best case scenario. A lot of times, if your antenna's coverage isn't great or you have something blocking it, you may not get that many updates.
Or even if you get just flooded with messages. Like,
yeah.
There's so many airplanes that fly around here, so it's you get collisions a lot.
Yeah. So luckily you have sort of the vertical velocity and horizontal velocity of the airplane, so you can interpolate where to look. And that lets us do the smooth tracking you saw earlier, where you can have a smooth track. It looks, I don't want to brag, but it's sort of movie-like. So that helps a lot there. And that's just an example of how we're able to sort of interpolate those positions. So again, check out the code. It will give you a better sense of what we're doing to calculate that. Finally, as you go to set this up, just give us a ping, but also it does take a little bit of time to have everything leveled and figure out your orientation of the camera. We're down to 1 or 2 degrees in there, so you do have to have some precision as you sort of level and locate that. And you can do that both physically, and then we have some controls and software to just sort of tweak it back and forth. Finally, back as Mike was saying, there's a lot of airplanes out there. There's a lot you can actually hit within a 40-kilometer range, so you sort of have to do some prioritization. It can be what's closest or what's most interesting.
Yeah, the what altitude is your threshold is really helpful for when there's weather. If there's 8,000-foot ceilings, you don't want to target aircraft above 8,000 feet. You want to look at things below if you're trying to take pictures. So. And then the process here, we designed this, we tried to take a modular containerized architecture for this. So everything is built into a container. PyAware, we mentioned that earlier, that's the system that FlightAware maintains. That's sort of the backbone that runs dump 1090 underneath. That it creates a JSON file that we then grab and then push into a tracker module. An object tracker, it's really just any object out with a latitude, longitude, altitude, velocities, and heading, it can track. So we've put weather balloon data in there, ship data, it's designed to be robust in that way, but this implementation just uses aircraft. And then the camera pointer does all the math to figure out what do we prioritize, and then what do we point the camera at, and then the camera API is what does the rest of the work, actually steering over and then taking the imagery.
Yeah. So yeah, we have lots of good photos, and we spent way too much time and had way too much fun trying to get them all on here. But you know, come find us later if you want particular photos of any type of aircraft. We probably have one. Which brings up an interesting point. So if anyone's been watching the news recently, you know, this is straight off of NBC's webpage. There's been a lot of interesting stuff in the sky. And
Real interesting.
Actually, yeah, we look at a lot of airplane photos. So this was like, wait a second, I think I've seen something similar. So, you know, went and looked at some footage we had and was like, that's really similar. So point here is, you know, as you start taking photos of images, you get a better sense of sort of the known. What is normal and what's not. And that's really helpful for you to help you focus on what is weird out there. So I think that's one of the values of doing this is you can start capturing what is around you, figuring out what that normally looks like, and then it makes you more attuned to the things that aren't that. So hopefully, you know, having more people doing this will get more people aware of what's out there and what's around there and what does look normal. So this is, you know, why we're here. We want to help people build this. It's a lot of fun, but I think it also gives everyone in the community a better sense of what's in the air. And it helps educate everyone. So come find us. We're really interested in talking about that. And there's...
Yeah, the only thing I'll add to that is you really want, if you're trying to figure out something like the New Jersey drone situation, you want to be able to very easily clear off the things that are false alarms and just prioritize the things that are weird or anomalous or something that shouldn't have been there in the first place. So helping you separate out get the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, and there was a lot of chaff, I think. But it turns out the other thing is you have great labels from the FAA. We have a lot of images. You can also start building models, too. So yeah.
Yeah, so caveat, we're not the data scientists here, but we have the nice thing with that ICAO ID is it's a unique identifier that you can then use as FAA databases to blow up into very rich metadata labels for all the images that you collected. So you can draw bounding boxes around the aircraft and then train up either localizers to find aircraft in just regular camera pictures, or do classifiers that you can run in real time and sort of say, is that a 737, A320, 787, sort of so on and so forth. And this is a really fast way to collect a lot of pretty rich data. You have to do some manual tweaking because a lot of it's still out of focus, some of it's behind clouds, those kind of things. But we've used this to train a number of ML models to pass across imagery and videos in the past. So.
Yeah. I think that's it for us. I think one thing to add at the very end is go check out our code. It's up there. We want people to run it, so ask questions. And then also, IQT is a fun place to work, and we're hiring. So come check out iqt.org/careers, and also come talk to us. We'll be in the hallway and then maybe up at the bar after that. So come say hi.
Yeah. Thank you all for the time.
Cool.
Just leave it up for a second.
Yeah. Right. Oh, okay, yeah. Right. Oh, let me clear off this for the next speaker then.
We have not, because they're typically not transponding publicly.
Yeah,
but that's where the machine learning side.
Let me go.
Really
Okay, this is what we write down
we
here.
think that's
Yeah.
If you train up a good model, then theoretically you should be able to find anything up in the sky.
Yeah, no, so it's pretty, I don't want to trivialize it, it's a pain in the ass to get working. But once you do, it just...
Power?
which I hate.
Bring it up, I'll check.
Yep. Yep. How's it going? I'm definitely going to talk without my mask on. Yeah. No problem. All right, so we should hear sound. There we go. Is that good? From my perspective, I didn't hear whether or not that was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I heard it in the arms.
To me, it seemed a little bit low. Okay. It's a good question. You want me to drop that down?
It's going to the decimator. Change it to, not the decimator, change it to your output.
That? Okay. Now hit it again?
Yep.
Okay.
Pause it, because it might be loud.
Right.
It was coming out of the projectors. That's why.
All right. From current slide, did I not hit?
It's up on the screen.
Okay. Oh, so I'm not seeing that.
I know.
Hold on a second. All right.
It was, no, it was just coming out the wrong output. It should be fixed.
Yeah, this is why we're testing it. It's fine. And then slideshow, current slide. Oop. I hear it here.
Which slide?
So it's that slide, but you have to hit it and then click into it again. Yeah, there we go.
I think I was just a little loose.
And now I don't hear it.
Suddenly it happened. A balloon with MIT written all over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. I heard something. Is that coming on the speakers now?
Suddenly it happened. A balloon with MIT written all over it popped out of the turret at the 46-yard line. And grew.
Is the sound out there good? Can they hear it?
The questions of why, who,
Right.
and how. All answered here tonight at Delta Kappa Epsilon at MIT.
It is not.
The first attempt at a Harvard-Yale game hack was made by the Delta Kappa Epsilon fraternity
exactly 34 years ago Saturday. The machine was built by alumni over the past several years.
You want to go 100? Okay. All right, we turned it up here also. All right.
It sounded at the end there before you paused it. It sounded.
All right.
I just have a couple of quick announcements.
Yep, you do your thing.
Introduce.
Yep.
And so it all came out. The questions answered.
A Freon-driven hydraulic press.
It's weird. I don't know why. All right, let's see where we're at. You can start.
So, I mean, you've done this before, but your time cues will come from there.
Right, and this is very rigorously timed, so I'm going to ignore him and go with it, and it's going to be fine.
Okay. I was just going to say we are the last talk of the day.
Yeah.
You have to shut things down. So
Right.
Please do not go terribly long. Thank you very much for being here.
He's going to tell me when to start, right?
No. When I'm done.
Okay, it would just go. All right, perfect.
My goal is to time it roughly.
Right.
So.
Howdy, folks out there. How are you doing this evening? Awesome. So, this is the last talk of the evening, but ShmooCon is not over tonight. We still have the ShmooFac that'll be next door. In this room, there will be games. It all starts at 9 o'clock this evening. I've also heard that there might be Piano Bar Con upstairs around 7:38. So, there's all sorts of fun things going on this evening. For a prize pack of ShmooCon stuff of yore, anyone tell me what year the first ShmooCon was?
Nope.
Who's closest to me that said 2005? Oh. Yeah, okay. And that's how you don't damage a chandelier. So I would like for everybody to come back tomorrow morning as well when we start talks at 10 a.m. Please do that for the last couple of talks, and then a fun-filled program celebrating the end of ShmooCon. But tonight, I'd like you to give a very warm welcome to PW Crack.
Thank you, Heidi, Bruce, and all the other organizers. I'm honored and humbled to be giving this talk. Good afternoon, ShmooCon. The theme of this year's ShmooCon is commencement, a new beginning. A commencement isn't an end. It is closing a door on one chapter and opening a door on another chapter. It is a time of transition. So it is fitting that we take some time to reflect on our roots, where we came from, how we got here, what makes us special, and maybe a little bit about where we're going. I've always been passionate about hacker culture, so I'm excited to be giving this talk today. First, a little bit about me. I'm currently Principal Security Engineer at Warcaller. I'm the former head of Information Security for OpenVPN. I'm the Speaker Operations and CFP Lead Goon for DEF CON. I'm a longtime member of Nova Hackers and Unallocated Space, and I'm a former co-chair of B-Sides DC. Always feel free to reach out to me through any channel, email, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, or phone, if I can help with anything, or if you just want to chat. I love talking to everyone in our community. I love being a part of our hacker community, and it's a big part of who I am. A couple of jobs ago, in 2012, I was working on the Bank of America Red Team on a password cracking project. I was required to show up in person in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I rented a bedroom and was commuting by air from BWI during the week. After work, I started showing up at Hackerspace Charlotte. I did a talk there about rainbow tables, but also met a bunch of really great hackers: Ben, Red, Amelia, Quincy, and a number of others. Even though I was a complete rando, they welcomed me into their hacker family. While we were hanging out one night, I started to describe to Ben that there wasn't really good software to break Enigma messages without the key. For every other crypto system up to that point, you could identify a piece of software that would encrypt and decrypt and you could mathematically describe the complexity and weaknesses of the system. Then there was also a piece of software that would leverage the weaknesses and break the encryption, but not Enigma. There were software emulators of Enigma, and some of them actually worked properly, and I could describe the machine in detail, including the weaknesses of the system, and how Polish cryptographer Rajewski and Alan Turing had broken the system in the 40s. But there was no available software on my laptop that could decrypt an Enigma message without the key. How can this be? This was broken 70 years ago. So Ben pulls out his laptop and he starts asking me questions about how the Enigma works. I start describing the machine in detail. There are rotors, a reflector, rings, notches, plug board, starting positions, etc. The next day, Ben and I talked and agreed to collaborate on writing a piece of software that would decrypt Enigma messages without the key. We were able to do it using a really innovative technique that Ben came up with, and it broke the Enigma in a completely different way. The software worked brilliantly, and we eventually gave a talk about the software and the technique at 4.4Con in London on the 100th anniversary of Turing's birth. Ben and I also made a pilgrimage to Bletchley Park. It was a great trip. Some guys from South Africa were in London, and they saw the talk. They invited Ben and I to give the talk in South Africa at another conference. After that conference, the organizers took a group of international speakers on a multi-day safari. It was a second fantastic trip. Ben is an ideas guy and a friend. We have kept in touch. One of Ben's friends is James Yonan, who is the CTO and co-founder of OpenVPN and wrote the original software 22 years ago. When OpenVPN was looking for a head of information security, it was Ben who first suggested my name. All of those things happened because I just showed up at Hackerspace Charlotte and made some new hacker friends. Let's talk about a few people that I think embody the hacker ethic. Let me take you back to 1812. A 20-year-old apprentice bookbinder with limited education spends his spare time reading the books that he binds. He is fascinated by science and electricity and builds do-it-yourself batteries in the back of the bookstore. A customer of the bookshop asked the youngster if he would like tickets to hear Sir Humphrey Davy lecture at the Royal Institution. Sir Humphrey Davy is one of the most famous and accomplished scientists in the world. Of course, he wants the ticket. He takes notes and then makes additions to the notes and produces a 300-page handwritten book, which he binds and sends to Davy. Davy is impressed with the quality and detail of the notes. The next year, Davy's eyesight is damaged during an experiment with nitrogen trichloride. Recognizing that he needs help to continue his work, he hires the apprentice as a chemical assistant at the Royal Institution on March 1, 1813. The new assistant is Michael Faraday. Faraday's job involves working with nitrogen trichloride, the explosive which has already injured Davy. Faraday himself is briefly knocked unconscious by another explosion, and when Davy is again injured, they put an end to work with this particular substance. Faraday is not considered a gentleman in English society, and from 1813 to 1815, he travels the continent with Davy as his valet until a replacement could be found. Although miserable in his position, Faraday meets many great scientists during the trip, including Ampere in Paris and Volta in Milan. Because he was self-trained, however, he has no grasp of the mathematics and cannot understand a word of Ampere's papers. Faraday witnesses Davy's early work with electricity, and Davy challenges him to see if he can do better. Faraday publishes work on electromagnetic rotation, the principle behind the electric motor, discovered electromagnetic induction, the principle behind the electric transformer and generator, and formulated the second law of electrolysis. He gave his name to the farad, originally describing a unit of electrical charge, but later a unit of electrical capacitance. Of course, he invented the Faraday cage. One of the most important contributions to physics was his development of the concept of a field to describe magnetic and electric forces. Now, Davy had asked Faraday to research the production of optical glass. At the time, English optics were inferior to German optics, which are critical to astronomic observations. Faraday spent over 4 years exhaustively experimenting with the production of optical glass. He rigorously varied every element of the production. The work was tedious, but Faraday was obsessive and tried to examine every conceivable facet in an attempt to uncover anything of consequence. While the effort was ultimately a failure, Faraday demonstrated an ability to attack a subject, and by the end of his career, Faraday would document over 30,000 experiments. I was having drinks with a neighbor of mine who was a pilot. I was telling him that my day-to-day work experience as a penetration tester was one of failing every day, sometimes for months at a time, to get a particular exploit to work, and then one day, getting it to succeed, at which point we would write it up and start all over again. My daily life was consistently failing and sometimes succeeding. He told me that his experience was the exact opposite. Day to day, the pilot would take off and land successfully. They almost never failed. His daily life was consistently succeeding, and if they failed, there would be an investigation and a board review. It struck me that we're a special type who can deal with failure as a normal situation and continue to be tenacious. The key hacking skill is the ability to know when your failures are creating progress and when your failures are just wasting time. I remember an assessment I was doing at a different job. I was working on this thing for about 6 months and I couldn't get it to work exactly right. My boss would come to my cubicle and ask me if I was finished. I told him that I wasn't, but I was still progressing. Eventually, I was able to get the exploit to work, and it was a successful assessment, at least from the perspective of the red team. We need to normalize failure. It has been suggested that we should solicit and accept talks about experiments or exploits that failed. I'm not sure those would be interesting talks, but let's understand that that happens all the time, and if we're learning, we're succeeding. At that same job I just mentioned, I also screwed up a report. I made a typo which overstated the severity of an issue by an order of magnitude. The report had gone to senior leadership, so it was a big deal. When we realized the error, I took responsibility for the issue, and that allowed the team to correct it and move forward. The team created an award for me called the Blue Screw. It was a wooden base, and it had this giant blue-colored screw partially screwed into it, and I had to keep it on my desk. Later, when someone else on the team screwed up, we passed the award around with the most recent screw-up having to display the award at their desk. Nobody wanted this thing on their desk. But we understood that screw-ups happen and that the only way to move forward was to acknowledge these, take responsibility, and correct them. We normalized taking responsibility. This year, CrowdStrike won the Pony Award for Most Epic Fail. The president of CrowdStrike, Mike Santonis, showed up at DEF CON to accept the award in person and vowed to display the trophy prominently at CrowdStrike. He owned it and took responsibility. That guy gets it. With limited formal education, and despite almost blowing himself up, Faraday was a tenacious experimentalist. He was responsible for foundational research on electricity. Michael Faraday initiated the annual Royal Institution Christmas Lectures in 1825. The Christmas Lectures present scientific subjects to a general audience, including young people, in an informative and entertaining manner. Faraday invented TED Talks and presented 19 of these. London, 1851. The middle class, with property to protect, is obsessed with security and patent locks. A journalist visiting London describes a mania for fortification. The British Empire is at its peak of world economic domination, including the safe and lock industry. London hosts the Great Exhibition of 1851 at the Crystal Palace. 2 locks top the list of Britain's most secure, the Brahma Precision and the Chubb Detector. On the other side of the Atlantic, an unknown locksmith prepares for his passage to London. He will represent his employer, Day & Newell, an American lock company who is promoting its own locks at the Great Exhibition. Among his luggage is a collection of lockpicking tools and a letter of reference from the New York City Chief of Police to help ease his passage through customs. The locksmith, Alfred C. Hobbs, has learned that the best way to sell a lock is to demonstrate the weaknesses of its competitors. Brahma and Company is offering a bug bounty of 200 guineas for anyone who can pick the precision lock. It is agreed that he will have a month to do it. Hobbs has also challenged Chubb and its detector lock. The detector is the de facto standard for high security locks around the world at this time. Hobbs invites Chubb and the press to witness the attempt. Given the numerous previous failed attempts to pick the lock, the invitation to Chubb does not excite them. But they send a representative anyway. At the appointed time, Hobbs produces some tools from his pocket and proceeded to pick the lock. 25 minutes later, the lock clicked open. The witnesses asked Hobbs to repeat the demonstration. The door was relocked, and in 7 minutes, Hobbs was again able to unlock it. 2 days later, Hobbs began work on the Brahma Precision lock as agreed. Less than a month later, after spending some 50 hours of work, Hobbs opened the lock. A week later, at Brahma's request, Hobbs opened it again. It was the click heard round the world. The committee awarded Hobbs the 200 gold guineas, and Britain's vaunted image of lock-making supremacy ended. The Bank of England itself promptly swapped out Chubb's locks for those of Day and Newell. Lock-picking and lock sport has been a part of the hacker culture since the early days. In the 1940s, while employed on the Manhattan Project, physicist Richard Feynman picked locks for fun, relaxation, and to entertain the other scientists. Notes from the MIT roof and tunnel hacking community were made widely available in 1991 as the MIT Guide to Lockpicking. While lockpicking has been around as long as locks have, Hobbs did bring breaking into something as a means to assess its security into the mainstream. I think part of the reason that lockpicking continues to run so deep in our culture is that it's such an elegant analogy for computer security. Many HackerCons will have a lockpick village as part of the con. At DEF CON in 2019 in Planet Hollywood, I watched as Congressman Ted Lieu picked his first lock. Like everyone who has done so before him, there was a moment of realization. But I then explained to him that the reason he was able to do what he did was due to leveraging very small manufacturing defects, and this is exactly how more impactful software exploits work, leveraging extremely small defects into complete system ownership. These defects, errors, or bugs are almost impossible to avoid in very complex software with millions of lines of code, and that is why exploitation is possible and maybe always will be. It's 1903, back at the Royal Institution in London. Marconi is preparing to demonstrate the sending of secure Morse code wirelessly from 300 miles away in Cornwall, UK. Present before the assembled crowd is Marconi's assistant, physicist John Ambrose Fleming. Marconi had claimed, "I can tune my instruments so that no other instrument that is not similarly tuned can tap my messages." Moments before the demonstration was to begin, the hush of the crowd was interrupted by what might have been some kind of interference, but was soon recognized by Fleming's assistant as a Morse code message repeated over and over again. It spelled a single word, rats. Then it changed to a short poem. There was a young fellow of Italy who diddled the public quite prettily. It was followed by further rude epithets. The demo had been hacked. The stream of invective stopped before Marconi's demo began, but the damage was done. If someone could intrude on the demo, the technology was clearly not as secure as was being claimed, and it was likely that an attacker could both send false messages and intercept private ones. Fleming sent a letter to the Times of London. He called the hack scientific hooliganism and an outrage against the traditions of the Royal Institution. He asked the newspaper's readers to help him find the culprit. 4 days later, the Times printed a letter from Neville Maskelyne, a British magician, who took credit for the hack and said he did it for the lulz. Marconi had patented a technology for tuning a wireless transmitter to broadcast on a specific wavelength. According to Marconi, this meant that confidential channels could be set up. We now know that isn't true, but at the time, it wasn't as obvious. Mascaline highlighted the technology's security flaws by showing that interception and interference were possible. He threw a shmoo ball at Marconi. Wireless hacking remains an important part of our community. Faraday, Hobbs, and Mascaline would all be right at home in the hacker community, as would numerous lesser-known people. Hacking predates computers by a long time. If you have ever heard of new math, you have Nicholas Bourbaki to thank. The letter O with a line through it that denotes a null set, that was Nicholas Bourbaki. Over a span of 30 years, starting in 1940, Nicholas Bourbaki authored a series of math textbooks and numerous journal articles which provided key contributions and insights on a broad range of math topics. The work was both comprehensive and rigorous, but Nicholas Bourbaki never existed. France, 1934. World War I has wiped out a generation of European intellectuals. In Germany, intellectuals were protected from serving at the front. But in egalitarian France, intellectuals were not given any special treatment. The mathematics community recognized that outdated textbooks needed to be updated. This would be an enormous task. Andre Weil proposed to a group of colleagues that they meet regularly in person to update the texts. The collective named itself Nicholas Bourbaki, since at the time, a full name would be required to publish. They agreed that unanimous consent will be required before the group publishes any material. The meetings were frequently heated and confrontational. Multiple people would be yelling at the same time. The members knew that to accomplish the task of updating the mathematics, they would need to leverage in-person meetings. While there were always disagreements, their culture of humor and their belief in the importance of their collective work allowed the group to build a community around sustaining the effort and continuing to produce impactful work for decades. Membership evolved over time, but the work and the culture persisted. The Bourbaki Collective was incredibly prolific and knew that they would be more effective working together. Meetings were always held in person. Our hacker community maintains a culture of in-person meetings. We meet, share, argue with, challenge, and support each other at cons like this one. Meeting in person, breaking bread, getting to know each other, and supporting our incredibly diverse community helps us continue to be prolific and generate impactful work together. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology has a long tradition of doing hacks. At MIT, a hack is a prank or a practical joke that demonstrates some particular cleverness or technical ability. MIT hackers include Nobel laureates George Smoot and Richard Feynman, the same physicist educator Feynman that I mentioned picked locks earlier. Oddly, George Smoot is not the Smoot used to measure the Harvard Bridge. That was fraternity pledge Oliver Smoot. The hacks are not sanctioned by the university. The hacks are frequently temporary installations or performance art. Often they commemorate an anniversary or a special event. But there is an informal code of conduct, which was written in an MIT blog. Be subtle. Don't leave evidence that you were there. Always leave things as you found them, or better. Leave no permanent damage, both during hacks and while hacking. Don't steal anything. If you must borrow something, always return it, and perhaps leave a note saying when it will be returned. Brute force is the last resort of the incompetent. Never hack alone. And above all, exercise common sense. Here is a video of one MIT hack that I think you'll relate to. There are others online.
Suddenly it happened. A balloon with MIT written all over it popped out of the turf at the 46-yard line and grew and grew and grew. The questions of why, who, and how, all answered here tonight at Delta Kappa Epsilon at MIT.
The first attempt at a Harvard-Yale game hack was made by the Delta Kappa Epsilon fraternity exactly 34 years ago Saturday. The machine was built by alumni over the past several years.
And so it all came out, the questions answered.
A Freon-driven hydraulic press and a vacuum cleaner motor were used to inflate the balloon. 8 trips to the field were made between the hours of 1:30 and 5 a.m. Security patterns were established every evening. Wire was laid in during 2 to 3 weeks. The machine was laid in Tuesday, November 16th, the week of the game. Power was drawn from an isolated stadium circuit which controlled only the field irrigation system. Safety was ensured for all people involved at all times.
The question is, why did you do it?
We just do it because it's there. We were there to hack the stadium, and we did it for the fun of it.
The Raiders of Decows had a big play up their sleeve, and their game plan was too complex for ordinary chalkboards.
It took 8 nights. Each night, 1 or 2 of us had to go in first to scout out, make sure they didn't have any guards.
We all came in army fatigues every night.
The last night, everything was working well. All the wiring was in. We put the machine in the hole, covered all the empty spaces up with dirt, put the sod on, and just hoped it wouldn't get seen.
Delta Kappa Epsilon of MIT built, plotted, buried, and triggered the card on Saturday, pulling off the greatest hack in Harvard, Yale, MIT history.
As detailed in Stephen Levy's book, Hackers, which I highly recommend, in the early 60s, a group of undergraduates and professors coalesced around some of the new computers just being introduced at the MIT Computation Center and Research Laboratory of Electronics in Building 26, the TX0, PDP-1, PDP-6, and PDP-10. The group included some of the earliest computing pioneers, and they built on the hacking culture that already existed at MIT. They would use the term hack to refer to a particularly elegant solution to a problem or a version of code that was the simplest or shortest. They were hackers who mastered the technology, and they despised bureaucracies that tried to control access to the computers. A hacker ethic was born. It wasn't written down or argued and agreed upon, it just materialized. Some of the elements included: access to computers should be universal and unlimited. Information should be free and shared. Mistrust authority, promote decentralization. Hackers should be judged by their hacking, not bogus criteria such as degrees, age, race, or position. Lock hacking was already an MIT tradition, but to the Building 26 hackers, lock hacking was a statement. To hackers who felt that access to tools needed to be free, a lock was a challenge. As administrators stepped up their game to secure tools and access, so too did the hackers. It was warfare. But access was never used to damage or steal. Often hackers would leave a note that they borrowed something as had been part of the MIT code earlier. Some of the administrators eventually resolved the issue by agreeing to allow the hackers to bypass locks as long as they didn't flaunt it. Sort of, don't ask, don't tell. Don't abuse your access and make me look bad, and we can both understand that you're going to do what you're going to do. Others ramped up the game by implementing ever-increasing security measures and paid the price. When most people think about game theory, they think about the prisoner's dilemma. The prisoner's dilemma is an example of a game with 2 players and 1 move. Each player can either cooperate or defect, and then the game is over. There are versions of the game with iterative moves, which allow the players to reward or penalize each other for previous moves, building or losing trust. But game theory also has simulations involving 0 players and 0 moves. One such simulation is Conway's Life. In the game, an initial state is picked, and then the game proceeds. There are no decisions other than the starting position. There are no winners and no losers. It is a simple simulation. For each generation of the game, a cell's status in the next game, in the next generation, is determined by a set of rules. These simple rules are: For a space that is populated, each cell with one or fewer neighbors dies, as if by solitude. Each cell with 4 or more neighbors dies, as if by overpopulation. Each cell with 2 or 3 neighbors survives, and for a space that is empty or unpopulated, each cell with 3 neighbors becomes populated. Some initial states will eventually lead to the death of the whole population. Others will generate interesting patterns. The hackers at MIT Building 26, notably Bill Gosper, programmed the game into the PDP-6. They were obsessed with the patterns. They could create models, simulations. They could vary the inputs. They realized they could do science experiments on the computer. The MIT hackers discovered a broad range of patterns within the game. Gliders, guns, spaceships, shuttles, oscillators, eaters, beehives, blinkers, traffic lights, etc. One of these, the Gosper glider, will generate a recurring pattern that appears to glide or walk over the grid. Eric S. Raymond has proposed one iteration of the Gosper glider, the one with 3 cells on the bottom row, as a symbol of hacker culture, as the concept was born around the same time as Unix and the internet. You may see this symbol around the con or being worn and displayed by some of your fellow hackers. It is the background on my phone. Now you know why. One question that I and probably others get a lot is, how do we get started in hacking? The Building 26 hackers realized that with the capability to create a simulation, they could experiment and fail fast. They could try thousands or millions of inputs and find optimal outcomes. Today, 3 technologies combined give you the ability to hack safely and fail fast. These are the on-ramp to learning to hack. They are virtualization, Linux, and a scripting language like Python. With these 3 things, you can run hacking experiments, create prototypes, destroy them, and start over, rapidly iterating with almost no cost. If you're looking for a place to start, there it is. So when you see this logo, I want you to remember the Building 26 hackers, the roots of our community. But I also want you to remember that it represents our ability to rapidly innovate, simulate, experiment, model, and discover. Lloyd Blankenship, whose handle is The Mentor, was a member of the 2nd generation of the hacking group Legion of Doom. Lloyd was arrested in 1986 when he was 21 for being in a computer he shouldn't have been in. While in jail, he wrote a short essay for the Frack e-zine titled Conscience of a Hacker, which is also known as the Hacker Manifesto. It is a cornerstone of hacker culture and helps explain the hacker mindset and what it is like to be a hacker. In the essay, the mentor expresses his view of technology as a liberator and a form of personal expression. He talks about the hacker community as being a meritocracy and existing without prejudice. He expresses his disappointment in the public school system and contrasts it with the culture of the hacker community. The essay was quoted in the movie Hackers, and if you haven't read it, you need to do so. During the 70s and 80s, our community communicated on BBSs. The online nature of these communications and the ubiquitous use of handles and pseudonyms obscured and obfuscated an individual's geography, race, ethnicity, sex, or age, and cemented a culture of diversity and meritocracy. As hacker culture has become more popular, the hacker community has grown and spread, and hackerspaces have proliferated. Even during the earliest phases of the community's development at MIT, it was obvious that connecting and working together, being an in-person group, and collaboration were all parts of hacking. Never hack alone was part of the original MIT Hacks code, and it was a lesson that the Bourbaki Collective knew all too well. As the community developed physical spaces such as the Loft, New Hack City, the Walnut Factory, and the Hasty Pastry emerged, they tested various models and design patterns for hackerspace organization and showed great promise and success. They likely inspired hackers in Europe, who also organized additional spaces and applied the hacker ethic. Nick Farr, who others have called the Johnny Appleseed of hackerspaces, had a role in popularizing physical hackerspaces. He started 2 of our local hackerspaces, HackDC and Unallocated Space. Today, there are hundreds of active hackerspaces around the world. you are never far from a physical hackerspace. I encourage you to join and support a hackerspace. And if you find a gap, you can start or organize a hackerspace. Our community does not have any type of formal structure. In fact, having one would go against what we stand for. We do not have membership cards or a hacker organization or a hacker peer review board. There are no hacker rankings or standings, and while certifications exist in the professional information security space, there are no hacker certifications, and nobody tells you who can and cannot be a hacker. In addition to our online networks and physical hackerspaces, our community has developed a broad array of events like this one, at which we can gather and interact. There are monthly meetup groups that attract dozens of people, local and regional conferences that attract hundreds or thousands of attendees, and huge cons that attract tens of thousands annually, like DEF CON. Not everyone attends, but many of us attend multiple cons. And almost everyone who does so will tell you that the best part of the cons are not the talks, the villages, the contests, or the parties, it's the people, our community. We come together, break bread, lobby con, bar con, share, build relationships. Make no mistake, content is important, but it is important because it attracts people and it drives our community forward. I remember my first DEF CON. I was scared. I read the FAQ and figured I might be thrown in the pool or hacked. Even worse, I'd be embarrassed and exposed as an imposter. I talked to a friend who strongly encouraged me to go. I volunteered to help out because I thought that would be a better way to be fully immersed in the experience. What I experienced was life-changing, and many others have had the same feeling. I found my people. I met, in person, people I'd only previously communicated with by email. I told my wife I'm never not going to this con again. It was DEF CON 15, and there were about 7,000 attendees. If you're on the fence about attending DEF CON or another con, let me strongly encourage you to do so. There is a good chance this will change your life. I met some of the old timers. Some said that DEF CON was too big, and that it wasn't like it used to be back at the Alexis Park. I wished that I'd had the experience that they had in the early days of DEF CON. But longing for a more exclusive experience, I also recognized that what they were describing was a con that didn't include me. Our community is not static. It is growing and evolving, and if you attempt to keep it small and exclusive, you will inevitably make it elitist, be a gatekeeper, and not be inclusive. DEF CON now attracts 25,000 attendees and is still growing. I am thankful that our community has welcomed the newcomers, even as doing so has forced our community to evolve. It's creative destruction. The B-Sides movement, started by Chris Nickerson and promoted by Jack Daniel and others, has dramatically increased the frequency and geography of HackerCons. I have attended numerous B-Sides myself and spoken at more than a few, and been proud to have been involved in organizing and co-chairing B-Sides DC. Reflecting our culture, B-Sides conferences are diverse, independently organized, and grow organically. The words hacking and hackers have been associated with illegal activity. The first published use of the word hack relating to interacting with a machine was in 1955. Students at the Tech Model Railroad Club at MIT were urged to power off before hacking on the electrical system, implying that the hack was understood as a benign action. The first pejorative use of the term was in a 1963 article in MIT's student newspaper, The Tech, describing students who illegally accessed the university's phone system. While some feel that the community should take back ownership of the word and attempt to restore its original meaning, others feel it's a lost cause. Language has always evolved and changed and always will. Vilifying hackers creates news and entertaining, if not realistic, movie plots. It creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt, even if it's not true. And make no mistake, while most of the hacker community subscribes to a code of ethical conduct, there are bad actors who use computers to perform criminal acts. They're called criminals. Groups such as the EFF, Citizen Lab, and I Am the Cavalry have highlighted the important work that hackers in the ethical security community provide to protect our rights. These groups and others do important work to highlight the valuable contributions of the hacker community, reform bad laws, defend those who have been unfairly accused, and decriminalize ethical activities. You can see a progression in hacker culture from the individuals who embodied the hacker mindset to the MIT Hacks Code, to the Building 26 hackers, to the Hacker Manifesto, and the proliferation of our community online through hacker spaces and conferences. These are the building blocks of our hacker culture, our roots. What makes us hackers? To paraphrase the mentor in the Hacker Manifesto, I am a hacker, enter my world. My crime is that of curiosity. We explore, and you call us criminals. We seek after knowledge, and you call us criminals. We exist without skin color, without nationality, and without religious bias. This is our world now, the worlds of the electron and the switch, the beauty of the baud. Hacking is not a set of skills or a fashion statement. It is not black t-shirts or hoodies, though I wear a lot of both. We like to solve puzzles. We are curious. We question everything. Hacking is a mindset. It is critical thinking. It is solving problems in ways not previously anticipated. It is a methodology, and it can be taught. Hacking isn't even all about computer security. It's interesting that a fascination with free access to information and elegant solutions to problem solving has morphed into the fact that many of us are now part of this huge information security industry. That was an evolution of both what we do and the terminology. It has always been about understanding complex systems. Like Michael Faraday, hackers are tenacious. Hacking is sometimes about failure, failing thousands of times, but knowing the difference between failing towards success and just failing. Knowing when to give up and not waste time, and not blow yourself up. And with our recent experiences with the pandemic, we will never again dismiss the importance of our in-person interactions. We're all in this together. Use your time here to meet and talk to your fellow hackers. Never hack alone. Many of you have seen speakers or heard talks and thought, I could do that. I could give this talk. I'm smarter than that person. Many of you are thinking that right now. Don't aspire to be a speaker. Aspire to have something to say. Do research, do critical thinking, experiment, fail, be curious, solve puzzles, have a point, then share it. Like Faraday, pass on what you have learned to others, inspire them. I want to hear what you have to say. Thank you. Any questions? Anyone?
What's your social security number?
Social security numbers should be public, but I'm not going to tell you mine. Anyone else? There are lots of stories, and again, I really love being part of this community. I've been doing this for 18 years. It's very much a part of who I am, and that was not something that was super obvious that was going to be the case when I started a completely different career. Yeah, like I just love hanging out. And I think one of the benefits that we all have in being part of this community is you can show up anywhere, go to a hackerspace, go to a con, and just go out to dinner with people. And it was like, hi, I'm a hacker. Can I go to dinner with you? And like, sure, like, let's go. They're very opening, very welcoming, very open, and you can all learn and share. And I encourage you to do that. I know, by the way, that's not maybe the natural way for many of the people in our community, but I encourage you to take that risk. All right, thanks a lot. now it's on ShmooCon, so it's their job.
I mean, like, take that and like put that in 2600 magazine so people fucking remember.
Yeah,
Submit
well,
it.
right.
Submit it. I'm serious.
I'll see. We'll see.
So I love.
Thank you very much.
I love where you started with that. Have you been to any of the Royal Institution discourses?
The what?
Any of the discourses at the Royal Institution?
No.
Lectures?
Oh, I haven't. No. Yeah.
You've got to do it.
Right.
It's wonderful.
Are they online?
Yeah, but if you're over there,
Right.
I think it's like Tuesday and Friday evenings. You just need to take a black tie with you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
Oops, sorry. It's fine. Nothing's fucked yet. Working on that.
No, we've got it.
Okay.
All got it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's working that. I can throw this stuff into the bin. Just so it's
Yep. I'm just offloading data right now. Where did the ATEM go? Ah.
yes. I talked to Spam.
Okay.
He said he spoke with you.
Yep.
And I'm cool.
All right. You are. I just felt I should report when I lost my ship. Spam's okay with it? You're okay with it? Move forward.
He gave me the rough picture of
Yeah.
his frustration, and he didn't give me details. But I want to make sure you're okay. That's my top priority.
I will be fine. I am never going to leave with Ted.
Well, the good thing is, it's the last ShmooCon.
Yep. That's the thing. There's one more hour I'm scheduled for.
Okay. I'll be good.
Yeah.
And
if I've forever broken my relationship with Ted, cool.
all right. I think we'll recover.
It's always great when somebody kicks the power out to the entire board.
So he mentioned that happened too.
But I was recovering from which Ted was the messenger.
Okay. Well, as long as there's no threats of physical violence or potential physical violence, I think we're okay.
Okay. I don't think there was.
Okay.
I used harsh words. Yeah. We're almost to the end.
All right. We're almost to the end. All right. So we'll get the laptops.
Maximum lazy. Pour the laptops in.